Logos, stand by.
Remove legal. And cue logo.
Start of game activation is live. Okay, we're on.
We'll be providing more information about a massive safety recall of some common product you probably have lying around the house or are using at this very moment.
See, then come on down to Uncharted Steaks, the restaurant for today's bottom. Explore. We're tickling the fire.
Yeah, we got a hot one. Everybody at the ready.
30 seconds to air.
Hi, I'm Donnie. I'm the instruction steward. Are you interested in divesting some instructional adenoids? Great, let me get to the crutch of the mantle then. You'll get a question, and when you glean the right answer, choose the boutonniere next to it. Press either up, left, right, or down on your plus control pad. There will be a timer counting down, so the more harried your actions, the more money you'll get. Or squeender.
We're almost at places. 10 seconds.
Best intentions.
I need a quick toilet check.
6, 5,
Okay, fade to
4,
black.
3.
All last Tuesday, all the time.
Hi, I'm Cookie Masterson, and this game may contain mild violence and full frontal donkey nudity. Will you be my Facebook friend? And our wrong answer of the game is brought to you by
Supreme Court Children's Vitamins. There may not be a lot of vitamins in hamburger, but there are plenty of vitamins in Warren Burger.
Try to choose the wrong answer, brought to you by our sponsor, to get prizes and cash. All right, we're taking off. Okay, to get things started, astronomy. How many Earths could you stuff into the volume of Uranus before it just couldn't take anymore? 6, 63, 630, or 6,300? You could fit a little over 63 Earths into the massive volume of Uranus. 64 if you really relax. Coming up next, $5 artwork. Suppose Jackson Pollock had become a sandwich artist at Subway. What would his supervisor have noted about his performance? Wastes time by precisely laying each vegetable, overuses the sauce squirters, insists on cutting bread at a 45-degree angle, or always shapes the ham into flowers. Pollock was a pioneer of the drip method, a style where forceful, rapid, and impulsive strokes of sauce, paint, were directly applied onto the canvas. And in the time it took to complete this question, 5 new Subways just opened up in your town. Enjoy! Here we have, Who's the Dummy? So, I've been practicing ventriloquism lately, and I'm getting pretty good. I just have a little trouble with my B's, P's, and M's. Anyway, I'd like to introduce my partner, Billy O'Brien. Say hello, Billy O'Brien. Hello, Dilly O'Brien.
One's made of skin, one's made of wood, so who's the dummy?
Not me. Billy, it's good to see you.
Wish I could say the same thing, Dunny.
Just get on with the question.
Calm down, Mr. Nan. So I've been planning a trick to get away from this, Dunny, that for some unresolved legal trodlins, I can't have a task tort. Which of these tropical destinations is a U.S. territory and therefore wouldn't require a task tort to travel to? The Bahamas, Cuba, Guam, or Dominican Republic? Guam is United States territory.
You know, Billy, wherever you go, I have to go too.
You think I don't know that? You know how embarrassing it is for me when I'm on a date and I need you to unzip my pants?
Everybody quattro, hey!
It's time for I'll dance, but I'm not wearing a hard hat. Which of these characters is not dressed to resemble a member of the Village People? Woody from Toy Story, Bob the Builder, Captain Hook, or Chief Wiggum? Construction worker, cop, and cowboy are all Village People. Pirate is not. I always wondered what village those people came from. Wherever it was, it seemed very fun and career-oriented.
Where's the vibe, girl? Rock my world, girl. Ooh, yeah.
And on its way, Pope Rock. And it's a dis or dat. I'm gonna read off 7 names. For each one, tell me if it's the name of a pope or the name of a Britney Spears song. If it's a pope, press left on your plus control pad. If it's from Britney, press right on your plus control pad. Each one right gets you 300 delicious communion wafers. Each one wrong costs you 300 strands of hair. And God says you must finish this thing in 30 seconds or less, or he will send Kevin Federline to your house. Okay, we're off. Innocent, lucky, urban, May the Lord and Britney Spears in a Catholic schoolgirl costume be with you. Another thing the Pope and Britney have in common, neither of them wear panties. That's all we got for round 1. And you've got a decent score there. Don't screw it up. Keep in mind, all the prizes are doubled in round 2. And keep in mind, big cash prizes can be yours if you find the wrong answer of the game. Enough small talk. Let's try I Pezzed my pants. Suppose Pez comes out with a Perez Hilton dispenser. If your Perez Hilton Pez is packed completely full of Pez, just like Perez is chock full of juicy celebrity gossip, how many Pez could you suck from Perez's neck? 8 Pez per Perez Pez, 10 Pez per Perez Pez, 12 Pez per Perez Pez, or 14 Pez per Perez Pez. A standard Pez dispenser, whether shaped like Perez or not, holds 12 pieces of candy. And they say eating too much candy is bad for your health, but I have to say it's probably better for you than reading his blog.
Question 7.
Why not try hole in more than one? Since Tiger Woods got married in 2004, in which year was Tiger Woods' wood anniversary? 2005, 2006, 2008, or 2009? The 5-year anniversary is the Wood anniversary, and 2009 was the year of Wood's, hard times. Yeah, I'm guessing he wishes there was a little less wood that year.
Lord and chickens picking out a mate. Guess I'll marry 8.
I call this one Foodies in a Half Shell. Given the dietary habits of tortoises, what would the Teenage Mutant Ninja Tortoises most likely order at Pizza Hut? A Super Supreme Pizza, Meat Lovers Pizza, Hold the Pizza Meat Only, a Veggie Lovers Pizza, or no pizza, just a 2-liter of Coke? Unlike turtles, most tortoises are herbivores, meaning they only eat plants. So the Teenage Mutant Ninja Tortoises would probably order the Veggie Lovers Pizza. Also, and I've done some research on this, very few tortoises are actually ninjas.
Scrolling through the park with the sarsaparilla. For me,
Here's one I like to call, Don't Come In Here, I'm Feldsparring. What do a Victoria's Secret model and the mineral feldspar have in common? Both are extremely hot, both are partially synthetic, both are thin and malleable, or both have perfect cleavage. The cleavage of a mineral refers to the way it can be split along a parallel surface, and feldspars is perfect in one direction. So that's what a Victoria's Secret model and feldspar have in common. And also both rarely speak English.
Hold me, never let me go. Am I dreaming?
And now, Harold and Kumar go to the Middle Ages. If it were like the castles of yore, how could White Castle defend itself from the marauding Harold and Kumar? Paint the restaurant black, build the restaurant in a valley, throw onions at them to blind them, or pour hot fryer oil on them. One incredibly horrific means of defending a castle was to pour hot oil on attackers from up above. It was also how medieval chefs got the idea to deep fry meat. Brace yourself for the attack. When you see two clues that match, press your A button. 4,000 if you're right, but if you're wrong, you lose 4,000. And most importantly, remember the clue. It's gotta be a match that fits this clue. The hair up there. For some, every day's a bad hair day. Good luck. There you have it! What's underneath your hair? A brain full of useless information, that's what.
You don't know Jack!
And the wrong answer of the game is brought to you by
Fistable Bowling Equipment, Inc. Bury yourself in your ball, right up to your wrist. Fistable Bowling Equipment.
Alright, let's move. Right off the top, Muppet rabies. Considering their natural life cycles, which Muppet baby shouldn't have arms? Baby Fozzie, Baby Rolf, Baby... Frogs are armless tadpoles during the early stages of their life cycles. So really, Baby Kermit shouldn't have any arms or legs. Or be able to talk, or sleep in a crib with a bear and a pig. Now that I think about it, there are a lot of problems with that show. How about Girl Got Issues? If Joan of Arc revealed her visions on the Dr. Phil show, what would he tell her? Let's get real, you don't really want to kill your dad. Maybe the dragon you're really afraid of is you. Talking to saints is just one tool from the religious shed. Or, get your head out of the gutter. Joan of Arc claimed to hear the voices of Saints Michael, Catherine, and Margaret, which persuaded her to save France from the English attempt at conquest in the 100 Years' War. But Dr. Phil only answers to one voice, and that's Oprah. Here's a good one. All headbands on deck. If the CEO of Old Navy required his employees to refer to him as the highest naval officer rank, how should he be addressed? The captain of cargo pants, the master commander of mittens, the lieutenant commander of leggings, or the fleet admiral of fleece? In the naval hierarchy, the fleet admiral is the highest possible ranking. But that's just his day title. At home, he requires his family to refer to him as the seaman of boxer shorts.
Everybody quattro! Everybody quattro! Hey!
Coming up, Intern Art History 101. And yep, it's a dis or dat. I'm gonna read off 7 names. For each one, tell me if it's a video with over 250,000 views on YouTube, or a painting by Renoir. If it's a YouTube video, press left on your plus control pad. If it's a Renoir painting, press right on your plus control pad. Each one right gets you $300. But get one wrong, $300 goes down the YouTube. And you've got 30 seconds to paint this picture. We good? Here we go. Woman in a rocket. 2 young girls at the piano. Dog eats dinner. Great lady falls. Young boy with a cat. History of dance. Nude on cushions. As Renoir would say, dude, you totally pwned. Look, I dare you to find me a work of art in the Louvre that is better than a cat playing a piano. I mean, it's a cat playing piano. No, don't stop. Don't stop.
Where's the vibe, girl? Rock my world, girl. Ooh, yeah.
Next, it's in the mole. If I wanted to whack one mole worth of moles during a game of whack-a-mole, how many would that be? 3.14159 moles, 8,000 moles, somewhere between 1 million and 1 million x squared moles, or about 6.02 times 10 to the 23rd moles. 1 mole is a unit of measurement used in chemistry that is equal to Avogadro's number, which is roughly 602 followed by 21 zeros. That's a lot of moles. And whacking that many moles will win me 25.3 billion Dave & Buster's prize tickets, which is almost enough to win an ashtray and a comb. That about does it for round 1. And you should be very proud of that score, because I'm not. Remember, I'm doubling the value of each question in round 2. Let's get back to the action. This one's known as Stop Eating Your Crayons. Which of these is not a Crayola crayon eating another Crayola crayon? An elephant eating a peanut, a manatee eating a salmon, a canary eating an inchworm, or a beaver eating macaroni and cheese? I kid you not, Crayola has 120 of what they call core colors, and 6 of them are manatee, salmon, canary, inchworm, beaver, and macaroni and cheese. There is no elephant or peanut. Some other actual Crayola colors I could have used: a timber wolf eating asparagus, a pink flamingo eating cotton candy, and a beaver eating macaroni and cheese. Wait, did I already mention that? I guess I did. Oh well, I just wanted to be sure I mentioned a beaver eating macaroni and cheese. Well, let's beaver eating macaroni and cheese on to the next question.
Question 7!
Take a stab at... My eyebrows are lettuce and my gym teacher married me. Oh man, I had another really bonkers dream last night. Oh, eating pizza and watching a movie before bed. Why can't I quit you? Anyway, in the dream, I figured out a way to live among my cats, Mayonnaise and Poopsie, by downloading my brain into a fake cat. I learned about and became a part of their cat culture. Meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. But then my mom attacked all of us and destroyed the giant tree where we all lived. Which is crazy because my mom really is a cat person. Anyway, what friggin' movie was I watching last night that gave me such a weird dream? Watchmen, Avatar, Surrogates, or maybe Inside Man? Oh yeah, I was watching James Cameron's Avatar. Overall, it was a pretty amazing dream. I mean, I wouldn't award it Best Dream of the Year or anything, but it was good. The part where I attached my ponytail to my cat was a little awkward, though.
Fucking chickens picking out a mate. Guess I'll marry 8.
Pucker up for... Who arted? Which of these classic toys would French artist Georges Seurat probably enjoy the most? Play-Doh, alphabet magnets, Georges Seurat is considered the father of pointillism, a painting technique using a combination of colored dots just like a light bright. And speaking of classic toys, Silly Putty is great if you want to counterfeit any works of art, except that they always come out in reverse and flesh-colored.
Strolling through the park with the sarsaparilla. For me, if I
May I introduce Windows 7? Which musician could not use his or her name as a Windows file name? Kesha, Questlove, Will.i.am, or Old Dirty Bastard? Windows file names cannot contain a less than, greater than, colon, double quotation mark, forward or backslash, vertical bar, asterisk, or question mark. So Questlove couldn't name a file with his name on a Windows computer. But he could just pick a different symbol. Well, almost any symbol. He couldn't be colon love.
Hold me, never let me go. Am I dreaming?
This one's called Hopscotch on the Rocks. Okay, take a moment to collect your thoughts. This next question is going to require some high-level mathematical thinking. What I'm about to ask you has puzzled humans for centuries. Ready? How many squares do you make when you play Foursquare? 4, 5, 6, or 8? There are the 4 titular squares, of course. Then there's the one big square they make up together. I was gonna ask how many squares there are in a tic-tac-toe board, but I didn't want to blow your mind. Welcome to the attack. When you see 2 clues that match, press your A button. 4,000 big ones if you're right, but say goodbye to 4,000 if you're wrong. And one more thing.
Remember the clue.
It's gotta be a match that fits this clue. What does your P mean? My P is just perfect. Good luck. There it is! Well, you really know your P's. I bet you never fell for the old ICUP trick. ICUP.
You don't know Jack!
Today's wrong answer of the game is brought to you by Buoyant Baby Water Cribs, because waterbeds aren't just for bachelors from the early 80s anymore.
All right, let's get this party started. Right off the bat, she sounds a little hoarse. If Lady Gaga performed naked on a horse, then let's face it, it's likely. Which lady would she be impersonating? Lady Godiva, Lady Madonna, Lady Chatterley, or Lady of Spain? According to popular legend, Lady Godiva rode through the town of Coventry stark naked to oppose the high taxes imposed by her husband. Doesn't sound much like a lady to me. Gaga may be on a horse, but she'd rather take a ride on your disco stick. Am I getting old? What the hell is a disco stick? I'm sure it's dirty, but in what way? Try this on for size. I'm feeling butter, thank you. Suppose I Can't Believe It's Not Butter comes out with a 5 stages of grief line of products. After I Can't Believe It's Not Butter, which product would come next in the line? I'm very angry that it's not butter. I've lost all hope because it's not butter. I've come to terms with it not being butter, or I'll do anything to turn it into butter. In the Kubler-Ross model of grief, the 5 stages are denial, followed by anger, then bargaining, depression, and acceptance. And I have to be honest, I'd totally buy a product called I'm very angry that it's not butter. Especially if they got Mel Gibson for the commercials, and he was yelling at a piece of toast. Next up, Mr. Blackwell meets Mrs. Dash, and it's a dis or dat. I'm gonna read off 7 things. For each one, tell me if it's a kind of spice or a fashion faux pas caused by too tight clothing. If it's a spice, press left on your plus control pad. If it's a fashion faux pas, press right on your plus control pad. Each one... Oh, you already know how to play. Fine. Candle nut. Spiking up. Camel toe. Catnip. Monoboob. Front butt. Chinese anise. Take a bow. No, don't. You'll split your pants. Now, I know candle nut is just a kind of spice, but I swear once in college, I saw something disturbing that perfectly fits that description. Everybody quattro, hey! Here's one for you. Thou shalt not veg. Which of these shows would not violate one of the 10 commandments? Wife swap, prison break, American Idol, or diagnosis murder? Thou shalt not break out of prison is not one of the 10 commandments. So if you're ever in prison and you decide to break out, just know that God is totally behind you.
Where's the vibe, girl? Rock my world, girl. Ooh, yeah.
Take a good look at... Did you catch the mugger's mug? Something feels off today. I can't quite put my thumb on it. Let's see. I came in yelling at the staff. I threw jelly donuts at the craft services guy. I burned money in front of my director to reflect my higher status. It's been an average day. Oh, I know. I haven't read my fortune cookie from last night.
Cookie, fortune,
Okay. Here we go. Watch out for those with big egos. Well, considering the sizes of their heads, whom should I be most cautious of? The Statue of Liberty, the Sphinx, the guys on Mount Rushmore, or God on the Sistine Chapel ceiling? With faces about 60 feet tall, the fellas on Mount Rushmore have the largest heads, with the Sphinx coming in second with a 30-foot mug. It's easy to have an ego when you're the biggest thing in South Dakota, or the only thing in South Dakota. Hey, I could go on all day with jokes about South Dakota, like, no. Wait, I guess I can't. There isn't really anything else to say about South Dakota. Oh, thank you. That'll bring an end to our first round. And you've got a pretty nice score. It's a shame there's nobody here to share it with. Don't forget, all the questions in round 2 are worth double. And remember, our wrong answer of the game is still out there waiting to be picked. Let's see what's in store. Open wide for... New Jersey's shore is getting old. Suppose Snooki and the gang shoot a special edition of MTV's Jersey Shore in South America. If it's set near an actual ocean shore, what might it be called? Paraguay Shore, Bolivia Shore, Mali Shore, or Uruguay Shore? Uruguay is located on the southeastern coast of South America. I think as a sign of good diplomacy, we owe it to the people of Uruguay to not expose them to the cast of Jersey Shore.
Question 7!
Say hello to Why the long face, Anne? What could conservative spokesperson Ann Coulter do to make herself coltier? Age about 10 years, sterilize herself, get a sex change, or shave her mane. A colt is a young male horse, so the first thing Ann should do would be to get a sex change. She's halfway there. She's got balls.
Fucking chickens picking out a mate. Guess I'll marry 8.
Here we have eHarmony equals MC squared. As you know, I've been single for a while now, and that's great because I love having me time 24 hours a day. But I keep seeing these eHarmony ads talking about 29 dimensions of compatibility, but I wonder, maybe it's not scientific enough. If eHarmony pre-screened people based on the number of space-time dimensions identified in modern string theory, what would I have to look forward to? 1 worthless dimension of compatibility, 11 dimensions of decent compatibility, 33 dimensions of amazing compatibility, or 99 dimensions of orgasmic compatibility? According to M-theory, an expansion of string theory, there are 11 possible space-time dimensions. So with its 29 dimensions of compatibility, eHarmony kicks string theory's ass. Oh, that settles it. I'm signing up for eHarmony right now. Okay, let me just check out the website on my phone here. A 45-minute questionnaire? Oh, that.
Strolling through the park with the sarsaparilla. For me, if I die.
Why not try a fun string theory question? Which of these children's string games would the girls in the Crucible be suspected of playing? Cat's Cradle, Apache Door, Sea Snake, or Witch's Broom? The Crucible by Arthur Miller is about the Salem witch trials. Man, it must have been crazy to live in a time where everyone was really paranoid and suspected every other person of being a terrorist. I'm glad we live in today.
Hold me, never let me go. Am I dreaming?
Bucker up for Hedwig and the Angry Grinch. Let's say that the size of a normal heart is large. By the end of How the Grinch Stole Christmas, what size is the Grinch's heart? Small, medium, extra large, or extra extra large? The Grinch's heart starts out 2 sizes too small and then grows 3 sizes that day. So it would have gone from small, 2 sizes less than large, up to extra large, 3 sizes up from small. And if you don't think an organ can shrink and grow like that, you've never seen me in a swimsuit. Step right up to the Jack Attack. When you see 2 clues that match, press your A button. $4,000 if you're right, but you lose $4,000 if you're wrong. And of course,
remember the clue.
It's gotta be a match that fits this clue. BFFs. These twosomes are thick as thieves. Good luck. That's all she wrote! What's funny about this question is, the better your score, the higher the likelihood is that you don't actually have friends. You know, beyond the characters and celebrities you see on TV. But those can be very fulfilling relationships, I'm sure.
You don't know Jack!
Today's wrong answer of the game is brought to you by Fatmouth Fascist Fish, the animatronic fish that's sweeping the nation. He sings, he moves, he hates democracy. Fatmouth Fascist Fish.
So why not get started? First on the docket, architecture. I'm having a beer party this weekend. It's just like other parties except with beer. Suppose I fashion an archway of different beer cases. Where should I put the keystone? Bottom middle case, bottom right case, top middle case, or bottom left case? The keystone is the apex of the arch, locking the other pieces in position. I also plan to fashion a decorative harp out of cases of harp. May I introduce... In the beginning, there was candy. Which of these candy names best describes a supernova? Ring Pop, Starburst, Milky Way, or Airhead? When a star explodes, it's called a supernova. And it may leave behind a red dwarf, which is awesome because red is my favorite flavor. Let's try J-Wo. If you have a JPEG of J-Lo and it's of a place on J-Lo's body that matches what the J in JPEG stands for, what do you have a digital picture of? Jennifer Lopez's junk, Jennifer Lopez's jaw, Jennifer Lopez's joint, or Jennifer Lopez's jacket? JPEG, the most common of digital photograph formats, stands for Joint Photographic Experts Group. So you'd have a picture of her joints, perhaps a sexy knuckle or a hot elbow. Of course, a single photograph isn't what you want. What you want is a nice 2-hour moving picture such as Girly or Monster-in-Law. Yeah, that's what you want.
Everybody quattro, hey!
Next up, Toys R. Kelly, and it's a this or dat. I'm gonna read off 7 things. For each one, tell me if it's the name of an R. Kelly album or a toy you'd find at Toys R Us. If it's an R. Kelly album, press left on your plus control pad. If it's a toy from Toys R Us, press right on your plus control pad. Each one right will be $300, which buys a lot of action figures. But get one wrong and $300 are out. And you've got 30 seconds to toy around. Okay, let's move. Chocolate Factory, Marshmallow Blast, Water Pop, Longplay, Rockstar Bounce House, Double Up, Rock and Roll Girl. You did really well on that one. That creeps me out. I heard Toys R Us was going to sell an R. Kelly action figure. It's the only action figure that can't get within a 20-mile radius of children.
Where's the vibe, girl? Rock my world, girl. Ooh, yeah.
I call this one the Primordial Bread Bowl. If Panera honored the prehistoric supercontinent that consisted of all the continents smushed together with a sandwich that smushed all of Panera's sandwiches together, what would it be called? Panera's Pancetta Panini, Panera's Panacea Panini, Panera's Pandora Panini, or Panera's Pangea Panini? Pangea is the landmass that before continental drift was comprised of all the major continents. And like the Pangea, once it's in your stomach, it splits apart and rapidly drifts toward your South Pole. That's the end of round 1. And you're in pretty good shape, for now. Remember, in round 2, every question is worth double. And lest you forget, keep an eye out for the wrong answer of the game. It's still out there. Okay, how about it? Coming up next, Sham Ow! I assume you've seen those commercials for the slap chop and the Sham Wow. Say you have a horrible kitchen accident and kill someone with a slap chop. If one ShamWow soaks up 25 ounces of liquid as advertised and your victim has 11 pints of blood, how many ShamWows will you need? 8 ShamWows, 18 ShamWows, 28 ShamWows, or 38 ShamWows? There are 16 ounces in a pint, thus the math comes out to about 7.04 ShamWows to do the job. So to play it safe, you'd want to use 8. Now to get rid of the body, you're going to want to go with the Ronco 5-tray electric food dehydrator and beef jerky maker.
Question 7!
And on its way, Enfuego! Anybody who knows me knows I enjoy 3 things: waffles, children's toys, and spaghetti sauce. Not necessarily in that order. And speaking of order,
it's the put the choices into order, then buzz in and see if you are right. Question!
And because this one's a little tougher, I'm giving out a $1,000 bonus to anybody who gets it right. Put these products in chronological order based on the year they were first introduced. Lego, Prego, Eggo, Eggo, Lego, Prego, Prego, Lego, Eggo, or Lego, Eggo, Prego. Legos were invented in the early 1930s and hit the market in 1949. Eggo waffles were the first frozen waffles, and they were invented in 1953. And Prego pasta sauce came way later in 1981. That just earned you an extra $1,000. But if I had to pick just one, I'd pick the waffles, because you could theoretically build a toy spaceship out of waffles. And waffles taste pretty good on spaghetti.
Looking chickens picking out a mate. Guess I'll marry 8.
This one's called Don't Eat the Brown Aspic. Which of these jam bands is singing a song about jam? Moe's singing My Mashed Fruit, Pulp and All, Widespread Panic singing I'll Heat You to a Paste, The Grateful Dead singing Fruit Juice, Gel of Love, or Fish singing You're Bitter. Jam is made of fruits mashed whole, whereas jelly is made of fruit juice, marmalade is often bitter, and Jell-O jigglers jiggle. So why is it when you're hanging outside a Moe concert, all you can find to eat is a sandwich made of organic mushrooms, hemp, and 7-grain bread?
Strolling through the park with the sarsaparilla. For me, I'm not.
Here's one I like to call the Fast and the Gaseous. What would Vin Diesel have to do if he wanted to change his name to Vin Unleaded Gasoline? Beef himself up to become heavier and oilier, become more refined as an actor, put more energy into his work, or stop being so crude? Gasoline goes through more of a refining process than diesel fuel. You can't refine Vin Diesel. He's too tough and reckless to tame, just like me. Oops, my rose hip tea is ready.
Hold me, never let me go. Am I dreaming?
Here's a good one. Caribbean blue humor. What's the capital city of the Turks and Caicos Islands? Petersor, Dickhurt City, Peckersting, or Cockburn Town? Yep, Cockburn Town is the capital of the sunny Caribbean islands of Turks and Caicos. So if you go, make sure you take plenty of ointment. Brace yourself for the attack. When you see 2 clues that match, press your A button. $4,000 for a right answer. $4,000 gone if you're wrong. And don't ever forget,
Remember the clue.
It's gotta be a match that fits this clue. Ante up. I've got antes in my panties. No, wait, that's gross. Good luck. That's the game! Nice work. You aced the jack attack and didn't do too shabby in the game before that. You know what? You did so well, my aunt would like to speak to you. And, my Aunt Cooklin.
Hello there, I'm Aunt Cooklin, Cookie's aunt, and not just Cookie putting on an old woman voice. You did a very good job, just like I do a good job of being a woman. A pretty, pretty woman. Look at how pretty I am. I'm not a boy at all, I'm a girl, just like my mother always wanted. Just like my mother always wanted.
You don't know Jack!
Today's wrong answer of the game is brought to you by Fashion Barrel Barrelware. Comfort, freedom, style, and the faint smell of pickles. Wear your wood well.
And we're off. First, I can't feel my potatoes. Oh, I love Pringles. You know what their slogan says? Once you pop, you can't stop. It's so true. If once you popped, you couldn't stop, and you decided to enter a 12-step program at Pringleholics Anonymous, what would be the first step? Weaning yourself away from Pringles, helping others with their Pringle problems, asking forgiveness for your Pringle problem, or admitting you have a Pringle problem. The first step of the 12-step program as created by AA is admitting you have a problem and are powerless to your addiction. For the record, I certainly don't have a Pringle problem. I only eat them at parties and nightclub bathrooms and in bed while watching old episodes of Love Connection. How about make this your main profile question? Who would most likely use the famous surgeon's photograph as their main profile pic on Facebook? Albert Einstein, Dr. Robert Jarvik, Marilyn Monroe, or Nessie the Loch Ness Monster? The famous photograph of Nessie poking her head out of the water is known as the surgeon's photograph because it was supposedly taken by a doctor. And since then, the photo has indeed proven to be doctored. By the way, Nessie enjoys water skiing, long walks on the beach at night, and playing Mafia Wars. Oh, and she's a diehard Christian. This one's known as Who Be You? Which arrangement of B words fills in the following blanks? Blank movie, blank Arthur, blank cool, Sloop John blank. BBBB, 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 or BBBB. B movie, B Arthur, B Cool, the 2005 movie starring John Travolta, and Sloop John B, the Beach Boys song. Hey Beach Boys, BB. One thing I'm very proud of is that I got straight B's in college, cause hepatitis C is the bad one, right? Everybody quattro, hey! Here's one for you. Vegetable. Which VeggieTales character would be classified as having an ectomorph body type? Bob the Tomato, Archibald Asparagus, Larry the Cucumber, or Jerry Gourd? Ectomorphs have thin, narrow chests and abdomens. Which is too skinny if you ask me. Personally, I prefer something with a little meat on its bones. Or any meat. Or bones. Like chicken wings. I'm hungry.
Where's the vibe, girl? Rock my world, girl. Ooh, yeah.
Take a stab at Yo Ho Ow! And it's a dis or dat. I'm gonna read off 7 things, and for each one, tell me if it's a type of ab exercise, part of a pirate ship, or both. If it's an ab exercise, press left on your plus control pad. If it's part of a pirate ship, press right on your plus control pad. If it's both, press your A button. Each one right gets you $300, but each one wrong totally screws up your back. You've got 30 seconds. Ready? Let's go. Flying jib. Captain's chair. Plank. Ball bridge. Keel. Cable chops. Foreboom. Nice 7-pack. Of course, the easiest exercise for a pirate to do is the amputated leg lift. That's round 1. And you're doing pretty well, probably because there's no competition. Don't forget, in round 2, all the cash is doubled. And don't forget, the wrong answer of the game is still there for the taking. All right, you ready? Too bad. Open wide for I Can't Quit You movie franchise. Suppose they make a sequel to Brokeback Mountain set on the second tallest mountain in the world. What might it be called? Brokeback K2, Brokeback Mountain 2 Matterhorny, Brokeback 2 Never Rest on Everest, or Broke Black Mountain? The mountain known as K2 on the border of Pakistan and China is the second tallest mountain in the world after Mount Everest. Personally, I prefer Brokeback Mountain, the remount.
Question 7!
Coming up, my accountant's a real joker. Why might an accountant use a Heath ledger? To keep track of his nerves, to keep track of his livestock, to keep track of his fireplace, or to keep track of his shrubbery? Accountants use ledgers to keep track of things, like heath, a kind of shrubbery. And after a full day of shrubbery accounting, I'm sure he's pretty bushed.
Lordin' chickens picking out a mate. Guess I'll marry 8.
Try this on for size. American literature is garbage. Okay, somebody sent in somebody's trash.
Looking through your trash bag, what's it say about you? Funky trash.
All right. This steaming pile of trash smells literary. Let's see what we can find. There's an ambulance driver's license from World War I, some Cuban cigar butts, and an empty bottle of foot cream specifically designed for 6-toed cats. What famous author does this trash belong to? Mark Twain, John Steinbeck, Ernest Hemingway, or Toni Morrison? Ernest Hemingway was a volunteer ambulance driver in World War I, spent 20 years living in Cuba, and owned a collection of 6-toed cats known as Hemingway cats. Let's see what else Hemingway threw out. Oh, what's this? A Farewell to Arms 2, Armless and Lovin' It. Jeez, I'll just put that back in the garbage.
Scrolling through the park with the sarsaparilla. For me, I'm not nice.
Next, I'd like to make a reservation for 6.3 people, please. Based on the average household size in the United States, what might you expect to hear at one of these restaurants? Table for 2.6 at the Cheesecake Factory, table for 2.9 at Red Robin, table for 3.2 at Denny's, or table for 3.5 at Cracker Barrel. The average American household is made up of 2.6 people, give or take an arm or a torso. Though if you base it on weight, that number increases significantly after eating at Cheesecake Factory.
Hold me, never let me go. Am I dreaming?
It's time for fries or tater tots. Hey, did you know King Tut was just 9 years old when he became Pharaoh of Egypt? Probably still read the Egyptian funny papers every day. Considering which animal the Egyptians worshipped, which ancient comic strip character would King Tut have enjoyed the most? Garfield Hotep, Marmaduke Memnon, Dilbertiti, or Opus Iris? The ancient Egyptians were known to revere and worship cats, like Garfield and Garfield Hotep. And they hated Mondays. Welcome to the attack. When you see 2 clues that match, press your A button. 4,000 if you're right, but say goodbye to 4,000 if you're wrong. But keep this in mind.
Remember the clue.
It's gotta be a match that fits this clue. A banana by any other name would smell as banana-y. Perhaps you know these foods by their aliases. Good luck. That's all she wrote! Wow, for that performance you've won a milkshake, otherwise known as an artificially flavored concoction of bovine mammary secretions and pus. Enjoy!
You don't know Jack! Today's wrong answer of the game is brought to you by Romanticlip Tandem Toenail Clippers, because the couple that clips together stays together.
Sniff out our sponsor's wrong answer of the game and you'll end up with a great prize and serious cash. Hang on tight, we're in for a ride. First question. To era is human. Hey, what's going on? The Paleozoic era, the Cenozoic era, the Mesozoic era, or the Proterozoic era? The Cenozoic era is what's been going on geologically for the last 65 million years. Same crap, different epoch. Take a good look at Menage a Tub. You know that nursery rhyme, rub-a-dub-dub? What the hell are those three men doing in a tub anyway? Sounds like some sort of strange Cialis commercial. Suppose the three men in a tub are floating along in the ocean when they hit a giant iceberg. If their survival rate is the same as the people on the Titanic, who will survive? The butcher, and the baker, the butcher, the baker, and the candlestick maker, or they'll all die. On the Titanic, about 1,500 people died and just over 700 people survived. So roughly 1 in 3 people survived, like the butcher. Just his luck. The butcher survives and all he has to eat is fish. Let's try a profound tweet. Because he famously penned the line, "Brevity is the soul of wit," which author would probably be a fan of Twitter? At Oscar_Wilde, at Yogi Berra 8, at the _real_ Twain, or at Shake $Peer. Shakespeare wrote "Brevity is the soul of wit" for Polonius during the second act of Hamlet. Or as Hamlet is called in tweet speak, Ham.
Everybody quattro, hey!
Coming up next, getting shot with a t-shirt gun. If the mascot for the San Jose Sharks wanted to mirror the feud in West Side Story, what team would he taunt with vicious finger snaps? The Houston Rockets, the New York Jets, the LA Clippers, or the Indiana Pacers? The Jets are the rivals to the Sharks in West Side Story. So while it would be weird for a hockey mascot to taunt a football mascot, you can't always predict hate. But for the sake of innocent civilians, hopefully the mindless violence wouldn't escalate to drive-by dancings.
Where's the vibe, girl? Rock my world, girl. Ooh, yeah.
Try this on for size. Close the door, I'm undressing. And hey, it's a this or that. I'm gonna read you a list of 7 names. For each one, you need to tell me whether it's the name of a brand of ranch salad dressing or the name of a legal brothel in Nevada. If it's a ranch dressing, press left on your plus control pad. If it's a Nevada brothel, press right on your plus control pad. For each one you get right, I'll be pouring on 300 big ones. Get one wrong and I'll strip you of 300. And since you don't seem to be wearing a watch, here, the quicker you answer, the more cash you get in your end. The end. Cool, let's do it. Hidden Valley Ranch, Cherry Patch Ranch, Moonlight Bunny Ranch, Wishbone Ranch, Chicken Ranch, Annie's Naturals Cowgirl Ranch, Marie's Creamy Ranch, Sweet Juicy Tomatoes. That was awesome. And of course, this goes for both of these categories. If you smell blue cheese, ask for a refund immediately. Let's say so long to round 1. And surprisingly, you're doing pretty well. Keep in mind, in round 2, everything is worth twice as much. It's time. I call this one, Show Me the Moonie. About how long was Neil Armstrong's historic walk on the moon? As long as it takes to moon someone out your car window, as long as Michael Jackson's moonwalk song Billie Jean, as long as the Twilight movie New Moon, or as long as the 12-hour shift at Moonlight Bunny Ranch. Neil Armstrong's walk on the moon was about 2.5 hours long, so if you include previews and credits, yeah, it's about that. That is, unless you believe the moon landing was also just a cleverly made movie.
Question 7!
Next up, Comfy in Nautica. How many Snuggies would a giant squid need in order to accommodate all of its appendages? 4 Snuggies, 5 Snuggies, 8 Snuggies, or 10 Snuggies? All squids have 8 arms plus 2 longer tentacles, so with 2 armholes each, a squid would need 5 Snuggies. Of course, I only have 2 arms, but I have 5 Snuggies just for variety.
Lordin' chickens picking out a mate. Guess I'll marry 8.
Coming up, Arch, your arch enemy.
It's the put the choices into order, then buzz in and see if you are right.
Okay, it's an order question, which means I'm giving out a $1,000 bonus to anybody who gets it right. So, put these things in chronological order based on when they first appeared. The St. Louis Arch, the McDonald's Golden Arches, the Archie comics. Archie Golden Arches Arch, Arch Golden Arches Archie, Golden Arches Arch Archie, or Archie Arch Golden Arches. Archie was introduced in 1941, the McDonald's Arches in 1962, and the St. Louis Arch was completed in 1965. That earned you an extra $1,000. And after reading the scathing book on American fast food production, Fast Food Nation, I'll never be able to pick up another Archie comic book, because I realized I hate to read.
Strolling through the park with the sarsaparilla. For me, I'm not nice.
Why not try Drill, baby, drill? So with all these ecological disasters happening around the world, you'd think folks would be ready to embrace alternative forms of energy. Not so. Which protest sign would you see Don Quixote carrying at an anti-environment rally? Wind turbines can blow me, solar panels aren't very bright, thermal energy leaves me cold, or waves so long to tidal power. In Cervantes' novel, Don Quixote thinks windmills are evil, ferocious giants. I think Don Quixote watches too much Fox News.
Hold me, never let me go.
Am I dreaming? Question 10.
Here's one I like to call, It's Snowing Dogs and Dogs. Suppose American Idol's Randy Jackson judged an Iditarod competition. If he were judging a team with the maximum allowable number of dogs, what would he say? Yo, you 6 dogs a killer. Check it, you 8 dogs nailed it. You 12 dogs were hot tonight. Or, listen, you 16 dogs were dope. A musher is allowed to have up to 16 dogs in the Iditarod. At this point, they might as well just add a team of dogs to American Idol's contestant list. Like our intern Kyle here, who auditioned last season. Hey Kyle, sing something!
If I know that I can find love, love.
Step right up to the Jack Attack. When you see 2 clues that match, press your A button. $4,000 if you're right, but you lose $4,000 if you're wrong. And don't forget,
Remember the clue.
it's gotta be a match that fits this clue. You have a nice scalp, so stop hiding it. Please take off your headgear when you go indoors. Good luck. There you have it! That game earned you the honor of wearing the You Don't Know Jack Not a Dunce cap. Unfortunately, I wrote dunce first, and there wasn't enough room to write not a over it. But you know, it's the thought that counts, right?
You Don't Know Jack! Today's wrong answer of the game is brought to you by Granny's Roach Butter. Slow churned, down home, authentic roach flavor and love.
So let's get to it. Kicking things off, John and Kate plus eggs. Suppose John and Kate Gosselin had 8 goslings instead of children. In keeping with the mating habits of geese, how long should John and Kate stay together? 1 mating season, for a few days, for life, or until their acting careers take off? Geese, unlike John and Kate, mate for life. Also, I learned by watching Dancing with the Stars that geese are great dancers when compared to Kate Gosselin. Open wide for Honk If Horny. If car horns only played songs that came from the same countries the cars were originally manufactured in, which horn would come with the BMW? Horn 1, La Cucaracha. Horn 2, O Tannenbaum. Horn 3, The Streets of Cairo. Or Horn 4, Dixieland. The BMW and the Christmas song O Tannenbaum are both German. I'm not sure what country my car is from exactly, but based on the horn, it's wherever that I'm a Barbie Girl song was recorded. How about solid unsalted gold? If rolled gold introduced a pretzel made of 99% pure gold, what would it be called? 10-carat tiny twist pretzels, 16-carat classic-style pretzel rods, 24-carat low-fat pretzel sticks, or 30-carat honey wheat braided twists? 24 karat gold is an alloy made of 99 to 99.9% pure gold. I've made my own prototype here, and let me tell you, it tastes... Ow! Ow!
Everybody quattro, hey!
Next, urine McEcstasy. And oh yeah, baby, it's a this or that. I am going to read 7 phrases. For each one, I want you to tell me if it's a McDonald's slogan or a song by Barry White. If it's McDonald's, press left on your plus control pad. If it's Barry White, press right on your plus control pad. Each right answer gets you $300 sexy dollars. But get one wrong and you'll be an unhappy meal. And you've got 30 seconds to get it on. All right, let's get started. What you want is what you get. Every time a good time. I'm qualified to satisfy you. Put a smile on. I've got so much to give. I'm loving it. Never gonna give you up. Wow, you're either really familiar with fast food or you're really familiar with seductive love music. Either way, it's probably a pretty unhealthy lifestyle. You know, maybe McDonald's should start writing sexy love songs for their ads. Their products already sound sexy. Big and tasty, quarter pounder, chicken strips, apple turnover.
Where's the vibe, girl? Rock my world, girl. Ooh, yeah.
This one's known as 10 Lines of the Nude and Famous. Based on their heights, which of these pasty nudes would need to spend the most time in a spray tan booth? Rodin's The Thinker, Michelangelo's David, Alexandros' Venus de Milo, or Myron's The Discus Thrower? Michelangelo's original sculpture stands ripped at approximately 14.5 feet, by far the tallest of these 4. Although if he were sprayed orange, people might just think it's a 14-foot statue of Regis Philbin. That brings a close to round 1. And you're sitting pretty for someone so ugly. Remember, I'm doubling the value of each question in round 2. Okay then, here we go. Up next, the doctor will see you now, Ms. Montana. Let me see if I got this straight. Miley Cyrus plays Hannah Montana, but all her little fangirls know it's Miley Cyrus. But when she tours as Hannah Montana, and there was a movie about this, and hang on. The Miley Cyrus Hannah Montana phenomenon is best explained by what medical diagnosis? Munchausen syndrome by proxy, obsessive-compulsive disorder, dissociative identity disorder, or Tourette syndrome? Dissociative identity disorder is a fancy doctorin way of saying multiple personalities. I think it's fascinating how you can simultaneously have 2 personalities and no personality. It's time for I Admit to Letting the Dogs Out. Hi everybody, I'm here with everyone's favorite ventriloquist dummy, Billy O'Brien.
And I'm here with everybody's favorite dunny ventriloquist, Cookie Masterson.
One's made of skin, one's made of wood, so who's the dummy?
Not me.
What news do you bring today, Billy?
I'm dying.
You're dying? Oh my God, Billy.
No, I'm not dying. I'm dying of children toots. I want to die a dog to win Dustin's show at the Westminster Dog Show. If my best bet was to have a dog in the herding category, which toots should I purchase? A Doberman Pinscher, a Pomeranian, a Border Collie, or a miniature Toodle?
A Border Collie is the only dog on this list that could compete in the herding category at the Westminster Dog Show.
I want to win Destined Show because my days are numbered.
Your days are numbered? Billy, you said you weren't dying.
I'm not, Dunny. I just have a very detailed numeric-based schedule.
Fucking chickens picking out a mate. Guess I'll marry 8.
Say hello to... Oh, I've never tried the global position. If your GPS told you to drive as the crow flies, what would it be telling you to do?
Drive in circles for 3.3 miles. Drive 10 miles out of your way to your destination. Drive backwards for 6.7 miles. Or drive in a straight line to your destination.
As the crow flies refers to moving in a straight line. The GPS voice is so trustworthy and comforting. Sometimes during a long drive, I tell her my secrets.
Strolling through the park with the sarsaparilla. For me, I'm not nice.
And on its way... Okay, say you get mad at somebody while talking on your BlackBerry and you make a fart noise at them, aka a raspberry. You know. If the spit from your raspberry mixes with your BlackBerry, what new phone might form? An elderberry curve, a cranberry bold, a gooseberry storm, or a loganberry tour? In the botanical world, when a raspberry and a blackberry join together in a magical union, you get a loganberry. A great feature of the loganberry phones is, if you accidentally eat your phone, you can then poop it out and the seeds will eventually produce several more phones, with proper gardening.
Hold me, never let me go. Am I dreaming?
Here's one for you. Your mom's an empowered woman. Imagine this. One day your mom shows you a tattoo across her lower back and tells you the tattoo is an ambigram. Which of these responses to your mom's new tattoo is also an ambigram? What did you, Mom? You did what? What the Mom? Tramp stamp. Or, Mom, wow. An ambigram is an image or text that looks the same right side up and upside down. But why would she want one on her lower back? I mean, no one will ever see it upside down, right? Right? Brace yourself for the attack. When you see 2 clues that match, press your A button. 4,000 big ones if you're right, but if you're wrong, you lose 4,000. And of course,
remember the clue.
It's gotta be a match that fits this clue. What are you searching for? I hope it's something good. Good luck. There it is! Just like a hero in a movie, your voyage was a huge success. But just like a normal person in real life, nobody truly gives a crap.
You don't know Jack!
Today's wrong answer of the game is brought to you by Brownana Banana Toasters. For a perfectly toasted banana the first time and every time. Say, nice banana.
Okay, let's not waste any more time. Let's begin with... Will you calamari me? If Nadia Suleiman, better known as the Octomom, actually behaved like a female octopus, what would happen after she gave birth? She'd die, her spine would dissolve, she'd eat her children, or she'd eat the genitals of the father of her children. Female octopuses, octopi? Whatever. Die shortly after their eggs hatch, so the Octomom would unfortunately kick the bucket. Then they bury her in one casket and her uterus in another. Pucker up for I Heart Atom. If Albert Einstein had written a romantic comedy about the atomic relationship between neutrons and electrons, which Jennifer Aniston flick would have provided the most appropriate title? The Breakup, The Object of My Affection, He's Just Not That Into You, or Leprechaun. Because neutrons have no electrical charge, the negatively charged electrons are not, and never will be, attracted to them. But I did see a picture in Us Weekly of an electron getting frozen yogurt with a proton in Palm Springs. Woo! Here we have Bedbugs Bye Bye Bye, and it's a toxic dis or dat. I'm gonna read you a list of 7 names. For each one, you need to tell me if it's a boy band or an insect repellent brand. If it's a boy band, press left on your plus control pad. If it's insect repellent, press right on your plus control pad. Each one right gets you $300. Each one wrong costs you $300. And like someone putting a roach out of its misery, you'll want to make it quick. Answer fast for more cash. Okay, let's move. Cutter! 98-degree damage! Off! Ultra pure! Ozone! Great job. Or as all 4 new kids on the block would say, job? Where's the job? Can I have a job? I play the 98 Degrees Christmas CD to keep ants out of my kitchen. Everybody quattro! Everybody quattro! Hey! Here's a good one. Facelift book. Which website would not be a fancier version of Facebook? Physiognomy book, Natees book, countenance book, or visage book? Natees book would be a fancy name for ass book. And trust me, you don't want your friend to poke you on ass book.
Where's the vibe, girl? Rock my world, girl. Ooh, yeah.
May I introduce Gory. Suppose Al Gore gets gored during the running of the bulls in Spain. If he demands a recount of all the bulls and steers in the run, what will the recount find? 12 suspicious bulls and steers, 20 dubious bulls and steers, 36 fishy bulls and steers, or 51 questionable bulls and steers. Each day of the running of the Bulls Festival, 6 bulls are released along with 6 steer, so 12 animals in total. The bull's horn didn't pierce Al Gore all the way through. It just left him with dangling chaps. Round 1 is in the books. And you should be very proud of that score, because I'm not. Don't forget, in round 2, all the cash is doubled. And hint, hint, the wrong answer of the game is still out there waiting for you. Let's keep going. Take a stab at I Love You, Meth Cooper. I've been watching that AMC show Breaking Bad about a high school chemistry teacher who uses his science powers for evil by manufacturing drugs. And speaking of chemistry, the title Breaking Bad contains several chemical symbols such as Br, K, N, and Ba. So now it's time for a chemistry pop quiz. Which of those symbols have I matched with the wrong name? Bromine, Br, potassium, K, nickel, N, or barium, Ba. N stands for nitrogen. Nickel is Ni. Chemistry was never my strong suit in high school. And by that I mean I didn't have chemistry with anyone of the opposite sex, or the same sex, really.
Question 7!
I call this one, this heavy metal band is confusing. What might a typical headbanger yell at a Satan-worshipping death metal concert? Neptune's moon rocks! Helicopters kick ass! Meat substitutes rule! Whales wail! Seitan is a common vegetarian meat substitute made from cooked wheat gluten. Yeah, that should be a pretty awesome concert.
Fucking chickens picking out a mate. Guess I'll marry 8.
It's time for Refereo. I don't know if you've ever been to Rio de Janeiro, but they have that giant stone statue looming over the city called Christ the Redeemer. It's real famous. If Rio's Christ the Redeemer statue were refereeing a game played by other giant statues, what call would he be making? Touchdown, safe, traveling, or pass interference? The Christ the Redeemer statue's arms are stuck straight out to the sides, sort of like an umpire calling a baseball player safe. Still, Christ would make a pretty annoying ump, constantly saying things like, you know, the only way to be truly safe is to accept me as your personal savior.
Strolling through the park with the sarsaparilla. For me, I'm not nice.
This one's known as Stop Rhyming Now, I Mean It. Eating which of these snacks would make Mr. Peanut a cannibal? Corn nuts, Cracker Jacks, grape nuts, or Munchies? Cracker Jacks is the only snack listed that contains nuts. What does Mr. Peanut eat anyway? I'm guessing it's a lot of fish. Don't know why, just seems like he'd eat a lot of fish. Maybe it's the monocle.
Hold me, never let me go. Am I dreaming?
Let's try Big Dickens. Which Charles Dickens novel ends most like the way The Sopranos ended? Great Expectations, The Mystery of Edwin Drood, A Christmas Carol, or Little Dorrit? Dickens died before finishing The Mystery of Edwin Drood, so it pretty much stops without getting to an ending, just as, love it or hate it, the last episode of The Sopranos dramatically cuts to black. I hate it when things don't have proper endings. Reminds me of a joke. A mobster, a writer, and a turn-of-the-century British street urchin walk into a... Step right up to the Jack Attack. When you see two clues that match, press your A button. 4,000 if you're right, but you'll lose 4,000 if you're wrong. But keep this in mind.
Remember the clue.
It's gotta be a match that fits this clue. Sequel, the subtitle. Get ready for a massive disappointment. Good luck. That's the game! Nice. That was right up there with the best sequels. Godfather 2, Spider-Man 2, Weekend at Bernie's 2.
That'll do it, folks. What's going on, Donnie?
All right, give me the ace waiting.
Today's wrong answer of the game is brought to you by Hopalong Harry's One Leg at a Time Pantorium. If you've only got one leg, you've only got one option. Hopalong Harry's.
All right, let's do this thing. Let's start with coffee is dead to me. Suppose Coffee Mate comes out with a new coffee creamer called Cream Mate. If it only dissolves at the minimum human body cremation temperature, how hot would your coffee have to be? 800 degrees Fahrenheit, 1400 degrees Fahrenheit, 2000 degrees Fahrenheit, or 2600 degrees Fahrenheit? In crematoriums, bodies are burned between 1400 and 1800 degrees, generally speaking. If the temperature drops below 1400, you might end up with a thumb in your decorative urn. And with coffee that hot, the side of the McDonald's cup would read, "Warning, if you are reading this, then you have 4th degree burns." Open wide for Rhyme of the Ancient Soulja Boy. The best rappers have such a nimble control over words that their songs rival the work of the Romantic-era poets. And then there's Soulja Boy, tell 'em. Suppose Soulja Boy wanted to bust some rhymes with a rap adaptation of the Rhyme of the Ancient Mariner. For the music video, what would be an appropriate choice of bling? A platinum pelican ring, whale-shaped diamond earrings, a grill that spells shark attack, or a chain with an iced-out albatross? In Samuel Taylor Coleridge's poem, the mariner kills an albatross and then is punished by having to wear it around his neck. If he ever makes a tutorial video on how to do the dance steps, I'd be really curious to see how one goes about albatrossing that hoe. Up next, Olive Garden. Suppose the Olive Garden slogan, "When you're here, your family," were literally true. Because they're not related, which dining duo would suddenly share the same genetic makeup? Bob Dylan passing breadsticks to Jacob Dylan, John Voight laughing with Angelina Jolie, Ed Harris cutting chicken parm for Neil Patrick Harris, or Charlie Sheen sharing lasagna with Emilio Estevez? Ed Harris is not related to Neil Patrick Harris. They should change their slogan to, "When you're here, it's because you couldn't make reservations at a better Italian restaurant." Hey! Next up, I'll pop a Capulet in your assulet. Remember when Juliet said, "Oh, Romeo, Romeo, wherefore art thou Romeo?" Well, which of these song titles correctly uses the word wherefore? Wherefore's the frequency, Kenneth? Wherefore let the dogs out? Wherefore do fools fall in love? Or wherefore everybody knows your name? The word wherefore, believe it or not, means why. That reminds me, I need to ask my psychiatrist wherefore I cry myself to sleep every night.
Where's your vibe, girl? Rock my world, girl. Ooh, yeah.
Say hello to a diaper rash of success, and it's a dis or dat. I'm going to read off 7 words or expressions, and for each one I want you to tell me if it's written on an inspirational poster sold by Successories. You know, those posters that have a picture of a mountain and then underneath is written teamwork. Those posters. Or a brand of adult diapers. If it's from an inspirational Successories poster, press left on your plus control pad. If it's an adult diaper, press right on your plus control pad. Each correct answer will help you succeed and prosper. But answer wrong and crap your pants. Let's get this done in 30 seconds because I really have to go do something urgently really soon. Alrighty then, here it comes. Opportunity, dignity, certainty, poise, confidence, tranquility, perseverance. Wow, nice work. You're motivated, incontinent. You must be my mother. I've been looking around on Successory's website, and they have tons more posters that would make good names for adult diapers. My personal favorites are Let It Flow and Make Your Mark. Round 1 is complete, and you're in pretty good shape for now. Don't forget, all the questions in round 2 are worth double. And remember, our wrong answer of the game is still out there waiting to be picked. Okay, let's see what's next. Next. I said help, not kelp. Who could really use a hand? Luke Skywalker, Lord Voldemort, Bazooka Joe, or Captain Ahab? If you remember, Luke lost his hand in episode 5 when his dad cut it off with his big flashlight sword thingy. So he could really use a hand. Sure, Luke eventually got a prosthesis, but it never felt quite right. Why? Well, he just couldn't put his finger on it. Question 7! And on its way, look what that Muppet did to the rug. If Muppet Dog Rolf is rollfulling, what dog trick did you teach him? Play dead, roll over, beg, or play the piano? ROFL is an internet acronym for rolling on the floor laughing, so Rolf would be rolling over and laughing at you. The easiest trick to get a Muppet to do is stay. You just take your arm out of it.
Lodding chickens picking out a mate. Guess I'll marry 8.
Try this on for size. Old Derriere. So they say it's impossible to drink a gallon of milk in an hour. I say phooey. That's why I've recruited stagehand Old Man to put this one to the test. Now, Old Man, you've been drinking that gallon for about 59 minutes, am I right?
That's right, Cookie. I'm almost there. I can almost taste the victory. Tastes kind of like milk.
You can do it. I got a buck riding on this, so don't screw it up. Now, Old Man says he can almost taste the victory. If his attempt at finishing a gallon of milk in an hour results in a Pyrrhic victory, what will happen? He'll finish the gallon, then finish another gallon. He'll finish the gallon, but will be violently ill for weeks. He will stop just short of finishing the gallon, or no one will ever know if he did or didn't finish the gallon. He'll finish the gallon, but a Pyrrhic victory is a victory that's gained at a great cost. In this case, weeks of lactose-induced intestinal chaos.
Well, it's a good thing I'm wearing my nappies. Those things can hold anything. Almost anything. Towel!
Strolling through the park with the sarsaparilla. For me, I'm not nice.
Coming up next... cereal! Which of these breakfast cereal mascots would give Jonathan Harker nightmares? Toucan Sam, Count Chocula, the Trix Rabbit, or Sugar Bear? Harker is a character from Bram Stoker's novel Dracula, and Count Chocula is some kind of a chocolate-loving vampire. I once had a very scary nightmare with Dracula in it. Yeah, see, Dracula and I were playing backgammon when suddenly I had to give a big important speech in front of an audience. Oh.
Hold me, never let me go. Am I dreaming? Question 10.
Pucker up for Suck of the Irish. Which famous movie kiss best replicates the experience of kissing the Blarney Stone? The Lady and the Tramp kiss, the Brokeback Mountain kiss, the Ghost kiss, or the Spider-Man kiss? The classic Spider-Man kiss involved Spider-Man hanging upside down and kissing MJ. And in order to kiss the famous Blarney Stone in Ireland, you have to hang upside down. It's very similar. See, in one scenario, Tobey Maguire kisses a dripping wet Kirsten Dunst. And in the other scenario, you're dangled upside down by an elderly Irish man so you can bring your mouth into contact with 7 centuries of bacteria. Welcome to the attack. When you see 2 clues that match, press your A button. 4,000 bucks if you're right, but say goodbye to 4,000 if you're wrong. And most importantly,
remember the clue.
It's gotta be a match that fits this clue. You have 7 what? I'll show you my 7 if you show me yours. Good luck. There you have it! Talk about lucky number 7. You should really get yourself to Vegas and hit up those craps tables. Wait, is the 7 good or bad? Is there a 7? This is why I don't go to Vegas.
You don't know Jack!
Good job, everyone. Donnie, what are we doing?
So, are you thinking you'd like to rage in more tomflummery?
Today's wrong answer of the game is brought to you by BloodCo. All your blood needs without the mess and fuss. Any type, any thickness, any gender. BloodCo.
Okay, it's time. To begin with, can't we all just get along, John? What do donut rivals Dunkin' Donuts and Krispy Kreme have in common? Onomatopoeia, alliteration, assonance, or illusion? Alliteration is the repetition of the first sounds in words, and both Dunkin' Donuts and Krispy Kreme have that. So you see, they're not so different after all. You know what? Tomorrow morning, I'm gonna eat a Dunkin' Donut and a Krispy Kreme at the same time, and poop them out later in one unified poop of compassion and understanding. Here's one for you. Space, the final frontier. If Star Trek's Mr. Spock decides to have his ears vulcanized, what will be true about them? His ears will be rounder, his ears will be stronger, his ears will be larger, or his ears will hear better. Vulcanization is the process where rubber is converted to stronger, more durable materials, so Mr. Spock's pointy ears would become stronger. Which would be great because then it would be easier for Scotty to use them to open his beer bottles. Here's one I like to call Bibla Blah Blah. What biblical album title would be appropriate for a Kesha album featuring different versions of her song Blah Blah Blah? Pillar of Salt, Jonah and the Whale, The Tower of Babel, or Birth of Jesus? The Tower of Babel is a story in the book of Genesis where God confused the language of all humans so they could no longer understand each other. Thing is, I speak English and I still have no idea what the Kesha is talking about. Everybody quattro, hey! Here we have Undead Anatomy. Which of these movie monsters is truly heartless? The Mummy, Dracula, Frankenstein's monster, or the Wolfman? A mummy's organs are removed and placed in jars during mummification, so the mummy would not have a heart. Though mummification was perfected over thousands of years, the Egyptians always had difficulty removing the water on the knee without the tweezers touching the metal sides of the game board.
Where's the vibe, girl? Rock my world, girl.
Coming up, your hair smells like blackberry, and it's a dis or dat. I'm gonna read off 7 phrases. For each one, tell me if it's a feature of the Nexus 1 phone, a feature of Nexus shampoo, or both. If it's about the Nexus phone, press left on your plus control pad. If it's about Nexus shampoo, press right on your plus control pad. And if you think it's both, press your A button. Each one right gets you 300 weekend minutes. But get one wrong and 300 drops faster than your ego on a bad hair day. You got 30 seconds before the dam breaks. Okay, we're off. Anti-breakage system. Digital compass. Volume control. Noise cancellation. 100,000 to 1 contrast ratio. Heat protection. Not tested on animals. Nice shine. All this talk of phones and shampoo reminds me I need to go to the beauty parlor and make an appointment for my permanent. We've finished round 1. And you're doing pretty well, probably because there's no competition. Keep in mind, all the prizes are doubled in round 2. All right, let's get back to it. Here's a good one. Where the Banshees live, and they do live well. How tall is the tallest stone at Stonehenge? 2 Sharon Stones high, 3 Joss Stones high, 4 Oliver Stones high, or 5 Stone Phillipses high? Oliver Stone is 6 feet tall. The tallest stone at Stonehenge is about 24 feet tall. So you could stack 4 Oliver Stones on top of each other to reach that high. The only difference between Stonehenge and 4 Oliver Stones on top of each other is I'd be upset if Stonehenge fell over.
Question 7!
Why not try? I'd like to return this maid a milking, please. If you had to individually wrap all the items from the song The 12 Days of Christmas, how many packages would you end up with? 12, 42, 78, or 144? 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5 plus 6 plus 7 plus 8 plus 9 plus 10 plus 11 plus 12 equals 78 individually wrapped gifts. You might want to invest in a large mallet, too. The Lords of Leaping are a lot easier to wrap when they're unconscious.
Fucking chickens picking out a mate. Guess I'll marry 8.
How about, who sort of said this, more or less? It's time for a Who Said It question. Now Chad, our production assistant, will hand me a piece of paper with a famous quote and...
Wait, you need that now?
Yeah. Didn't get the email?
I told you, man, for business-related stuff, you gotta message me on Facebook.
So you don't have the quote?
No, but I remember it, I think. Well, let me take a stab at it.
Okay, who said, Chad?
If you poke my eye out, then, I poke out yours, then the whole world isn't gonna see anything that well, I guess.
Abraham Lincoln, Mahatma Gandhi, Martin Luther King Jr., or Mother Teresa?
Oh wait, I found the quote. An eye for an eye makes the whole world blind. And that was said by Mahatma Gandhi. Hey, that's pretty right on. I think I'm gonna start following this Gandhi guy on Twitter.
Thanks for your help, Chad.
Scrolling through the park with the sarsaparilla. For me, I'm not nice.
And now, a barrel of donkeys. Which element of the classic arcade game Donkey Kong does not represent a simple machine? The stack of barrels, the slanted girder ramps, Jumpman's hammer, or Donkey Kong's elevators? The ramps are inclined planes, the hammer is a lever, and the elevators are pulleys. But Donkey Kong's barrel stack just sits there and it's not any kind of simple machine. I've always wondered what's in those barrels. I'm guessing thousands of rotting princess torsos.
Hold me, never let me go. Am I dreaming?
Take a good look at in bed. This is the part of the game where I start to feel like I need a little snack. Maybe I'll have a fortune cookie.
Cookie, fortune, flip. Cookie, master slip.
You have an unusually magnetic personality. Well, if I'm so friggin' magnetic, who's most attracted to me? Iron Man, Gold Member, the Tin Man, or the Silver Surfer? Magnets barely attract gold or silver and mostly know with tin, but they sure do love iron. And if I were really magnetic, the last place I should be is near all this expensive electronic equipment. Step right up to the Jack Attack. When you see two clues that match, press your A button. $4,000 for a right answer, $4,000 gone if you're wrong. And don't ever forget,
Remember the clue.
It's gotta be a match that fits this clue. Yeah, you spooked me all night long. I'm bringing Spooky back. Good luck. That's all she wrote! Not bad, but don't get too cocky. I happen to know that you'll soon be haunted by a large, messy burrito for a long and uncomfortable amount of time.
You don't know Jack!
That's a wrap. Donnie, what's happening?
All right then, have you any tinkling for jumping back into the proceedings?
Today's wrong answer of the game is brought to you by Country Charm Indoor Outhouses. All the convenience of an indoor restroom with all the charm of crabbing through a wooden hole.
Okay, let's light this sucker. To get things rolling, pleasurable measurables. Hey, remember that internet video sensation, 2 Girls, 1 Cup? Here's a clip of it now. I'm kidding, what do you think I am, some kind of sicko? Say Rachel Ray and Martha Stewart make a wholesome version of the video 2 Girls, 1 Cup featuring chocolate ice cream. If they can't find a cup and use an equivalent, what might the video be called? 2 girls, 1/4 pint, 2 girls, 1/2 pint, 2 girls, 32 tablespoons, or 2 girls, 64 tablespoons. A cup in cooking terms is equal to a 1/2 pint, or 16 tablespoons. By the way, I'm filming your reaction to this question right now, and it is absolutely priceless. This one's called Dot Your Black Eyes and Cross Your P's. Which of these is Will.i.am's name in the present perfect progressive form? Will I would, will I have been, will I would be, or will I will? The present perfect progressive tense uses has or have plus been plus the present participle. As in, will I have been feeling very fergalicious lately? Here we have lucky number 17. What could have been a cover story for the first issue of 17 magazine? Special suffragette issue, World War II rationing fashion tips, the cutest boys of the Nixon White House, hot styles for the end of the Cold War. 17 magazine was first published in 1944 during World War II. So, a girl who was 17 when 17 first came out, well, she probably just reads AARP magazine now, or Dead People, the tabloid for dead people. Hey! Here's one for you. It was the best of prime time, it was the worst of prime time, and it was a dis or dat. I'm gonna read off 7 TV shows. For each one, tell me if it was on TV Guide's list of the 50 best shows of all time, or on TV Guide's list of the 50 worst shows of all time. If it's one of TV Guide's best, press left on your plus control pad. If it's one of TV Guide's worst, press right on your plus control pad. Each one right gets you 300 ratings points. Each one wrong costs you 300. And you got the length of a commercial to do your business. Answer quickly for more bonus cash. We good? Here we go. Baywatch. The Howard Stern Show. Hogan's Heroes. Bewitched. Star Trek The Next Generation. The Brady Bunch Hour. Barney and Friends. Congrats! You've clearly wasted most of your life watching terrible television. The Jerry Springer Show was rated the worst TV show of all time, which begs the question, have the makers of TV Guide even seen 2.5 Men? I mean, come on! You haven't seen it, have you? Just watch it once, TV Guide people. It's not like you don't know when it's on.
Where's the vibe, girl? Rock my world, girl. Ooh, yeah.
Try this on for size. Lady Luck is a dirty tramp. Which casino game takes a lot of balls to play? Roulette, Keno, craps, or Baccarat? Keno is a game of chance similar to Lotto that uses 80 balls circulating in an enclosed bubble, so it takes a lot of balls to play it. When playing Keno, it also helps to have a really big sack to put your winnings in. That's the end of a thrilling first round. And surprisingly, you're doing pretty well. Remember, in round 2, every question is worth double. Now get out there and make me proud. Take a stab at U2SA. If you went to see U2, one of the most popular touring acts in the world, play in the biggest stadium venue in the world, how would Bono most likely open the concert? Welcome to Soldier Field! Welcome to Indianapolis Motor Speedway! Welcome to Beaver Stadium! Willkommen zum Olympiastadion München! At 250,000 seats, the Indianapolis Motor Speedway has the greatest seating capacity in the world, making it big enough for U2's fans. And they can actually add over 100,000 spots for ground seating as well, meaning there might even be enough space for Bono's ego. Question 7! How about me captain is Sue captain?
It's the put the choices into order, then buzz in and see if you are right. Question.
Okay, I'm gonna make this one even more worth your while by adding another $1,000 for a correct answer. Rank these captains in order of their first appearance from the oldest to the most recent. Captain Morgan's Rum, Captain Planet, Captain Crunch. Captain Crunch, Captain Planet, Captain Morgan, Captain Planet, Captain Morgan, Captain Crunch, Captain Crunch, Captain Morgan, Captain Planet, or Captain Morgan, Captain Crunch, Captain Planet. Captain Morgan Rum first appeared in 1945, Captain Crunch in 63, and Captain Planet in 1990. You just picked up an extra $1,000 for that. And what do these 3 captains all have in common? They were usually present at the breakfast table when I was growing up.
Blood and chickens picking out a mate. Guess I'll marry 8.
And on its way, Jesus, master of the sacrifice bunt. If Major League Baseball followed the same hierarchy as the Catholic Church, what would be the AAA minor league team for the St. Louis Cardinals? The Memphis Archbishops, the Memphis Deacons, the Memphis In the order of Catholic precedence, Archbishops are just below Cardinals. I do love going to a Memphis Archbishops game. Between innings, the nuns come out of the dugout and shoot Jesus t-shirts out of air cannons.
Scrolling through the park with the sarsaparilla. For me, I'm 99.
Here's one I like to call office politics. What do U.S. Vice President Joe Biden and Jim Halpert from The Office have in common? They're both married to a Pam, both worked for a company with Dunder in the name, they both lived in Scranton, Pennsylvania, or they're both fictional characters. Joe Biden was born in Scranton and The Office is set there. Proving once again that Scranton, Pennsylvania is the cultural and political epicenter of the United States.
Hold me, never let me go. Am I dreaming?
And now, Oz trippin'. Suppose the Poppies in The Wizard of Oz made the Scarecrow dream about the world's #1 opium-producing country. Where would he follow the yellow brick road of his mind to? To Uruguay, to Afghanistan, to Costa Rica, or to Saudi Arabia? Afghanistan is the world's largest opium producer. And why do you think the Lollipop Guild enjoyed suckers so much? One word, ecstasy. Brace yourself for the attack. When you see 2 clues that match, press your A button. 4,000 if you're right, but if you're wrong, you lose 4,000. And one more thing.
Remember the clue.
It's gotta be a match that fits this clue. You taught me everything I know. Wax on, wax off, Danielson. Good luck. There it is! Ah, Grasshopper. It appears the student has become the teacher?
You don't know Jack!
Nice one, folks. Okay, Danny, let us know what we're doing.
Hey, are you...
Today's wrong answer of the game is brought to you by Girly Drink Supply Warehouse. When a blue drink in a flamingo tumbler isn't enough, add some plastic.
Okay, no turning back. First up, oh brothers. If my grandmother is the great-grandmother of the Jonas Brothers, and the Jonas Brothers are not my sons, which they aren't, how should I refer to them at family reunions? The Jonas first cousins once removed, the Jonas second cousins once removed, the Jonas second cousins, or the Jonas first cousins twice removed. By sharing the same grandparent with a generational gap between us, we would be first cousins once removed. To reiterate, I am not actually related to the Jonas Brothers. That's what we do with this game, we make things up, okay? Moving on. Excuse me, moving on. Up next, I've got linguine on my boot. Italy is often referred to as being shaped like a big boot. If it's a thigh-high boot, where's Rome? Near the middle of the thigh, just below the knee, on the boot heel, or on the tip of the toes. The city of Rome, located in the Lazio region of Italy, would put it slightly below the kneecap if Italy were a thigh-high. Yes, the Italians brought us some of the greatest historical figures ever known. Mario and Luigi, Chef Boyardee, Da Vinci Codes. This one's known as This, That, and the Other Question. Who is the eponymous character on Seinfeld? George, Jerry, Elaine, or Cosmo? The character Jerry's last name is Seinfeld, making him the eponymous character in the show. Another word for this is titular. He's the titular character in the show. And speaking of titular, he's real and he's spectacular. Hey! Coming up next, Bond, Elmo Bond, and it's a dis or dat. I'm gonna read off 7 names. For each one, tell me if it's a Bond girl from a James Bond movie or a Sesame Street Muppet. If she's a Bond girl, press left on your plus control pad. If she's from Sesame Street, press right on your plus control pad. Each one right gets you $1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, $300. Each one wrong costs you $1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, forget it. And keep an eye on the clock. Answer quickly for more bonus cash. Cool, let's do it. Penelope Smallbone. Mary Goodnight. Strawberry Fields. Mary Dawn. Sherry Netherland. Abby Kadabi. Christmas Jones. Very good. This dis or dat has been brought to you by the letters OCTOPUSSY and the number 007.
Where's the vibe, girl? Rock my world, girl. Ooh, yeah.
I call this one The Night is Young, Angus. You know that AC/DC song, You Shook Me All Night Long? Well, on what date in the Northern Hemisphere would Shaking Me All Night Long take the least time and energy? January 22nd, June 22nd, July 22nd, or September 22nd? The night is the shortest it gets all year on the summer solstice, which falls right around June 22nd. Although at this age, if AC/DC is still shaking all night long, it's probably due to some unfortunate disorder. That'll wrap up round 1. And you've got a pretty nice score. It's a shame there's nobody here to share it with. Don't forget, in round 2, all the cash is doubled. Let's move on, shall we? Say hello to... Check your butterfly. Growing up, I had a pet butterfly I called Benjamin. Unfortunately, like most things I've loved, it died after I accidentally sat on it. If Benjamin the butterfly pulled a Benjamin Button, how would its stages of life go? Egg, caterpillar, pupa, butterfly, butterfly, caterpillar, pupa, egg, caterpillar, egg, butterfly, pupa, or butterfly, pupa, caterpillar, egg. Benjamin Button lived his life in reverse from old man to baby, and this one is the opposite of the usual butterfly life cycle. I'm starting to get a little tired. Might have to sit down for this next question. Poopsie! Oh, I'm so sorry. Question 7! Open wide for... He's a wild animal on the football field. Which NFL football team is not represented by a mammal? Chicago, Minnesota, Miami, or Arizona? Birds aren't mammals, so those Arizona Cardinals are cold-blooded. Still not sure what the Browns are.
Fucking chickens picking out a mate. Guess I'll marry 8.
Here's a good one. Quiz'em. Quiz'em? What could that mean? Oh no.
Maybe it means I'm Dak.
One's made of skin, one's made of wood, so who's the dummy?
Not me. We should spend some personal time together. We should go see a musical play.
A musical? I don't know. It would have to be a really good one.
Which of these musicals has won a Pulitzer Prize for drama? Spain, Nanania, South Pacific, or Die Die Dirty?
Believe it or not, South Pacific won a Pulitzer Prize in 1950. Hey Billy, say Les Miserables.
Les Miserables.
Say Bye Bye Birdie.
Die Die Dirty.
Say Porgy and Bess.
Torgy and Bess. Stop making fun of me.
Strolling through the park with the sarsaparilla. For me, I'm not nice.
Let's try M&M's with a glass of milk. Okay, M&M's were first introduced in 1941. So, say Eminem remixes some of his songs to honor the only 3 M&M's colors that have been around constantly since 1941. Which song would not be part of the list? The Real Slim Yellow Shady, Lose Yourself in the Brown, My Name is Orange, or Without Me, Green? Brown, yellow, and green have always been part of the M&M lineup. Orange was introduced later. But give Orange some credit. M&M too. It ain't easy being the new color in town, especially when you've been preceded by Vanilla Ice.
Hold me, never let me go. Am I dreaming? Question time.
Next up, time to class it up. Oh look, a kazoo. What was I playing? Hungarian Rhapsody number 2 on kazoo, Rhapsody in Blue on kazoo, Blue Danube on kazoo, or Danube Brew on kazoo? Yes, that was me playing Blue Danube on kazoo. And now I'm going to play a song by the Beatles on kazoo. We don't really have the money for the rights to any Beatles songs, but luckily I'm not very good at playing the kazoo. Step right up to the Jack Attack. When you see 2 clues that match, press your A button. $4,000 if you're right, but say goodbye to $4,000 if you're wrong. And of course,
remember the clue.
It's gotta be a match that fits this clue. Everything's going to be K. Name the K, K. K. Good luck, K. That's the game! Cool! I said that with a K to be clever and question appropriate. You probably couldn't tell. It was funny though.
You don't know Jack!
Nice work, folks. Donnie, what's going on?
And today's wrong answer of the game is brought to you by...
You've got Gall, Gallstone Jewelers. Because sometimes love hurts.
Okay, let's hit it. To get started, more crazy W's. What do Willy Wonka and Andy Warhol have in common? Both had elaborate ploys to find an heir, they both owned a factory, they were both hypochondriacs, or both hid golden tickets in people's food. Wonka owned the chocolate factory and Warhol owned the Factory, the name of his famous art studio. You are likely to see people licking the walls in both factories. It's time for... Waiter, there's a saint in my drink. I'm telling you, the face of the Virgin Mary is busy these days. Always popping up like she does in trees and birthmarks and oil spill patterns. Because it is a virgin drink, in which of these beverages would you be most likely to see the face of the Virgin Mary? Drambuie, Zima, Courvoisier, or horchata? Horchata is a non-alcoholic Mexican rice milk. And while it's technically a virgin drink, there was that one time a bartender just stuck the tip of a celery stalk in it. Next. I love you for your cookies. I'm not gonna lie to you, I've been really lonely lately. And when that happens, I sit around eating sweets. Well, mostly just cookies. Well, mostly just fortune cookies.
Cookie, fortune, flash, cookie, message.
Oh, yeah. You're the only ones who understand me. You're the only friends I have. Wait a second. What's this fortune say? Hey, this is great. You will find true love on April 22nd. All right. Based on the date, what would be an appropriate gift to give my new lover? A coat made out of groundhog fur, a roll of Mardi Gras paper towels, a huge chunk of earth, or a flag with my image on it? Although all these gifts are pretty appropriate, April 22nd is Earth Day, so a huge chunk of Earth seems most appropriate. Every Earth Day, I decorate my house with thousands of green lights that line the windows and the roof, with an animatronic Al Gore on the front lawn.
Everybody quattro, hey!
Pucker up for... I'm more than a celebrity, I'm a celebrity author. Which celebrity-written book would most likely win the Caldecott Medal? Tech War by William Shatner, Martha Stewart's Pies and Tarts by Martha Stewart, Miles to Go by Miley Cyrus, or If Roast Beef Could Fly by Jay Leno? If Roast Beef Could Fly is Jay Leno's attempt at a children's book, and the Caldecott Medal is awarded to the best children's book of the year. I actually read this book, and it's just a piece of roast beef giving a tepid monologue for 20 pages. It's weird that Jay Leno is writing children's books because the only people I know who like him are elderly. If Leno won the Caldecott, he'd probably be humble and give the award to someone who really deserved it, and then take it back a few months later.
Where's the vibe, girl? Rock my world, girl. Ooh, yeah.
Coming up, this place is a dump place, and it's a this or that. I'm gonna read off 7 names. For each one, tell me if it's a top-ranked hotel in the United States or a British term for toilet. If it's a fancy hotel, press left on your plus control pad. If it's a British toilet, press right on your plus control pad. Each one right gets you $300, about half the room rate of a 1-bedroom garden view. But get one wrong and $300 gets flushed. Keep an eye on the timer. The faster you finish, the sooner the place will air out. Ready? Let's go. The Cloister. The Privy. The Swat. The Little Mel. The Nettie. The Breakers. The Fog. Room service. Can somebody tell me why there's a telephone in hotel bathrooms? It makes no sense. I mean, I always use my cell phone to call my mom while I'm pooping. That'll bring an end to our first round. And you've got a decent score there. Don't screw it up. Remember, I'm doubling the value of each question in round 2. And don't forget, big cash prizes can be yours if you find the wrong answer of the game. Okay, we're bringing it on. This one's known as jellyfishing. Well, we're all in for a real treat because world-renowned animal expert Hans Hansen is here.
It's actually Hans Hansen.
Yeah, anyway. Hans, what animals do you have for us today?
Well, first off, we have a splendorous creature of the sea, the glorious jellyfish.
Wow, that truly is a beautiful Holy It stung me, Hans! Ow! Ow!
Oh dear, jellyfish stings can be quite toxic and painful.
No it's killing me! Quick! Quick, Hans, do something!
Oh, well, let's see. We could pour vinegar on it, rub salt into it, leave it alone, or urinate on it. Oh, yes, that's right. Vinegar is generally regarded as the best home remedy for jellyfish stings.
Wait, some weirdos think it's urine?
An old wives' tale, as I recall.
So for anyone out there that peed on themselves or had someone else pee on them after a jellyfish sting, just know it served no medical purpose. You had urine on you for no reason.
Urine is just part of the splendorous glory of...
Get out of here, Hans!
Question 7!
I call this one, there's a soccer player in my soup. Suppose Top Ramen releases a World Cup of noodles. If they base their campaign on the total number of competing teams in each World Cup of soccer, what slogan might they use? Now with 4 fiery flavors, each cup only 16 cents, 32 teams, 32 noodles, or only 64 calories per serving. Every 4 years, 32 teams are selected to compete in the World Cup. And every 4 years, I buy another economy pack of ramen from Costco. It only costs like $20, and I have over 1,400 meals.
Blood and chickens picking out a mate. Guess I'll marry 8.
Here we have I has question. Who is most likely to have a prescription for Yaz? Jason Mraz, Taz, Naz, or Cameron Diaz? Yaz is a birth control pill for women, and Diaz is the only woman in this group. Although I'm not completely convinced Jason Mraz doesn't have female reproductive organs.
Scrolling through the park with the sarsaparilla. For me, I'm not nice.
Take a stab at better late than never ever. When The Late Late Show with Craig Ferguson airs at 12:35 a.m. Eastern, 11:35 Central, what time is it in Ferguson's native country? 2:35 p.m., 7:35 p.m., 5:35 a.m., or 10:35 a.m.? Scotland, Ferguson's home country, is 5 hours ahead of New York. Which means they're in the future!
Hold me, never let me go. Am I dreaming?
Here's one for you. The naming of the shrew. Who has a name that does not claim to identify where they're from? Leonardo da Vinci, Charles de Gaulle, Milhouse Van Houten, or Pepe Le Pew? Da, de, and van all essentially mean of or from, but le just means the, as in Pepe the Pew. Which leads me to the timeless question, would you rather smell the pew or smell of pew? Welcome to the attack. When you see 2 clues that match, press your A button. 4,000 big ones if you're right, but you lose 4,000 if you're wrong. And don't ever forget,
Remember the clue.
It's gotta be a match that fits this clue. Hey, that's my sister! So keep your hands off her. Good luck. There you have it! A good score coming in and a perfect Jack attack. Somebody's a Marcia Brady.
You don't know Jack!
That's a wrap. Donnie, what's happening?
Just give me the single if you want to proceed with continuation.
Today's wrong answer of the game is brought to you by What a Prick Cactus Company. The plural of cactus may be cacti, but our focus is on cactu.
Okay, let's begin. First question. Partly sunny with a chance. How much of a levato is a demi-levato? 1/3 of a levato, 1/2 of a levato, 3/4 of a levato, or a full levato? Demi means half, so demi-levato is actually half of a levato. All right, bring me the levato. Say hello to Pee-wee's Big Art Venture. Imagine we could get Paul Rubens of Pee Wee Herman fame to host our game. It would be pretty sweet. Anyway, if we could somehow convince him to do it, how would it sound theoretically if Paul Rubens pronounced the name of a Peter Paul Rubens painting? Portrait of the Artist's Mother! The Hippopotamus Hunt! The Starry Night! Girl with the Pearl Earring! The Hippopotamus Hunt is one of the more famous paintings by Peter Paul Rubens, often referred to just as Rubens. You know, if we could get Paul Rubens to host this game, it would be a guaranteed hit. Open wide for fashion you can believe in. And it's a dis or dat. I'm gonna read off 7 names. For each one, tell me if it's the name of a nonprofit humanitarian organization or a brand of designer jeans. If it's a nonprofit, press left on your plus control pad. If it's jeans, press right on your plus control pad. Each one right gets you a generous $300. But each one wrong will set you back a pair of Calvin Kleins. You've got 30 seconds to make a difference. Okay, let's move. Citizens of humanity. People's liberation. Call to action. 7 for all mankind. Global impact. True religion. Rockin' Republic. Wow, you really know your charities from your expensive jeans. You must be a UN Goodwill ambassador. Yeah, nothing says I enjoy helping the less fortunate better than a $300 pair of jeans.
Everybody quattro, everybody quattro, hey!
How about a salute to Dick? Did you know that the first Gap store opened in 1969, the same year Richard Nixon took office? If the Gap decided to honor Richard Nixon by keeping their stores open for the duration of the audio gap found on the Watergate tapes, approximately what would the store's hours be? 9 a.m. until 9:01 a.m., 9 a.m. until 9:18 a.m., 9 a.m. until 2:12 p.m., or 9 a.m. until 9 o'clock the next day? The missing audio gap in the Watergate tapes was 18.5 minutes long, so the gap would be open from 9 until a little after 9:18. Coincidentally, that missing audio was just 18.5 minutes of Nixon telling Henry Kissinger how good his ass looked in khakis.
Where's the vibe, girl? Rock my world, girl. Ooh, yeah.
Buck her up for Nostra Awesome. Man, you know that Nostradamus guy who wrote all those quatrains that predicted everything that's ever happened? Turns out the dude even predicted video games. Because he never mentions it in his quatrains, which video game series did Nostradamus not predict? Doom, Quake, Battlefield, or Portal? Nostradamus mentions the words Battlefield, Quake, and Portal multiple times each, but he never mentions the word Doom. Now, he also didn't predict Tetris specifically, but he did say, beasts ferocious from hunger will swim across rivers. The greater part of the region will be against the Hister. The great one will cause it to be dragged in an iron cage, when the German child will observe nothing. And it's pretty obvious by that he meant Tetris. We've finished round 1. And he got a pretty nice score. It's a shame there's nobody here to share it with. Keep in mind, in round 2, everything is worth twice as much. And keep in mind, keep an eye out for the wrong answer of the game. It's still out there. Well, no time like the present. It's time for the writings on the Walmart. Suppose Walmart goes literal and starts selling commemorative pieces of the Berlin Wall. If they roll back the price so it matches the year in which the wall came down, how much will a piece cost? 1979, 1985, 1989, or 1994? Built in 1961, the Berlin Wall, which separated East from West Berlin, was eventually destroyed in 1989 by Germans from either side. The Berlin Wall, 28 years of existence. Multiply that by about 13 and you have the average age of the Walmart greeter.
Question 7!
Next, you can Olympic your nose. Which of these events might occur if the Olympics were held on Olympus Mons? A biathlon through the Gobi Desert, figure skating in Antarctica, water polo in the Pacific Ocean, or mountain biking on Mars? You're such a triple Lutz. Next time, try this. Olympus Mons, the largest volcano in the solar system, is located on the surface of Mars. Olympic mountain biking. I know I look forward to it every 4 years.
Fucking chickens picking out a mate. Guess I'll marry 8.
Try this on for size. Martha Stewart dying. You know, time in the slammer really puts perspective on the realities of life and death. Suppose Martha Stewart changes the name of her TV show from Martha Stewart Living to Martha Stewart Living Wills. What would she teach you to make? A lovely death quilt that says, everything goes to my spouse, a frilly apron with the words, do not resuscitate, a funeral cake that says, mom gets to distribute my stuff, or a lace doily that says, don't take my things if I disappear. A living will is a document that indicates your wishes for your medical care should you ever become seriously incapacitated, such as a vegetative state or irreversible coma. It's a pull-the-plug order, if you will. You know, like they did with the Martha Stewart version of The Apprentice.
Scrolling through the park with the sarsaparilla. For me, I'm not nice.
Here's a good one. How many balls do you have? Let's put these balls in order.
It's the put the choices into order, then buzz in and see if you are right. Question!
Okay, I'm handing out a $1,000 bonus for a correct answer. Put these things in order based on the number of balls they have, from fewest balls to most balls. A standard game of skee-ball, a game of bumper pool, a game of Quidditch from Harry Potter. Quidditch, bumper pool, skee-ball, bumper pool, skee-ball, Quidditch, skee-ball, bumper pool, Quidditch, or Quidditch, skee-ball, bumper pool. Quidditch has 4 balls, skee-ball usually has 9 balls, and bumper pool has 10 balls. That earned you an extra grand. Now, a lot of people like to roll their balls when they play skee-ball. I prefer throwing them overhand as hard as I can. I've been ejected from a number of Chuck E. Cheese establishments.
Hold me, never let me go. Am I dreaming? Question 10.
Up next, Long John Corporate Meddlers. Suppose Long John Silver's expands its menu. Which of the following menu items would be anatomically possible? Whale fingers, dolphin wings, electric eel legs, or shark bone soup? A whale's fin has 5 fingers. An order of whale fingers also comes with a complimentary 3-gallon bucket of barbecue dippin' sauce. Step right up to the Jack Attack. When you see 2 clues that match, press your A button. $4,000 for a right answer. But say goodbye to $4,000 if you're wrong. And don't forget,
Remember the clue.
it's gotta be a match that fits this clue. A boy and his robot. Let's get automated. Good luck. That's the game! I'd be impressed if you weren't programmed to do that well. Yes, you think you're human, of course, that's the way we built you. But in reality, you're just a cold, unfeeling bucket of bolts that can spit facts and figures out of its metal head. Sure, you're smart, but do you know what it's like to laugh, to cry, to be slapped in the face for getting fresh? I feel sorry for you, I really do.
You don't know Jack!
And your wrong answer of the game is being sponsored by
Rug Munchers Dietary Flooring. We put a whole new spin on the 5-second rule.
And so it begins. Right off the top, 6 feet under the sea. If vicious piranhas attacked and killed SpongeBob SquarePants and all his friends in Bikini Bottom, who would actually bleed blood? SpongeBob SquarePants, Patrick Star, Squidward, or the Flying Dutchman? Sponges, starfish, and, ghosts don't have blood, but squids and octopuses do. Man, that kind of massacre would be terrible. There's nothing worse than a bloody Bikini Bottom. Next up, Frosty My Tips. If Wendy's honors the iconic hairstyle of Dave Thomas's daughter Wendy on their value menu, what food item might they add? Cinnamon mini buns, chicken finger waves, pigtails in a blanket, or French twist fries? Dave Thomas's daughter is pictured above each Wendy's franchise with her famous red pigtails. Actually, a lot of fast food franchises use the image of the owner's kid as a logo. The Domino's guy had one weird-looking kid. Let's try a racy sport. Suppose Speed Racer enters a NASCAR race. If he receives the black flag, what should he do? Go to slow pace, Speed Racer, go! Go pull over, Speed Racer, go! Go floor it, Speed Racer, go! Go in reverse, Speed Racer, go! A black flag means the driver needs to pull over into the pit, usually due to a rule violation. Not positive it's a rule violation, but I'm pretty sure it's not a good idea to have a monkey in the passenger seat of a Mach 5 car.
Everybody quattro! Everybody quattro! Hey!
May I introduce Comcast Fable. The moral of Aesop's fable, The Fisherman and the Little Fish, would be most applicable to a contestant on which TV show? The Mole, The Biggest Loser, Are You Smarter Than a 5th Grader, or Deal or No Deal? In the fable, the fisherman has to decide, do I throw the little fish back in for a chance to catch a bigger fish later? He decides to keep what he's got. This is pretty much the same decision Deal or No Deal contestants face, except with money, not fish. Yeah, that show is called Eel or No Eel. It's hosted by Howie Mand Eel.
Where's the vibe, girl? Rock my world, girl. Ooh, yeah.
And on its way, Buddha Scootin' Boogie. And it's a dis or dat. I'm gonna read off 7 Twitter tweets. For each one, tell me if it's a tweet from the Dalai Lama or a tweet from Taylor Swift. If it's a Dalai Lama tweet, press left on your plus control pad. If it's a Taylor Swift tweet, press right on your plus control pad. Each one right gets you 300 followers. But get one wrong and you lose 300. And remember, you've only got 30 seconds and 140 characters, so make it quick. All right, let's get started. Love and kindness are the very basis of society. Japan is amazing. I feel sort of like a crumpled up shirt. Others have the right to happiness, just like yourself. My new favorite animal is the koala. The non-violent way is the human way. I may or may not have just gone on a tiny muffin binge. You have achieved ultimate enlightenment. You know, the Dalai Lama had a really inspiring tweet today, but halfway through it, he was interrupted by a tweet from Kanye West saying that Beyonce's tweets were the best of all time. That brings a close to round 1. And you're in pretty good shape, for now. Don't forget, all the questions in round 2 are worth double. Okay, here it comes. Here's one I like to call, "Oh, Mom, we're having meatloaf again?" If Meatloaf changed his name to Steak Tartare, what would the reviews say about the music on his new album, Cow Out of Hell? It's very well done. It's actually on fire. It's so raw and choppy. Or the lyrics are cheesy. That's right, Steak Tartare is served raw, diced, and spiced. But with all the E. coli scares out there these days, I usually heat mine up by the dashboard lights. Question 7! And now, the spirit of 75-ish. What's not 76? Trombones in the Music Man's Big Parade, part of Philadelphia's NBA team's name, years between Halley's Comet appearances, or the temperature of an Olympic swimming pool. Olympic swimming pools are kept a little warmer between 77 and 82 degrees and usually around 80 or so. Makes it tougher to detect when the swimmer in the next lane is peeing.
Fucking chickens picking out a mate. Guess I'll marry 8.
Coming up next, I can fly, but Candy is the mayor. Oh man, I had the craziest dream last night after eating pizza and watching a movie. My mom was in the dream, and she found all this drug money out in the middle of nowhere, and she decides to keep it without even going to the police, even though that's not something my mom would normally do. My cats, Poopsie and Mayonnaise, were in the dream too. Poopsie was an old sheriff in over his head, and Mayonnaise had weird hair and kept flipping a coin and killing people. It was a wild dream, but kind of disappointing at the end. What friggin' movie did I watch last night that gave me such a crazy dream? A Simple Plan, No Country for Old Men, There Will Be Blood, or Shallow Grave? Yep, I was watching No Country for Old Men. As scary as that dream was, I think Mayonnaise and my mom both gave Oscar-worthy performances.
Strolling through the park with the sarsaparilla. For me, I'm 99.
This one's called, Did Caesar Actually Live in This Palace? Which Las Vegas casino hotel is not named after a real location? Tropicana, Riviera, Luxor, or Bellagio? Tropicana is the name of a Vegas hotel, but not the name of an actual location. You know, they should really build a Vegas-themed Vegas hotel. It would be decorated in the style of a Payday Loan store, and the staff would be dressed as hookers.
Hold me, never let me go.
And my dream question.
Pucker up for. Prepare to be crescent mooned. So you know Taylor Lautner, that werewolf kid who never wears a shirt in the Twilight movies? Well, suppose Taylor Lautner's degree of wolf transformation corresponded to the phases of the moon. How much of a wolf would Lautner be during the waxing gibbous phase? Less than half a wolf, more than half a wolf, or a full wolf? Gibbous refers to the phases when more than half of the moon is illuminated. A waxing gibbous wolf, though not a full werewolf, could still probably use a full waxing. Brace yourself for the attack. When you see two clues that match, press your A button. 4,000 if you're right, 4,000 gone if you're wrong. And most importantly,
remember the clue.
It's gotta be a match that fits this clue. The brothers who? We share the last name of something. Good luck. There it is! Wow, look at that score. Would it be okay if I tell people I'm your brother? I would just be really proud to say I'm related to somebody who can do so well. And as long as we're doing that, can I borrow $1,000?
You don't know Jack!
Good game, everyone. Donnie, what's next?
So, are you thinking you'd like to rage in more tomflummery?
And our wrong answer of the game is sponsored by
Grin Toothpaste Kegs. Squeeze from the bottom? Screw that. For best results, pump from the top.
Okay, let's get this show on the road. Let's start with suspendered in midair. Suppose Larry King comes out with his own line of Larry King-sized beds, big enough to hold up to 7 spouses. If it's the widest and longest bed possible, what will it be? A king, a California king, as wide as a king as long as a California king, or as wide as a California king as long as a king? King-size beds are as wide as they get, and California kings are narrower but longer than kings, so this combo would be the widest and longest. Each purchase of a Larry King-size bed comes with a complimentary set of giant suspenders to strap you and your loved ones in each night. And now, Kobe drives the lane. If Kobe Bryant teamed up with retailer Lane Bryant, what specialty product line might he endorse? Plush toy basketballs, build-it-yourself furniture, body spray for seniors, or sneakers for plus-size women? Lane Bryant has stores all over the country specializing in clothing for the larger ladies. Of course, the signature line of shoes would be the Nike Badonkadonks. Here's one for you. Cat thing you do. If the average life expectancy for cats is 12 years, how many lives did the Broadway run of the musical Cats use up? 1 life, 1.5 lives, 2 lives, or 2.5 lives? Cats ran on Broadway for 18 years. The longest running show is Phantom of the Opera, just over 20 years, which is only a very small fraction of the life expectancy of a phantom.
Everybody quattro, hey!
Take a stab at Splashenpfeffer und It's a Dissoldat. I'm going to read off 7 things. For each one, tell me if it's the name of a fish disease or the name of a beloved Beatrix Potter character. If it's a fish disease, press left on your plus control pad. If it's a Beatrix Potter character, press right on your plus control pad. For each one you get right, I'll give you 300 carrots. Get it wrong and you'll lose 300 and your gills will fall off. And swim quickly, Mr. McGregor's on your cottontail. We good? Here we go. Flopsy. Dropsy. Flopsy. Bloat. Hunka-munka. Ick. Piggling gland. You pwned Mr. McGregor and his garden. With characters like Mrs. Tiggywinkle, Jemima Puddle Duck, and Squirrel Nutkin, I'll bet Beatrix Potter would have made one hell of a urologist.
Where's the vibe, girl? Rock my world, girl. Ooh, yeah.
Try this on for size. Come here and give me a hug. Suppose Paris Hilton wrote a book about a reconciled relationship with Nicole Richie titled The Treaty of Paris and Nicole. If it's similar to the Treaty of Paris, which conflict would be highlighted? The Revolutionary Weight Loss War, the War of the Roses and Cristal, the Not Hot Civil War, or the 100 Days of Not Partying War? The U.S. Revolutionary War concluded and America's independence was recognized with the signing at the Treaty of Paris. The Treaty in Paris is the name of, an internet video I've been interested in seeing, but my mom won't give me the parental control password for the laptop we share. That's round 1. And you're doing pretty well, probably because there's no competition. Keep in mind, all the prizes are doubled in round 2. And lest you forget, the wrong answer of the game is still there for the taking. Let's keep going. Next, 20,000 leagues under admission requirements. If the Justice League had a superhero student exchange with the Ivy League, which of these superheroes would be taking advantage of the program? The Flash studying physics at Penn State, Wonder Woman learning Greek at Colgate, Batman studying zoology at Dartmouth, or Superman studying astronomy at William and Mary? Dartmouth is one of the 8 universities in the Ivy League. Some of the lesser superheroes didn't qualify for the exchange program, but Aquaman found a really great male correspondence course in locksmithing.
Question 7!
May I introduce Rated A for Alien. Suppose the aliens had survived their famous crash at Roswell, New Mexico and escaped. If they got together for a 30-year crash anniversary, which double feature could they have seen in theaters that year? 2001: A Space Odyssey and Barbarella, 1968, Close Encounters of the Third Kind and Star Wars, 1977, E.T. and the Thing, 1982, or Predator and Spaceballs, 1987. The Roswell incident happened in 1947, so the 30-year anniversary would be 1977, a banner year for alien movies. I think if aliens ever show up, it'd be a great idea to let them go see movies. Of course, with my luck, one of them would plop himself right down in front of me with his giant oblong head.
Plucking chickens, picking out a mate. Guess I'll marry 8.
And on its way, history repeats itself, more or less. It's time for another Who Said It question. Now, our production assistant, Chad, will hand me a piece of paper with a famous quote, and...
Whoa, hold up. You did not tell me about this.
Chad, yes, I did. I emailed you. I Facebooked you. I spoke to you face to face.
Did you see the Twitter link to my Tumblr post where I explain you should only contact me through my landline?
I'm going to rip your face off.
No worries, bro. I got a good quote. I think I remember it right.
Okay. Who said, Chad?
We shouldn't be afraid of anything, but we, should be afraid of being afraid?
George Washington, John F. Kennedy, Abraham Lincoln, or Franklin D. Roosevelt?
Okay, just pull it up on my BlackBerry. The only thing we have to fear is fear itself, said by FDR during his first inaugural address. Solid.
Here's a similar piece of wisdom for you, Chad. The only thing you have to fear is losing your job for incompetence.
Incompetence? I don't have any problem using the bathroom.
Hey, Chad, I really hate you.
Strolling through the park with the sarsaparilla. For me, I'm not nice.
Let's try Old Spice. Which of these is not a synonym for one of the Spice Girls? Intellectual Spice, Alarming Spice, Opulent Spice, or Active Spice? None of the Spice Girls were smart. Wait, that didn't come out right.
Hold me, never let me go.
Am I dreaming? Question time.
Open wide for Whistle While You Consult the Stars. If you were born on August 6th, which Disney character would best represent your astrological sign? Sebastian, Tweedledee and Tweedledum, Nemo, or Simba? Simba is a lion and so is Leo, the sign for folks born between July 23rd and August 22nd. People who are Leos are loyal, generous, and enjoy eating live antelope. Step right up to the Jack Attack. When you see two clues that match, press your A button. $4,000 if you're right, but if you're wrong, you lose $4,000. But keep this in mind.
Remember the clue.
It's gotta be a match that fits this clue. The cow goes moo. Let's pull the string and see what sounds all these things make. Good luck. That's all she wrote! Giggity giggity!
You don't know Jack!
That'll do it, folks. What's going on, Donnie?
And today's wrong answer of the game is being brought to you by
Digitensils electronic utensils. Say goodbye to analog food consumption. Say hello to Digitensils.
So let's make this happen. To get things rolling, I'm converting, woohoo! If Miley Cyrus moved overseas and changed her name to Kilometery Cyrus, how much of her name would she lose? 14%, 38%, 52%, or 69%? 1 kilometer equals 0.621 miles, so Miley would be shaving off 0.38 or 38% from her former name. I wonder if that means she'd also be 38% less loud. That would truly be the best of both worlds. How about ominous news in 30 minutes or less? If the CEO of Little Caesars Pizza gets an anonymous email that says, "Beware the Ides of March," what should he add into his Outlook calendar? March 1, beware, beware. March 8, beware, beware. March 15, beware, beware. Or March 30, beware, beware. The Ides of March falls on the 15th of the month, a date that Julius Caesar was warned of and subsequently killed on. Little Caesars was actually founded by Julius Caesar's son, who vowed to avenge his father's death, and then he got bored of that and started making pizza. Here's a good one. I'm kicking you out. Please vote for me. On Survivor, contestants who've already been voted out come back to vote on the season's winner. But if Survivor added a grand tribal council with the same duties as a grand jury, what would they do? Find a replacement for Jeff Probst, select the contestants for the regular tribal council, review who can use the immunity idol, or decide if there will be a tribal council at all. A grand jury decides whether or not a case will even go to trial. Personally, I think the show would be a lot better if the jury had the power to sentence contestants to death. I wonder if they'd still draw little frowny faces next to the names if it was a vote for lethal injection.
Everybody quattro, everybody quattro, hey!
I call this one, rub some sherbet on your knee. And guess what? It's a dis or dat. I'm gonna read off 7 things. For each one, I want you to tell me if it's the name of a Baskin-Robbins ice cream flavor, or the name of a pain-relieving cream or ointment. If it's ice cream, press left on your plus control pad. If it's pain relief cream, press right on your plus control pad. Each right answer scoops up $300 for you. But get one wrong and you'll be aching for money. And you gotta do it in 30 seconds. Alrighty then, here it comes. Asper cream. Mississippi mud. Gold medal ribbon. Icy hot. Australian dream. Mineral ice. Love potion 31. Good work. You clearly never get your ice cream and pain relief creams mixed up. This is some good chondroitin. Now if they could only come out with some sort of ointment for brain freeze.
Where's the vibe, girl? Rock my world, girl. Ooh, yeah.
It's time for Geck of the Morning to ya. Imagine that the Geico Gecko saved so much money on car insurance that he quit show business. What would he be able to do at his retirement party? Kiss all the ladies with his forked tongue? Breathe with gills in his disco-lighted hot tub? Hang from the chandelier with his adhesive pads? Or show off by killing a mouse with his poisonous bite? Although they don't have forked tongues, gills, or poisonous bites, geckos do have adhesive pads on their feet for climbing. Very few, interestingly enough, walk on their hind legs, speak, or give a shit about car insurance. Let's say so long to round 1. And you're sitting pretty for someone so ugly. Remember, in round 2, every question is worth double. Okay, let's see what's next. Next up, a real wine connoisseur. If you know me, you know I love me some sparkling wine, and I love to sweat. I'm a sweaty, sparkling wine drinker, basically. With that in mind, if Brut deodorant were like Brut champagne, how could I describe my armpits after applying it? Quite sweet, nice and dry, extremely fruity, or strangely non-bubbly. Sparkling wines like champagne are classified by their sweetness. The least sweet, or driest, is the Brut. The only problem with using Brut, though, is that every time I hail a cab, a cork shoots out of my armpit.
Question 7!
Up next, Not So Little Miss Sunshine. Considering the past winners of the Miss Universe pageant, which of these child beauty pageant winners will most likely grow up to become Miss Universe? Little Miss Russian Snowflake, Little Miss Venezuelan Tropical Rainstorm, Little Miss Thai Monsoon, or Little Miss Moroccan Sandstorm? After Miss USA, Miss Venezuela has won the most Miss Universe titles, so Little Miss Venezuelan Tropical Rainstorm stands the best chance of eventually becoming Miss Universe. You know, I say there's no age too young to enter a girl into a beauty pageant. I say take some sonogram photos, draw some lipstick on them, attach them to sticks, and dance them around a stage.
Fucking chickens picking out a mate. Guess I'll marry 8.
Coming up, zebras who blow whistles. You know, it seems like every other year some NFL football team changes cities or just disappears.
It's the put the choices into order, then buzz in and see if you are right. Question!
And as always, there's an extra $1,000 for a correct answer on this one. Based on the IUCN Red List of Threatened Species, put these NFL teams in order from most to least endangered. Detroit Lions, Cincinnati Bengals, Carolina Panthers. Bengals, Lions, Panthers, Panthers, Lions, Bengals, Lions, Bengals, Panthers, or Bengals, Panthers, Lions. Bengal tigers, like all tigers, are endangered. Lions are vulnerable, and panthers, also known as cougars or pumas, are not in trouble at all. That'll net you an extra $1,000. The pig that made the football is pretty endangered too.
Strolling through the park with the sarsaparilla. For me, I'm 99.
Here we have, my friends are all ugly and weird. Which Friends characters are least likely to be friends with benefits? Chandler and Rachel, Joey and Phoebe, Ross and Monica, or Chandler and Phoebe? Ross and Monica were brother and sister, so that would be super gross. Although, no, it's super gross.
Hold me, never let me go.
Am I dreaming? Question 10.
Why not try? My belief system really makes my eyes pop. On what show would Stacy and Clinton advise against wearing zippers? What not to wear if you're Mormon? What not to wear if you're Mennonite? What not to wear if you're Amish? Or what not to wear if you're Muslim? Although they all certainly have strict clothing restrictions, the Amish are the ones who are super anti-zippers. And when was the last time you saw an Amish person in a tube top? Lighten up, Amish! Wait, who am I talking to? They're not playing this game. Welcome to the attack. When you see 2 clues that match, press your A button. $4,000 for a right answer, but you lose $4,000 if you're wrong. And don't ever forget,
Remember the clue.
it's gotta be a match that fits this clue. You're the boss of me. If all else fails, say yes sir or ma'am. Good luck. you have it! You did so well, you've been promoted to VP. Here's your BlackBerry, your new office, 90-hour work weeks, and an ulcer.
You don't know Jack!
And our wrong answer of the game is sponsored by
Crazy Eddie's Discount Amoebas. Why pay too much for something so little?
Okay, let's see what happens. Let's begin with Keith Richards lookalikes have organs too. Let's say Captain Jack Sparrow is standing on a ship facing the front. Where would his appendix be located? Starboard, bow, port, or stern? The appendix is located under the large intestine on the right side or the starboard side of your body. It's also pretty close to the poop deck. Here's one I like to call The Arts of Fake War. Suppose Vincent van Gogh had been a madman at paintball. If he had used the same type of paint as he did for his famous Starry Night, what would his enemies say after they got shot? I got acrylic in my eyes! Oh, you shot my crotch with watercolor! Oh, great! Now I have oil all on my butt! Oh, another pair of pants ruined by fresco! Starry Night was oil on canvas. I bet paintballing with Van Gogh is tiresome. There's only so many times you can hear, "You shot my ear off!" Ah, just kidding. It was already off. This one's known as hot body language. Based on his discovery, what pickup line would Joseph Henry most likely use on a girl he's interested in? I'd like to ride your Pony Express. I've seen you telegraph me signals all night. I'm a man, you're a woman. Let's face the facts. Or, I lost my cell number. Can I have yours? Joseph Henry was credited for developing the telegraph in 1831. And if you thought sexting was racy, you should have heard what they sent back then. Whoa! That is rated NC-17.
Everybody quattro, hey!
Say hello to HE double hockey sticks. Which NHL team's name actually contains a misspelling? Colorado Avalanche, Buffalo Sabres, Philadelphia Flyers, or Toronto Maple Leafs? The plural of leaf is leaves. L-E-A-V-E-S. Leafs is not a word. And hockey is barely a sport, am I right? Please don't hurt me, giant hockey people.
Where's the vibe, girl? Rock my world, girl. Ooh, yeah.
Take a good look at Delusion. It's what's for dinner, and it's a this or dat. I'm gonna read a list of 7 names. For each one, tell me if it's the name of a real-life foodie or a fake person created by ad wizards. If it's an actual real person in the food industry, press left on your plus control pad. If it's some made-up character an ad exec came up with, press right on your plus control pad. For each correct answer, you get $300. For each one wrong, you lose $300. And don't forget to watch the clock. Okay, we're off. Marie Callender, Aunt Jemima, Duncan Hines, Oscar Mayer, Mrs. Butterworth, Jimmy Dean, Uncle Ben. Hey, it seems all those lonely nights of frozen meals and instant rice have finally paid off. And your therapist told you to do something with your life. You showed that quack. Wait, are you telling me half of the hands that feed me are fake? What's next? You gonna tell me the Jolly Green Giant is a figment of my imagination? Well, he's real to me, okay? And he is the sweetest man I've ever met. That's the end of round 1. And you should be very proud of that score, because I'm not. Don't forget, all the questions in round 2 are worth double. The Get out there and make me proud. Here's one for you. Ribbed for the undead's pleasure. If a zombie stops by a rib joint and eats 12 of the cashier's ribs, what would it be charged for? A half slab, a full slab, 3 half slabs, or 2 full slabs? The human skeleton has 12 pairs of ribs. 1/2 of the rib cage is a full slab. The worst part is afterwards when the zombie gets little pieces of moist towelette stuck on its decomposing face. Question 7! May I introduce... Wait, what? Oh, before we get on to the next question, just a real simple question real quick here. What was the name of the Icelandic volcano that erupted in early 2010 again? Eyjafjallajökull, 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 or Shalikashvili? That's right, Eyjafjallajökull erupted in April 2010. Or as it was later called when it immigrated to the United States, Bob.
Blood and chickens picking out a mate. Guess I'll marry 8.
Here's a good one. Getting a dummy ache. So I've been getting a lot better with my ventriloquism puppet, Billy O'Brien. My B's, P's, and M's still aren't 100%, but I think it's good enough for Billy to ask another question. Right, Billy?
How could I tossedly be as bad as you, Cookie Nasterson?
Just get on with the question, Billy.
One's made of skin, one's made of wood, so who's the dummy?
Not me. Which candy dar is not made by nars? Ananans, nars dar, nouns, or amazing? Nouns, like all non-joy, is made by Hershey's.
And just to show you how good a ventriloquist I am, now I'm going to make Billy talk while eating this Mounds bar.
Boy, this is pretty... Wow, wow.
Scrolling through the park with the sarsaparilla. For me, I'm not nice.
How about, well, stuff my maxim. If FHM Magazine's sexiest woman, Megan Fox, were discovered to be just a very attractive female fox, what would be an appropriate headline for her? What a vixen! Check out this vamp! She's a tigress, or booty queen. A female fox is called a vixen, so that'd be a good headline if Megan Fox were, in fact, just a very attractive fox. In which case, I'd still do her.
Hold me, never let me go.
Am I dreaming? Question 10.
This one's called... Sorry, I don't eat meatwad. What should Meatwad from Aqua Teen Hunger Force change his name to if he wants to be the leanest? Ground shuck wad, ground sirloin wad, ground round wad, or ground fat wad? Ground sirloin has the lowest fat content out of any of these. Although if your ground beef has a tooth and 2 eyes, I wouldn't be too worried about the fat content. Step right up to the Jack Attack. When you see 2 clues that match, press your A button. 4,000 if you're right, but say goodbye to 4,000 if you're wrong. And one more thing.
Remember the clue.
It's gotta be a match that fits this clue. State your name. Do states have last names? These do. Good luck. That's the game! Wow, I am very impressed. I mean, talk about perfection. Everything coming together, not a single flaw. Oh, no, I'm sorry. I was just admiring myself in the mirror. You didn't think I was talking about your score, did you?
You don't know Jack!
Today's wrong answer of the game is brought to you by the Insincere Greeting Card Factory, because you totally deserve the very best.
Okay then, why wait any longer? To begin with, for your calculation, if Iron Man married Carbon Woman, what child would they produce? Aluminum Kid, Copper Kid. The marriage of iron and carbon creates steel. You know, the trouble with marrying Carbon Woman is she's always leaving carbon footprints on the carpet. Up next, take a look. It's in a book. If the secret ingredient on Iron Chef America were green eggs and ham, who would not be asked to be an expert judge? A mouse in a house, a fox in a box, a dog on a log, or a goat on a boat? In Dr. Seuss's Green Eggs and Ham, Sam suggests to his friend that he eat the green eggs and ham with a mouse in a house, a fox in a box, and a goat in a boat. A dog is never brought into the picture. I'm writing my own version of Green Eggs and Ham. I would not, could not with a marmoset. I would not, could not in a... Forget it. Try this on for size. The words are baked right in. I took 437 fortune cookies from the local Chinese restaurant Walks Up. Hey, if they don't want people to take these things, they shouldn't leave them out in front in that giant tub.
Cookie fortune flip, cookie fortune necessary.
Opening fortune cookie 1 of 437. Okay. It says, life is the longest roller coaster ride of them all. You know, I really believe that. I do. So, if that's true, what would you say about life in America? Life's a blast, life's a breeze, life's a beast, or life's a blitz? If life is the longest roller coaster ride and you're in America, you'd be talking about the wooden roller coaster known as the Beast at Kings Island Amusement Park in Ohio. Life really is like a roller coaster. There are ups, there are downs, there's vomiting. You could die at any time. It costs money to ride it. Come to think of it, life kind of sucks.
Everybody quattro, hey!
Here's one I like to call Happy Dead Mother's Day. According to the Disney adaptations, which of these greeting cards could actually be sent next Mother's Day? Mom, you're a treasure. Kisses, Princess Jasmine. Mom, you make me feel like a king. XXX, Simba. You're the real beauty, Mom. Love, Belle. To the best mom ever. No lie, Pinocchio. Out of all these characters, Simba was the only one with a mom. And wasn't he lucky?
When are you gonna clean this den? You're supposed to be out hunting. Your father is rolling over in his unmarked grave.
Where's the ball, girl? Rock my world, girl. Ooh, yeah.
Bucker up for Ham and Existentialism. Sounds like you're playing a dis or dat. I'm gonna read off 7 names. For each one, tell me if it's the name of a German philosopher or the name of a German sausage. If it's a German philosopher, press left on your plus control pad. If it's a German sausage, press right on your plus control pad. For each one you get right, I'll give you 300 Deutschmarks. Get one wrong and you will not be a wiener. And answer quickly. Remember, every possession and every happiness is but lent by chance for an uncertain time and may therefore be demanded back the next hour. Cool, let's do it. Heidegger. Horkheimer. Nachtlust. Leeds. Schopenhauer. Braunschweiger. Stiegkreuzer. Filosofina! If you think about it, philosophy and sausages are a lot alike. Over time, you come to realize it's just made up of a bunch of lips and assholes. Round 1 is in the books. And surprisingly, you're doing pretty well. Keep in mind, in round 2, everything is worth twice as much. And hint, hint, our wrong answer of the game is still out there waiting to be picked. Okay, how about it? Take a stab at... There's no Siegfried Fischbacher in Team. Being part of a famous duo like Simon and Garfunkel or Tegan and Sarah must be tough. They must want to yell, "I am an individual and not just part of this machine." Which of the following would be accurate if one of the duo's members insisted on using his full name? Brooks and Ronnie Dunn, Cheech and Jackie Chong, Penn and Brad Teller, or Hall and Mark Oates? The country duo Brooks and Dunn is made up of Kix Brooks, seriously, and Ronnie Dunn. I've always been a solo performer, but I did briefly do a show called Cookie and Cream. That wasn't part of a duo, it was just me dancing around in whipped cream. Hey look, I had to pay my way through college somehow.
Question 7!
And now, men, women, and children first. Which series of words correctly fills in the following blanks? Blank of men, what blank wants, blank of honor. Men, children, women, women, children, men, women, or children, women, men. Children of men, what women want, and men of honor. After years of talking to women, I've figured out what they want. Evidently, they want me to stop calling them at 2 in the morning crying.
Lord and chickens picking out a mate. Guess I'll marry 8.
It's time for Comedy Central presents Billy Shakespeare. If Comedy Central aired only Shakespearean comedies one weekend, which of these stage productions would air? Othello with Dave Chappelle, Hamlet with Carlos Mencia, Merchant of Venice with Jeff Foxworthy, or Antony and Cleopatra with Kathy Griffin and Jeff Dunham? Merchant of Venice, though often depicted as dramatic and serious, is considered one of Shakespeare's comedies, ending on a positive note for the story's protagonists. If you're anti-Semitic and you're ready to die for Bassanio, you might be a Merchant of Venice.
Strolling through the park with the sarsaparilla. For me, I'm not nice.
This one's known as Open Face-Off. So, I have an idea for a restaurant that only serves open-faced sandwiches. Wait, what's going on? Are you the exterminator?
Horace, yeah, I'm setting the rodent assassin T-170, which is top-of-the-line heavy-duty mousetrap. Your rats here just use the smaller ones as weapons.
Is that normal?
Yeah, sure, it's normal if you're a rat that's been bred and trained by Contras.
Huh. If the rats in our studio were bred and trained by the Central American counter-revolutionary forces known as Contras, then what kind of rats would they be? Honduran rats, Costa Rican rats, Vietnamese rats, or Nicaraguan rats? Yeah, the Contras were a collection of military groups that sought to overthrow the left-wing government in Nicaragua in the 80s. The 80s were crazy. I mean, can you believe the clothes everyone wore?
Did you hear that?
Of course I did. It was that bastard Rat King. This isn't over, Rat King. Or should I say, no es termino. Ah, that's a good one, Rat King. Okay, we're cool.
Hold me, never let me go.
Am I dreaming?
And on its way, botanical bloopers. If Discovery Channel had a show called America's Funniest Plant Videos, which of these lines would describe the botanical equivalent of a guy getting hit in the crotch? Ow! Right in the pistol! Yowzers! His sepals must be screaming! Oof! He should put some ice on his stamen. Oh boy! He won't be using his pedicel for a while. The stamen is the male reproductive part of a flower, and therefore the most hilarious part for a flower to get injured. It's even funnier if it gets punched in the stamen by a 4-year-old wearing a Superman costume. Brace yourself for the attack. When you see 2 clues that match, press your A button. 4,000 big ones if you're right, 4,000 gone if you're wrong, and of course,
remember the clue.
It's gotta be a match that fits this clue. Just dance. You just have to listen to the lyrics and learn how to do it. Good luck. There it is! You're a maniac. Maniac on the dance floor. And you're winning like you've never won before.
You don't know Jack!
Today's wrong answer of the game is brought to you by Dickeys. Don't trust your Dickie to just anybody. Trust Dick with your Dickie.
All right, here we go. First on the docket, rockin' some Crocs. Suppose the makers of Crocs created Crocs, a line of comfortable shoes for actual crocodiles. Would the shoes need room for toes? Yes, up to 5 toes per Croc. Yes, up to 3 toes per Croc. Yes, just 1 toe per Croc, or no toe room needed. Crocodiles have 5 toes in their front legs and 4 toes in their back legs, so the Crocs would need 5 toes. I just think it's weird when baby crocodiles wear Crocs. What kind of crocodile parent does that? Let's try dirty literature. Considering the messy environment the characters in the Grapes of Wrath had to deal with, what cleaning product should they have purchased? Clorox degreaser, CLR rust remover, OxyClean stain remover, or a Swiffer duster? The Grapes of Wrath was set in the Dust Bowl of the 1930s. Then again, when you're living in a depression, the first thing that should probably get left off the budget is a Swiffer. Here we have, you ganja get killed. If he lives to be 80, what are the odds that Jamaican sprinter Usain Lightning Bolt will get hit by a lightning bolt? 1 in 3,000, 1 in 420,000, 1 in 1 million, or 1 in 7 billion? If you or Usain Bolt were to live to be 80 years old, the odds of getting hit by lightning over your lifetime would be 1 in 3,000. But don't worry, at 80, your odds of hitting a lightning bolt with your Oldsmobile are actually much higher.
Everybody quattro, hey!
Coming up, that state has huge air balls. If college basketball's Final Four were composed solely of representatives of the Final Four states admitted to the Union, which team could feasibly appear in the championship? Oklahoma Sooners, Kentucky Wildcats, Arizona Wildcats, or Delaware Fightin' Blue Hens? Arizona was the 48th state to enter the Union, so along with New Mexico, Alaska, and Hawaii, they'd be in the Final Four. And if they got eliminated in order from 47th state to 50th state, that would mean the Hawaii Rainbow Warriors would win the National Basketball Championship.
Where's the vibe, girl? Rock my world, girl. Ooh, yeah.
Why not try the Fartful Dodger? And it's a dis or dat. I'm gonna read off 7 things, and for each one, I want you to tell me if it's a character in a Charles Dickens story or a slang term for a fart. If it's Dickens, press left on your plus control pad. If it's a fart, press right on your plus control pad. Each one right is worth 300. Each one wrong costs you 300. Watch your time, answer quickly, and it'll be a gas. Okay, let's move. Wops, Smoofer, Bumble, Buzz Buzz, Flabbergaster, Creakle, Mud Slapper. You blew that one out of the water. Who knew that when Charles Dickens... Oops, I think I just made a Tiny Tim. That's all we got for round 1. And you're doing pretty well, probably because there's no competition. Don't forget, in round 2, all the cash is doubled. And remember, the wrong answer of the game is still out there waiting for you. All right, let's get back to it. Open wide for Call Me Cookie. Let's say for Kesha's European tour, she converts her name to Keuroha. Which country would not accept her? Ireland, Finland, Portugal, or Sweden? If Kesha converted her $ to euros, she wouldn't be accepted in Sweden, where they use a monetary unit called the krona. You can use krona to buy meatballs and furniture at IKEA.
Question 7.
Next up, X-Men. Suppose you were married to Mystique from the X-Men comics. If you got fed up with her crap and wanted to leave her, what true statement could she make to try to get you back? I can be whoever you want me to be. I would bend steel for you. If you leave, I'll strike you with lightning. Or, you know, I could kill you with my mind. Mystique has the unique ability to morph into the shape of anyone she's seen. Which would be all fine and good if she'd do something other than watch Richard Simmons videos.
Fucking chickens picking out a mate. Guess I'll marry 8.
I call this one, read the package carefully. So you know products list their ingredients on their packages in order of most prominent ingredient to least prominent, right?
It's the put the choices into order, then buzz in and see if you are right.
And yeah, I'm adding $1,000 for this one. Anyway, arrange these 3 main ingredients of Oscar Mayer light bologna as they appear on the package. Mechanically separated chicken, water, pork. Mechanically separated chicken, pork, water, pork, mechanically separated chicken, water, pork, water, mechanically separated chicken, or mechanically separated chicken, water, pork. There is more chicken and water than pork in Oscar Mayer light bologna. You just picked up an extra $1,000 for that. So in a weird way, Oscar Mayer bologna is a lot like us. It's made up of mostly water and chicken.
Strolling through the park with the sarsaparilla. For me, I'm not nice.
This one's known as Books Have 'Em Big Words in 'Em. Which best-selling children's book can be considered an epistolary book? Fun with Dick and Jane, Goodnight Moon, Diary of a Wimpy Kid, or Where the Wild Things Are? An epistolary novel relies on a series of correspondence, usually in the form of letters, or sometimes diary entries to tell the story. So if Random House were to somehow get their hands on my life's correspondence with Coolio, it would also be classified as an epistolary novel.
Hold me, never let me go. Am I dreaming? Questions
Let's try. It tastes like burning. I enjoy Taco Bell, especially their explosively hot volcano menu at 3:30 in the morning. I'm kind of a health nut. When I'm eating a volcano taco from Taco Bell, what would be an appropriate name for the sauce that erupts out of the taco and onto my lap? Tephra sauce, magma sauce, lava sauce, or plutonic sauce? Molten rock located within a volcano is magma, but as soon as it emerges out of the volcano, it is known as lava. And at about 5:30 in the morning, I usually get to experience an eruption all over again. Welcome to the attack. When you see two clues that match, press your A button. 4,000 if you're right, but if you're wrong, you lose 4,000. And don't forget,
Remember the clue.
It's gotta be a match that fits this clue. It's good to be the king. I'm the king of trivia. You hear me, Alex Trebek? Good luck. That's all she wrote! With a perfect Jack attack and a pretty decent score going into it, I decree you King of Jack!
Long live the king! Long live the king! Long live the king!
Alright, enough of that. Before your head gets too big for your crown, don't forget.
You don't know Jack!
And our wrong answer of the game is brought to you by
Magic Pudding. A magician never reveals his secrets or nutritional information.
All right, let's make history. First, the rise of the Phoenix online. If the University of Phoenix graduating seniors want to do pranks / honor their mythological mascot, how often should they set the school on fire? Every 250 years, every 500 years, every 667 years, or every 100 years? According to the Egyptian legend, every 500 years the phoenix builds a nest, manipulates the sun's rays to set it on fire, and then rises from the ashes to live through the cycle again. But seeing as how the University of Phoenix is mostly an online university, I guess the seniors could just set their computers on fire. Coming up next, put a top hat on that colon. Including official grammatical terminology, who's the former lead guitarist of Guns N' Roses? // Fergule, // Pilcrow, // Tilda, or // Kilomets? The official term for a forward slash is a Vergule, so you'd call him // Vergule, or, you know, / Vergule. As in, excuse me, can I get your autograph, Mr. / Vergule? I loved your work on Sweet Child / Zygote of Mine. Coming up, I subscribe to the Baltimore Sun, if you know what I mean. I mean, it's a dis or dat. I'm gonna list off 7 titles. For each one, I want you to tell me if it's a major American newspaper or a depraved sex act. If it's a newspaper, press left on your plus control pad. If it's a sex act, press right on your plus control pad. For each one right, you get a $300 subscription to the Detroit Free Press. But for each one wrong, you pay $300 for a Detroit hot potato, whatever that is. And you've only got 30 seconds, so don't jack around. We good? Here we go. The Sheboygan Press. The Cleveland Steamer. The Columbus Dispatch. The Wichita Eagle. The Toledo Blade. The Alaskan Pipeline. The New Orleans Welcome. Nice. I'd say I want to shake your hand, but based on your knowledge of those sex acts, I don't think I want to. And thanks to the internet, both newspapers and depraved sex acts can be viewed instantly for free.
Everybody quattro, everybody quattro, hey!
Try this on for size. Thank you for being a fiend. Who would be called to the crime scene if Dexter killed the Golden Girls? NCIS Los Angeles, CSI Miami, NYPD Blue, or Reno 911? Dexter or the Golden Girls, both shows are set in Miami. And that should be a pretty short episode of Dexter, given the number of Golden Girls there are left to kill.
Where's the vibe, girl? Rock my world, girl. Ooh, yeah.
Open wide for... What's the motto with you? If your motto were Carpe Noctem, which of these songs would most likely be your theme music? Cheeseburger in Paradise, Night Fever, Crazy, or I Believe I Can Fly? Carpe Noctem is Latin for seize the night. I caught the night fever once, but a topical cream fixed it right up. That about does it for round one. And you've got a pretty nice score. It's a shame there's nobody here to share it with. Remember, I'm doubling the value of each question in round two. And don't forget, keep an eye out for the wrong answer of the game. It's still out there. Well, no time like the present. Take a stab at... Oh, crap. Ever play Farmville on Facebook? Yeah, you and my brother, accountant, mail lady, doctor, nephew, hairstylist, agent, the 3 women at the pie shop, my in-house masseuse, my robot Carl, and half the rest of the known world. If you decide to plant only the #1 food crop in the USA when playing Farmville, what Facebook status update will you post about it? Spouse is gone and I got one thing on my mind. Corn! Went to dentist today and now I'm growing soybeans. Home from work, time to grow some wheat. Or removing belly button lint, time to harvest cotton. The US's #1 food crop is corn, a grain that America produces more than any other country. It's nice to know all those virtual Facebook farmers are doing their part to end virtual world hunger.
Question 7!
It's time for... The radio is giving off some harmful pundit waves. Suppose Rush Limbaugh used the radio waves to bash the rest of the electromagnetic spectrum. Which of these statements would not be included in that rant? Sound waves are fascists. Microwaves are destroying America. Gamma rays are hippies. Or visible light is a socialist. Microwaves, gamma rays, visible light, along with radio waves are on the electromagnetic spectrum. Sound waves are not. Rush Limbaugh likes his electromagnetic waves to be small, not to interfere with citizens' lives, and to be really into the Second Amendment.
This has been Political Commentary with Cookie Masterson.
Lordin' chickens picking out a mate. Guess I'll marry 8.
Why not try... This garbage kicks trash. So, I've been training to be a Hollywood action star. I've been practicing my roundhouse kicks on big old bags of trash people are sending in for our Send In Your Trash feature.
Looking through your trash bag, what's it say about you? What's it say about you? Funky trash.
Hey-ya! Oh man, that was a good one. Geez, there's trash everywhere. I wonder whose this was. Well, let's see here. There's some old bass strings, a bus schedule, and a red pill. Which action star's garbage did I just kick the crap out of? Bruce Willis, Keanu Reeves, Tommy Lee Jones, or Samuel L. Jackson? Oh yeah, he plays bass in his band Dog Star, he chased a bus in Speed, and he took a red pill in The Matrix. I just owned Keanu Reeves' garbage. Man, he really makes a lot of garbage. Specifically, A Walk in the Clouds and The Day the Earth Stood Still.
Scrolling through the park with the sarsaparilla. For me, I'm not nine.
Say hello to... Show me your O face. Which company's brand name is not spelled with a negative O? Jello, Brillo, Genio, or Whammo? Brillo, the company that makes Brillo pads, is just spelled B-R-I-L-L-O, no dash. But I really love Brillo. It's a product I use. How else do you think I keep my skin so blemish-free? Ah! Yeah, that looks good. Ah!
Hold me, never let me go.
Am I dreaming? Question time.
Take a good look at make-believe economics. So, my nephew lost a tooth the other day, and apparently the tooth fairy gave him $2 for it. I'm trying to explain to him that that's obviously not true. Every time he loses a tooth, he gets the same thing, $2. Well, if the tooth fairy really saw teeth as a commodity, abiding by the laws of supply and demand, which type of tooth would yield the most value? Molars, bicuspids, incisors, or canines? Because humans have fewer canines than incisors or molars, supply and demand dictates that canines would be in greatest demand and thus most valuable. I told my nephew there was a booger fairy that paid $1 for every booger he left under his parents' pillows, and that appears to be my brother calling. I think I'm just gonna let it ring. Yeah. Step right up to the jack attack. When you see two clues that match, press your A button. $4,000 if you're right, but you lose $4,000 if you're wrong. And most importantly,
Remember the clue.
it's gotta be a match that fits this clue. What team are you on? I'm on Team Love. Good luck. That's the game! Good work. You've earned a spot on the team. Sure, it's the worst spot. You'll never get to play, you'll get no glory, and you have to wash up after everyone else, but you're in!
You don't know Jack!
And today's wrong answer of the game is brought to you by
Ted's Drop Dead Gorgeous Body Bags for that longer-lasting last impression.
All right, here goes nothing. Okay, to get things started, beauty secrets of the stars. How might Jessica Simpson explain to Jupiter how Proactive Acne Solution could help remove its giant red spot? I can get the earthquake off your face in 3 days. Use this herbal mask and kiss that volcano goodbye. Rub on this cooling cream, your cheeks are on fire. Or this medicated pad will wipe away that massive storm. Jupiter's famous red spot is in fact a 3-century-old storm system, twice the size of our planet Earth. It would have gone away a century ago, but Jupiter just kept picking at it. Here's one I like to call Lick My Bootylicious. What would have happened had Destiny's Child practiced Manifest Destiny? They would have assimilated all other girl groups, they would have expanded their tours westward, they would have given all their profits to their fans, or they would have never split up. Manifest Destiny refers to the early American idea that the U.S. must inevitably expand its boundaries westward to the Pacific. We now know that Manifest Destiny was really an excuse for John Quincy Adams to dress up in sparkly gold dresses. Here's a good one. The early bird gets on my nerves. All these birds outside are giving me such a headache. I wish they'd shut up. Shut up, stupid birds! Well, at least I can find solace in my favorite snack, fortune cookies.
Cookie, fortune flip, cookie, fortune cookie, master set.
Okay, let's see what this one says. Sometimes silence says a lot. Yeah, how fitting. Assuming silence does say a lot, which one of these annoying birds is saying a whole lot? A tormenting toucan, a pesky peacock, a sassy stork, or an offensive ostrich? Storks are virtually voiceless, leading them to say the most with their silence. I suppose storks don't really have a lot to say, since they're so busy flying, delivering babies, and appearing on jars of Vlasic pickles. Hey! Here's one for you. There's more. This game is Dragon. If the movie How to Train Your Dragon gave instructions to train a dragon in the way Pavlov trained his dog, what would happen if you were training your dragon and the doorbell rang? The dragon would roar, the dragon would sleep, the dragon would drool, or the dragon would hump your leg. Pavlov's dog would drool when a bell was rung because it was conditioned to expect food. Whenever I see the DreamWorks logo appear in the opening credits, I've been conditioned to wish I was watching a Pixar movie.
Where's the ball, girl? Rock my world, girl. Ooh, yeah.
This one's called My Stump Hurts, and it's a this or that. I'm gonna read off 7 names, and for each one, tell me if it's a type of tree or a medical condition. If it's a tree, press left on your plus control pad. If it's a medical condition, press right on your plus control pad. Each one right gets you 300 acorns. Each one wrong gets you 300 foot corns. And don't forget to watch the clock. Okay, we're off. Bladder nut. Buckeye. Saddleback. Black cup. Clubfoot. Shadbush. Old man's beard. Wow, you really know your way around a shadbush. I once had an annoying French girlfriend who reminded me of a tree. The tree I'm referring to specifically is, of course, the Weeping European Beech. Round 1 is complete. And you've got a decent score there. Don't screw it up. Don't forget, in round 2, all the cash is doubled. And keep in mind, big cash prizes can be yours if you find the wrong answer of the game. Let's get back to the action. Up next, I got my target on Tarchet. Suppose I lose my mind and start shooting arrows at the logo of a Target department store. If I wanted to honor the Olympic archery rules, what parking section should I be in? Section A, 40 meters away, Section B, 55 meters away, Section C, 70 meters away, or Section D, 85 meters away? The regulation distance for Olympic archery is 70 meters from the target. And when I'm done at target, I'm gonna use my BB gun to shoot the star out of the Walmart sign. I could win a unicorn mirror.
Question 7!
Here we have Patty's Pub Quiz. Which potential spin-off of the TV show It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia would have the most technically correct title, sunniness-wise? It's Always Sunny in Yuma, Arizona. It's Always Sunny in Roswell, New Mexico. It's Always Sunny in Fort Worth, Texas. Or It's Always Sunny in Boulder, Colorado. Yuma, Arizona is the sunniest place in the United States, with the sun shining 90% of all possible daylight hours. Sounds awesome. I would love to see any television show where Danny DeVito was even sweatier than usual.
Fucking chickens picking out a mate. Guess I'll marry 8.
Buck her up for. I don't. If TV's The Bachelor surprised his one true love with a trip to the wedding invitation store, which of the following acronyms might the couple come across? WTF, STD, SOL, or DOA? Save the dates. The first wedding invitations that are sent out are somehow commonly referred to as STDs. I can't tell you how many STDs I've acquired over the years. Oh well, maybe someday I'll be the one giving the STDs.
Strolling through the park with the sarsaparilla. For me, I'm 99.
May I introduce... Has anyone seen my pants? If the sisterhood of the traveling pants actress Amber Tamblyn were actually made out of amber, what would be true of her movies? They'd really resonate with audiences, they'd be exceptionally sappy, they'd all rate as 4-tar films, or they'd be sweet as honey. Amber is fossilized tree resin. Resin is stuff that trees excrete to protect against insects and such, but it's not sap, which is more like tree blood. You know, I'm actually wearing a pair of traveling pants right now. Yes, they're currently traveling up my ass crack. Can we get on with this?
Hold me, never let me go.
Am I dreaming?
How about step up to the streets? Which Stairmaster setting would give you the longest workout? Crown of the Statue of Liberty climb, top of the Eiffel Tower climb, Golden Gallery of St. Paul's Cathedral climb, or the Spanish Steps climb? It's over 1,600 steps to the top of the Eiffel Tower, so that would be more than 3 times the workout provided by any of these other choices. And when you get to the top, you can enjoy a healthy post-workout French snack of baguettes, soft cheeses, and a pack of cigarettes. Brace yourself for the attack. When you see 2 clues that match, press your A button. $4,000 for a right answer. But say goodbye to $4,000 if you're wrong. And don't forget,
remember the clue.
It's gotta be a match that fits this clue. Trapped like a rat. I'd rather be anywhere but here. Good luck. shouldn't have done so well. You've trapped yourself because you'll never do better. So now you'll try and try, but you'll never get out of the box you built for yourself. You'll never be free.
You don't know Jack!
And your wrong answer of the game is being sponsored by
Reformed Robots House Cleaning Company. They've been reprogrammed to do no harm and to do your windows.
Okie doke, this is really happening. Kicking things off, a brief history of time. Suppose Stephen Hawking opens up an upscale grocery competitor to Whole Foods named Black Hole Foods. Which statement would be true about his new store? Dairy products would freeze instantaneously, carts couldn't escape the mass of the parking lot, the salad bar would absorb all surrounding radiation, or each store can only be built next to a previous store.
A black hole is a collapsed star that is so massive nothing can escape it. Not light or shopping carts.
That's right, Steven. Everything around a black hole just disappears. Just like your paycheck when you shop at Whole Foods.
Ha, ha, he, ha.
Thank you, Steven. Next up, question number 5. A lot of people consider Lou Bega to be a one-hit wonder with his song Mambo No. 5, but I have to disagree. It's only been a little over a decade since the song came out, people. There's still plenty of time for him to have another hit that sounds vaguely like his first. So, if Lou Bega wrote a song about all the dancing girls he met in Brazil, what would it be called? Cha-Cha No. 5, Salsa No. 5, Samba No. 5, or Rumba No. 5? The samba was developed in Brazil in the 19th century. So the next time you go to Lowe's, be nice to the cashier, because he may just have another hit on the way. And on its way, I go nuts for A&E TV. Which animated animal would not appear on an episode of Hoarders? Secret Squirrel, Woody Woodpecker, Nemo, or Alvin, Simon, and Theodore? A clownfish does not hoard its food, but instead eats the leftovers of the anemone it lives with. Another misconception about clownfish, they're not particularly funny, not even for a fish.
Everybody quattro! Everybody quattro! Hey!
Next, the Ministry of Silly Books, and it's a dis or dat. I'm gonna read off 7 names. For each one, tell me if it's a Pulitzer Prize winner for fiction since 1980, or a Monty Python comedy sketch. If it won a Pulitzer, press left on your plus control pad. If it's performed by Python, press right on your plus control pad. Each one right gets you 300 kinds of cheese. Each one wrong gets you 300 dead parrots. And don't forget the clock. All right, let's get started. Breathing lessons. How not to be seen. A good scent from a strange mountain. The cheese shop. Tinkers. Hitler in England. Argument clinic. Oh, I get it. Well read. Likes Monty Python. You're probably part British or something. Well, la-di-da. Then there's the famous Monty Python sketch, The Fish Slapping Dance, which is based, of course, on the classic novel Moby Dick.
Where's the vibe, girl? Rock my world, girl. Ooh, yeah.
Why not try? Warning, high fructose corn syrup. Say the U.S. Department of Homeland Security takes a Mountain Dew Code Red taste test. If they respond as if the Homeland Security advisory system is at threat level red, what will they say? So good it's dangerous. It quenches a severe thirst. The taste is extreme. Or the energy boost gets you elevated. The color red in the Homeland Security advisory system means the nation is facing a severe threat. Just remember, kids, if your urine looks like Mountain Dew, you're fine. If your urine looks like Mountain Dew, code red, see a doctor immediately. That's the end of a thrilling first round. And you should be very proud of that score, because I'm not. Keep in mind, all the prizes are doubled in round 2. Okay then, here we go. Here's one for you. Tabloid math. If a back issue of Us Weekly featured the headline, John plus Kate plus 8 minus John, what would the exclamation point represent? Pi, logarithm, factorial, or imaginary number? An exclamation point is the symbol used for the mathematical term factorial, which equals John multiplied by John minus 1 multiplied by John minus 2, etc., until you get to 0. So if John equals 4, John factorial would be 4 times 3 times 2 times 1, which equals another number. You figure it out. I hated that show. It made me want to square root John and Kate right in their asymptotes.
Question 7!
Coming up, I can't find my fingers, but Nathan Fillion is a giant. Well, it happened again. I ate a 2-pound Chipotle burrito and watched a movie right before I went to sleep, which of course caused me to have a crazy dream. I dreamt that I became this slave and had to fight against a series of opponents in front of hundreds of people. I fought several men and even had to fight larger versions of my cats, Mayonnaise and Poopsie. It broke my heart, but I had to slay them. And afterwards, I was all mad and was like, is everybody enjoying this? Finally, my last opponent was the person who enslaved me to begin with. And guess what? It was my mom! Once I defeated her, the dream ended with me dreaming about my former life. It was so weird. What movie was I watching? 300, Spartacus, Alexander, or Gladiator? Yep, I was watching Gladiator. And this leftover burrito isn't half bad. I'm so glad I didn't really kill you, Poopsie. Come here, give Puppy a kiss. Oh! I love you too, you see?
Rotten chickens picking out a mate. Guess I'll marry 8.
Take a good look at... I miss microfiche. If you were doing research online, which of the following would you be unable to find? Wikipedia's entry on Wikipedia, Encyclopedia Britannica's entry on Encyclopedia Britannica, Merriam-Webster's entry on Merriam-Webster, or Urban Dictionary's entry on Urban Dictionary. Wikipedia has an entry on Wikipedia, Britannica has an entry on Britannica, and Urban Dictionary has several entries on Urban Dictionary. But the Merriam-Webster Dictionary isn't that self-referential. Yeah, and gullible isn't in the dictionary either. That's a good one.
Strolling through the park with the sarsaparilla. For me, I'm not nice.
Open wide for Strike Lee. Suppose Malcolm X were still alive and he decided to go bowling. It could happen. If Malcolm X were to bowl a turkey, what would be displayed on his lane's computer screen? Malcolm X XX, Malcolm X //, Malcolm X XX / or Malcolm X XXX. A turkey is when a player bowls 3 consecutive strikes, and X means strike. And if you think those rental bowling shoes are sanitary, you've been hoodwinked, you've been had, you've been took, you've been led astray, run amok, you've been bamboozled, and your feet are infected.
Hold me, never let me go. Am I dreaming? Question 10.
Here's one I like to call, My Feet Are Smelling. Hey, you know those groundbreakingly clever Dr. Scholl's commercials where everyone's gelling with words that rhyme with gellin', like Magellan? Ha! Woohoo! Those are some classic clever commercials. I tell ya, I could listen to words that rhyme with gellin' all day. If you were gelling near the Strait of Magellan, what might you be yelling? Check my Central American seaside dwellin'. Try these Australian beach drinks I'm selling. My African coastal sunburn stopped swelling. Or, I'm doing some South American shore seashelling. At the bottom tip of South America, the Strait of Magellan runs through Chile. It's where Magellan went say-yelling. His trip ended tragically when his feet, unprotected by Dr. Scholl's gel inserts, became inflamed and fell off. True story. Welcome to the attack. When you see two clues that match, press your A button. 4,000 if you're right, but you lose 4,000 if you're wrong. But keep this in mind.
Remember the clue.
It's gotta be a match that fits this clue. Facial hair makes the man. Let's do this in style. Good luck. There it is! Congrats! I'm gonna tell you something. You are the Tom Selleck of facial hair knowledge. I mean that.
You don't know Jack!
And the wrong answer of the game is brought to you by
Salvador's Unnecessary Animal Hybrids. Giraffe frogs and rhinocerabits on sale now.
Okay, what are we waiting for? Right off the bat, I'm forever in blue, Gene. Hey, you ever have anyone look at your unzipped zipper and tell you in super secret code XYZ? You know, examine your zipper? Well, suppose Wrangler came out with Mom Gene jeans, inspired by the human female chromosome. How would you tell your mom to examine her Mom Gene jean zipper? XXZ, XYZ, YYZ, or YXZ? Female genes are identified with an XX chromosome pair. And for the record, these genes with the stretch waist are unisex. So everybody stop with the snickering! This one's called Doctor Person, Medicine Person. Which of these doctors might be called if the ghost of Doc Holliday were haunting a Wild West ghost town? Dr. Zhivago, Dr. Venkman, Dr. Faustus, or Dr. Moreau? Dr. Venkman is one of the main characters in Ghostbusters. You could also call TV's The Ghost Hunters, TV's The Ghost Whisperer, or of course, TV's Scooby-Doo. How about, oh, the places you'll go? And yeah, it's this or that. I'm going to throw out 7 names, and for each one I want you to tell me if it's a drug used to control urine flow or a Dr. Seuss character. If it's a pee drug, press left on your plus control pad. If it's from Dr. Seuss, press right on your plus control pad. Right answers will bring you plenty of green eggs and ham. But miss an answer and you'll start pissing your winnings away. Let's put 30 seconds on the clock. Alrighty then, here it comes. Uramax. Florax. Flomax. Flummox. Rapaflow. Thing one! Wow, you're a real whiz. I think I may need to see a doctor because lately my trips to the bathroom are 1 piss, 2 piss, red piss, blue piss.
Everybody quattro, hey!
Let's try Lather Prince Repeat. Hey, you see Jake Jill, Gall? You see him in Prince of Persia? Is he hot or what? Oh my god, did I say that out loud? What would Prince of Persia be called if it were updated to reflect contemporary geography? Prince of Turkey, Prince of Thailand, Prince of India, or Prince of Iran? Iran used to be Persia. That was right around the same time the U.S. invaded Persia to seize their stockpile of flying carpets in Operation Desert Shag.
Where's the vibe, girl? Rock my world, girl. Ooh, yeah.
Here we have Into Thin Hair. Being trapped on the top floor of which of these buildings would cause Rapunzel to grow her hair out the longest? Empire State Building in New York City, Willis Tower in Chicago, Petronas Towers in Kuala Lumpur, or Transamerica Pyramid in San Francisco. Formerly known as the Sears Tower, Willis Tower's top floor is the highest of these 4 buildings, not counting architectural spires and antennas. And Rapunzel grew her hair out the window all the way to ground level so some stud could climb up it and save her. I guess she prefers a muscular guy over somebody smart enough to take the elevator. That brings a close to round 1. Andrew's sitting pretty for someone so ugly. Remember, in round 2, every question is worth double. All right, you ready? Too bad. Try this on for size. Field of Presidents. I love baseball nicknames. A-Rod plays for the Yankees, K-Rod plays for the Mets, and Jay Hay plays for the Braves. Okay, suppose the Washington Nationals wanted to put together a dream team of U.S. presidents, numbering them according to their order in office. Which president would wear number 3? T. Jeff, J. Mads, A. Jax, or Z. Tay? T. Jeff, or Thomas Jefferson, was the 3rd U.S. president. Poor guy lived a century too early. Can you imagine the perks of being the real Thomas Jefferson on nickel beer night? Hey, give me a beer, will ya? Oh, you want to see a nickel? Check out the face, buddy. See that? I am the nickel. Booyah! Question 7. It's time for... I've got some film in my throat. Which singer's name does not appear in the title of a Best Picture Oscar winner? Prince, Eve, Sting, or Tom Jones? All About Eve, The Sting, and Tom Jones are all titles of Best Picture winners, but no Best Picture winner has ever had Prince in the title. Perhaps less surprisingly, no Best Picture winner has ever actually had Prince in it.
Blood and chickens picking out a mate. Guess I'll marry 8.
Next up, saying for the birds is for the birds. So, I agreed to take care of an ex-coworker's ridiculous parrot again. I don't know why I do this. I don't even like the guy. Or the parrot. This thing will eat anything. Like wood chips. And trash from the street. Hey, pretty bird, why don't you try eating some of Uncle Cookie's extra hot chili?
Polly want a cracker! Polly want a cracker!
Oh crap, I don't have any crackers. Since I don't have any crackers, what should Polly ask for to help stop the intense burning sensation?
Polly want a water! Polly want more chili! Polly want a milk! Or Polly want a beer!
Cold milk is the most effective remedy for a burning mouth because it contains casein, which washes away capsaicin, the active component in chili peppers. The only problem is I think Polly's lactose intolerant. Oh! Polly, open a window!
Strolling through the park with the sarsaparilla. For me, I'm not nice.
Buck her up for. Never too young to party backstage. Who was the only one legally able to drive home after hosting Saturday Night Live for the first time? Lindsay Lohan, Macaulay Culkin, Jodie Foster, or Drew Barrymore? Lindsay Lohan was 17 years old at the time of taping, thus able to drive herself home. Well, let's be honest. Is she ever really able to drive herself home?
Hold me, never let me go. Am I dreaming? Question time.
This one's known as Obliging Mary J. If Mary J. Blige only traveled by bilge while touring, what would a concert venue need to be equipped with in order to receive her? A rooftop landing pad, port access, a train depot, or a wormhole? A bilge is the lowest section of a ship's hull, so she's traveling by boat. And if there's one thing I know about Mary J. Blige, actually I don't know anything about Mary J. Blige. Brace yourself for the attack. When you see two clues that match, press your A button. $4,000 if you're right, 4,000 gone if you're wrong. And one more thing.
Remember the clue.
It's gotta be a match that fits this clue. Dog bless us, everyone. What kind of dog are you? Good luck. That's the game! I'm actually impressed, and I have to say, I'm not easily impressed. Although one time I did see a dog that could play the kazoo. Let me tell ya, I was pretty impressed. Okay, now that I think about it, I am easily impressed.
You don't know Jack!
And our wrong answer of the game is brought to you by...
No surprise, Jack in the Boxes! You will be notified in advance how and when the Jack will come out of the box.
So let's get to it. First up, Elmer Fudd loves Hunt. Sorry, just checking the evites for my party. Looks like Donnie's not coming. His response is pretty long, but the gist of it is he's getting a hysterectomy that day. Poor guy. Oh well. If Elmer Fudd successfully hunted the following Looney Tunes animals, which would be the biggest haul? Roadrunner, Wile E. Coyote, Pepe Le Pew, or Taz, the Tasmanian Devil? Full-grown coyotes can weigh as much as 23 kilograms or 50 pounds, heavier than any of these other animals. Although as heavy as they are, sometimes when they run off a cliff, they won't fall for several seconds, often giving them enough time to hold up a tiny wooden sign with an expression of dismay painted on it, like "uh-oh" or "eep." Up next, mini golf geography. Hey, remember Vern Troyer, Mini-Me? Wonder what he's up to lately. Say Vern Troyer opens Mini-Me's North American Mini Golf. If he puts the lighthouse hole in the northeast section and the windmill hole in the midwest section, where should he put the totem pole hole? The Pacific Northwest section, the Central Northern section, the Hawaii South Pacific section, or the Southwest section? Totem poles were erected by Native American tribes of the Pacific Northwest. And he should put the clown hole right smack dab over Washington, D.C., am I right? Yeah. Coming up next, boxers versus briefs. And no boxer briefs here, it's a dis or dat. I'm gonna read off 7 pairs of names. For each pair, tell me if it's a landmark Supreme Court case or a landmark boxing match. If it's a Supreme Court case, press left on your plus control pad. If it's a boxing match, press right on your plus control pad. Each one right gets you $300. Get it wrong and I'll sock 300 right out of you. And let's see some fancy footwork. You've only got 30 seconds to get the knockout. Ready? Let's go. Tunney versus Dempsey. Plessy versus Ferguson. Gideon versus Wainwright. Marbury versus Madison. Lewis versus Schmeling. Miranda versus Arizona. Liston versus Clay. The winner and reigning champ. My favorite Supreme Court case was Bush versus Gore, when Ruth Bader Ginsburg bit off part of Justice Scalia's ear. Hey! Here's a good one. You incandescent tube. Which of the following is a real short film shot and distributed by Thomas Edison? 2 dogs humping, electrocuting an elephant, dancing, smoking little person, or woman fits fist in mouth? In 1903, Topsy the elephant was killed by electrocution, and it was filmed by Thomas Edison, whose other films included 2 Men Dancing and Woman Washing Baby. And let me tell you, the Woman Washing Baby rickroll was hilarious.
Where's the vibe, girl? Rock my world, girl. Ooh, yeah.
Say hello to balls throughout history. So people tell me this LeBron James kid is a pretty good basketball player. Perhaps. But does he rule? Which of the following do NBA star LeBron King James and King James I of England not have in common? Each of them is an only child, each of them was destined for greatness at a young age, each of them attended school overseas, or each of them was known as a cavalier. LeBron James, perhaps the greatest high school basketball player ever, attended school in the Cleveland area, not overseas. King James I could also perfectly execute a swing the cat jam, although back then it meant you swung a cat around until it died and made a jam out of it. Round 1 is in the books, and you're in pretty good shape for now. Keep in mind, in round 2, everything is worth twice as much. And lest you forget, our wrong answer of the game is still out there waiting to be picked. Enough small talk. I call this one, Pixar movies make me gassy.
Hey guys, did you get this Evite to Cookie's party?
Yeah, why does he want us to bring towels? He doesn't even have a pool.
Hey guys, you coming to my party?
Yeah, sorry Cookie, we're, getting lobotomies that day.
Together?
Yeah, we got a 2-for-1 deal.
Good coupon.
Yeah.
Anyway, if I wanted to reenact the movie Up, what would I definitely not want to attach to my house? Hydrogen balloons, helium balloons, carbon dioxide balloons, or ammonia balloons? Carbon dioxide is denser than air, so balloons filled with CO2 wouldn't be able to float on their own and couldn't even theoretically make a house float like in the movie Up. I thought that movie was so fake. Nobody is computer generated in real life.
Question 7!
May I introduce Shakira, Princess of Power. If Shakira's hips are making confabulatory statements, what is true? Her hips don't lie, her hips know they're lying, her hips don't know they're lying, or her hips are mute. Confabulation is the replacement of a gap in memory by a false memory the person believes to be true. In reality, Shakira's hips really don't lie. Sometimes I wish they would, though. They can be so mean sometimes.
Fucking chickens picking out a mate. Guess I'll marry 8.
Let's try... What's inside Richard Hatch? Okay, I know Lost has been off the air for a little while now, but I keep rewatching the DVDs because I still don't understand what happened. What the f***? One question. Why did the writers write so many British characters? Charles Widmore, Eloise Hawking, Desmond, Charlie? Is it because people with British accents sound more mysterious? Anyway. Which Lost character is not doing something British? Jack Shepherd eating shepherd's pie, Kate Austen reading Jane Austen, John Locke studying philosopher John Locke, or the smoke monster eating smoked Munster cheese? Munster cheese, smoked or not, is actually an American cheese. It originated right here in America. This just reminds me the smoke monster never even had a name. Unless there are clues hidden in the show to the smoke monster's name. I guess I'm gonna have to watch all the episodes again.
Strolling through the park with the sarsaparilla. For me, I'm not nice.
How about over, under, across, and through? Who could have learned to tie his tie from Louis Farrakhan? C. Montgomery Burns, The Cat in the Hat, SpongeBob SquarePants, or Dilbert? Louis Farrakhan, the African-American leader of the Nation of Islam, is pretty well known for wearing bow ties, so he could have taught the Cat in the Hat how to tie his. Also, like the Cat in the Hat, Louis Farrakhan will be played in an upcoming movie by Mike Myers.
Hold me, never let me go. Am I dreaming? Question time.
Here we have Party Time. Oh, another response to my Evite. Let's see, from Bob. Will not attend.
Hey, Cookie, would love to come, but I've got cryotherapy treatment for my periungal warts. Yeah, sorry. Thanks for the invite, though.
Periungal warts? This is nuts! I'm hosting the craziest party this side of Vegas next week, and all I'm getting are these lame excuses why people can't come. How is it possible that everyone in the whole studio is sick? I'm getting to the bottom of this, because I already put down a deposit on the life-size Mariska Hargitay ice sculpture, and I'll be damned if I watch it melt by myself. I'm pretty sure all these people are lying, but which one of these excuses for missing the social event of the year makes any sort of sense medically?
Sorry, acne problem. Rheumatologist appointment.
I'm seeing an otolaryngologist about my sore throat.
A nephrologist appointment about an ear infection.
Or
I have to see me cardiologist for me arthritis.
An otolaryngologist is an ear, nose, throat doctor. All the rest of you are f***ing bad liars. It's fine. I don't want any of you jerks to come. I'll just keep all those gift bags for myself.
Wait, there's gift bags? What's in the gift bags?
What do you mean? The gift is the bag. They've got freshness seals, man. Step right up to the Jack Attack. When you see two clues that match, press your A button. 4,000 big ones if you're right, but if you're wrong, you lose 4,000. And of course,
remember the clue.
It's gotta be a match that fits this clue. Hey, what's that on your flag? My symbol is a phoenix rising from a flexed bicep. Good luck. That's all she wrote! I pledge allegiance to your score. Wow. But I'm not taking my hat off.
You don't know Jack!
And your wrong answer of the game is being sponsored by
the Owensville High School Lost and Found Outlet Store. Unclaimed items, discount prices.
Okay, let's begin. Let's begin with, there's a war in my pants. If my boxer shorts were to stage a boxer rebellion like the one in China in the early 1900s, what would they be rebelling against? The introduction of foreign tighty-whities, restrictive communist thongs, the slavery of the jockstrap, or an underwear dictatorship? The Boxer Rebellion was a rebellion by the Chinese against the encroachment of foreign influence, just like my boxers would rebel against the introduction of foreign tighty-whities. The tighty-whities wouldn't stand a chance. My boxers would totally wipe their rear flank. Coming up, License to Lil. Age-wise, who's the Lilist? Lil Wayne, Lil Romeo, Lil Kim, or Lil Jon? Born in '89, Lil Romeo is the youngest. Sadly, we lost one of the Lils when Lil Bow Wow changed his name to just Bow Wow, because nothing proves you're a mature adult like calling yourself Bow Wow. And now, who you gonna call in the morning? If the Ghostbusters proton packs could be jammed by a proton pump inhibitor, what might a clever ghost shove in there? A Tylenol, a Claritin, a Prevacid, or a Viagra? Prevacid and other drugs like Prilosec are proton pump inhibitors that help prevent acid reflux, so a Prilosec could foil the Ghostbuster proton packs. Unless their proton packs had Indian food for dinner.
Everybody quattro, hey!
Pucker up for Doctorate in Refreshment, and it's a dis or dat. I'm gonna read off 7 names, and for each one, tell me if it's a Surgeon General of the United States or the name of a Dr. Pepper knockoff brand. If it's a Surgeon General, press left on your plus control pad. If it's a Dr. Pepper knockoff, press right on your plus control pad. Each one right earns you the prestigious award of $300. For each one wrong, 300 fizzes away. And you've only got 30 seconds. Sorry, doctor's orders. Alrighty then, here it comes. Dr. Bold, Dr. Coop, Dr. Shasta, Dr. Satcher, Dr. Elders, Dr. Thunder, Dr. Benjamin. That was refreshing. I always wondered what would have happened if Dr. Pepper never got such a high education. Hard to imagine I could be drinking a United States Senator Pepper right now.
Where's the vibe, girl? Rock my world, girl. Ooh, yeah.
Try this on for size. Don Draper the Dweeb. How would Mad Men's John Hamm most likely have gotten teased as a youth? You're pretty skinny for a pork belly. Hey, it's Porky the Pig's ass. What's wrong? Need a pig shoulder to cry on? Or it's time for a piggyback ride. Ham consists of the rump and back thigh of a pig. If I ever encounter John Hamm on the street, I know exactly what I'll do. I'll just stare at him for a brief moment and then say, "That'll do, John, that'll do." That's the end of round 1. And surprisingly, you're doing pretty well. Don't forget, all the questions in round 2 are worth double. And don't forget, the wrong answer of the game is still there for the taking. Let's see what's in store. Here's one I like to call, he's a Willionaire. You see the Karate Kid remake with Will Smith's kid? The original was so much better. Will Smith getting his kid a bunch of starring roles in Hollywood movies is an example of what? Nepotism, nihilism, cronyism, or pacifism? Nepotism is when you give special favors to members of your family, and since Will Smith is a producer of the Karate Kid remake, it's possible he pulled a few strings. And I feel like I should get this off my chest. Wow, this is hard. Okay, so my dad was my Weeblo Scouts leader, and he gave me a bowling badge, and I never even went bowling.
Question 7!
Coming up next, Chair Dope Bowl. If Homer Simpson caused a nuclear meltdown at the Springfield nuclear power plant, what would not be a result of his radiation sickness? Throwing up the 20 donuts he ate, losing his 3 pieces of hair, dropping from a 60-inch waist to a 40-inch waist, or developing a brighter yellow skin? Discoloration of the skin is a result of radiation poisoning, but the skin turns red, not yellow. Radiation poisoning can also cause humans to give birth to cows, which totally ruins Bart's catchphrase, "Don't have a cow, man."
Rotten chickens picking out a mate. Guess I'll marry 8.
It's time for TV Needs More Mediocre Ideas. Ooh, I love order.
It's the put the choices into order, then buzz in and see if you are right.
Since these order questions can be kind of tough, and since I'm such a nice guy, you get a $1,000 bonus for getting this right. Put these TV show series spin-offs in order from least time on air to most time on air. Baywatch Nights, The Apprentice, Martha Stewart, Joey. The Apprentice, Martha Stewart, Baywatch Nights, Joey. Baywatch Nights, Joey, The Apprentice, Martha Stewart, Joey, The Apprentice, Martha Stewart, Baywatch Nights, or Joey, Baywatch Nights, The Apprentice, Martha Stewart. The Apprentice, Martha Stewart aired for 13 episodes, Baywatch Nights for 44, and Joey for a whopping 46. That earned you an extra grand. Hey, what about a show called Baywatch Lunch? And it would just be Pamela Anderson eating various delicious meals.
Scrolling through the park with the sarsaparilla. For me, if not nine.
Here's a good one. Fierce Creatures. What would Heidi Klum, host of Project Runway, call the show in her native tongue? Proyecto Pista, Project Landebon, Project Briuki Shastlivi, or Project Pay Unway Raid. Heidi Klum is from Germany, and Projekt Landebahn is how she'd say Project Runway in her native tongue. And if you're listening, Heidi Klum, you can bring your native tongue around anytime.
Hold me, never let me go. Am I dreaming? Question 10.
And on its way, Madden is hell. If John Madden could only announce primetime football games using only prime numbers, what score could he announce? 9-12, 24-13, 31-17, or 41-33? 31 and 17 are both numbers that are only divisible by 1 and itself. Therefore, they're both prime numbers. My dad had a similar disorder, except he couldn't say the words son and love in the same sentence. Brace yourself for the attack. When you see 2 clues that match, press your A button. 4,000 if you're right, 4,000 gone if you're wrong. And don't ever forget,
remember the clue.
It's gotta be a match that fits this clue. All the married ladies, try not to have any misses. Get it, misses? Good luck. That's the game! That was so good you deserve a ring pop. I don't have one. I just think next time you're in the store and you see a ring pop, go ahead and treat yourself. You earned it.
You don't know Jack!
And our wrong answer of the game is sponsored by
Pat Jim's Weasel Jerky, now with 50% less hair.
Okay, it's time. Let's start with a food pyramid scheme. If the Tomb Raider franchise created a sequel called Lara Croft Food Pyramid Raider, what relic would Lara Croft find at the bottom? The sacred bowl of vegetables, the scroll of fruits, the crown of grains, or the amulet of beans? The USDA has grains at the bottom of their food pyramid, stating you should have 6 to 11 servings of it per day. Meanwhile, the United States Department of Awesome states you need to have 6 to 11 servings of high fives in order to have a balanced day of fun. Here's one for you. Looking for Mrs. Right Away. You know, I get pretty lonely doing all this hosting, so I posted a Craigslist ad looking for love from a celebrity. Here it is. Single male seeking actress from the dark continent. Must love role-playing. I'll be your victim if you'll be my serial killer. Promise to j'adore you forever. No fatties, please. Who'll be my best celebrity match? Penelope Cruz, Rachel Weisz, Charlize Theron, or Uma Thurman? Born in South Africa? Check. Played a serial killer and monster? Check. Model for j'adore ads? Check. People say I'm shooting for somebody way out of my league. Well, I have 2 words for them. Yeah, whatever the name of that 90-year-old guy was who married Anna Nicole Smith. Up next, to sleep, perchance to not be awake. If the snooze button on Rip Van Winkle's alarm clock gave him 10 extra minutes of sleep, how many times would he have to hit it to sleep for 20 years? A little over 100,000 times, a little over 1 million times, a little over 10 million times, or a little over 100 million times? Taking into account leap years, etc., Rip Van Winkle would have to hit the snooze button about 1,051,920 times, give or take. And don't write in saying something like, oh, it's actually 1,051,921 or 1,051,922, because for your choices I gave you a margin of error of several million, so chill out. This one's known as caffeine, and it's a dis or dat. I'm gonna list off 7 names. For each one, I want you to tell me if it's a flavor of tea from Celestial Seasonings or a Vin Diesel movie. If it's tea, press left on your plus control pad. If it's diesel, press right on your plus control pad. Right answers will get your heart pumping and your brain racing. But wrong answers will be as soothing as a Vin Diesel movie. And we'll let this question steep for 30 seconds. Cool, let's do it. Morning Thunder. Fast and Furious. Tension Tamer. Fast Lane. Pitch Black. Red Singer. Awakenings. You did so well. Even better than Vin Diesel in Saving Private Ryan. People often tell me I look like Vin Diesel's teabag. I don't know what that means, but I'm gonna take it as a compliment.
Where's the ball, girl? Rock my world, girl. Ooh, yeah.
Say hello to H-O-T-T. That spells hot. T. If the Red Hot Chili Peppers are pretty hot, which band is the hottest? The Jalapeno Hot Chili Peppers, the Boot Jalokia Hot Chili Peppers, the Poblano Hot Chili Peppers, or the Habanero Hot Chili Peppers? With a rating of over 1 million on the Scoville Spice Scale, this Indian pepper is the hottest red chili pepper in the world. I once ate 7 of them on a dare in college, which is why I now have to feed myself through my navel. That's round 1. And you're doing pretty well, probably because there's no competition. Remember, I'm doubling the value of each question in round 2. And remember, keep an eye out for the wrong answer of the game. It's still out there. Let's move on, shall we? Open wide for Mom's the Word. I know this is kind of corny, but I'd like to take a moment to say that I love my mother very much. And also that she's a friggin' liar. Which of these things that my mother told me is actually true?
Reading in low light will damage your eyes. Gum stays in your stomach for 7 years. Drinking orange juice will help prevent a cold. Or, it's dangerous to swim for an hour after eating.
Reading in low light won't damage your eyes, gum doesn't stain your stomach longer than anything else, and swimming after eating won't give you cramps. But Mom was pretty much telling the truth when she said that orange juice and vitamin C in general can at least help ward off a cold. Also, I'm pretty sure Sparky wasn't sent to a special farm for awesome dogs.
Question 7!
Take a good look at... I'm self-conscious about my Harry Potter. Which of these Harry Potter characters has the least melanin in his hair? Albus Dumbledore, Rubius Hagrid, Sirius Black, or Ron Weasley? Dumbledore has white hair, which is caused by the absence of melanin. I'm sure he could just create a spell to darken his hair, but he's probably afraid he'll just end up looking like one of the guys from ZZ Top.
Locking chickens picking out a mate. Guess I'll marry 8.
Why not try throwing your voice away? Maybe I'm going crazy, but I keep smelling wood varnish.
Oh, it's my powerful new cologne.
Oh, Billy.
One's made of skin, one's made of wood, so who's the dummy?
Not me. You know, Cookie, someday I'll be the one in charge.
Oh, really? I'm pretty sure you'll always be the dummy.
I beg to differ. I'll rise to the first in command, like... Which of these presidents was vice president before he was president? James K. Tolk, George W. Bush, Narton Van Buren, or Benjamin Franklin? You bet. Narton Van Buren was vice president before he became president of the United States.
But Billy, I'm not a president. I wasn't elected to be your ventriloquist.
Yeah, nobody would vote for you.
So, I'm not going anywhere.
Unless you meet with a horrible accident.
You somehow managed to be even creepier than most puppets, Billy.
I'll take that as a compliment.
Scrolling through the park with the sarsaparilla. For me, I'm not nice.
Next. My pies bring all the boys to the shop. If Mrs. Lovett's Pie Shop were to get reviewed on Yelp, what would be her average rating? 1 star, rude customer service and I found mud in my pie. 3 stars, decent fruit pies, you must get the snozberry. 4 stars, whipped cream pies have me whipped. 5 stars, the meat pies are to die for. Mrs. Nellie Lovett is Sweeney Todd's partner in crime. She puts his victims into her meat pies. Just another reason to always trust Yelp.
Hold me, never let me go. Am I dreaming?
This one's called 30 Stonefeller Plaza. Which one of these 30 Rock cast members would weigh 30 stone? A 3-pound baby Tracy Morgan, a 90-pound dieting Judah Friedlander, a 420-pound very pregnant Tina Fey, or a 2,000-pound Alec Baldwin? 1 stone equals 14 pounds, so a 30-stone Tina Fey would weigh 420 pounds. Oh boy, if Tina Fey's character weighed 420 pounds, I bet Tracy Morgan would say something really outrageous. I bet he would. Welcome to the attack. When you see two clues that match, press your A button. $4,000 for a right answer, but say goodbye to $4,000 if you're wrong. And don't forget,
Remember the clue.
It's gotta be a match that fits this clue. You've changed, man. I thought I knew you. I really did. Good luck. There it is! Kick butt. Don't ever change. Have a great summer. Keep in touch. See you next year. Smooches!
You don't know Jack!
And today's wrong answer of the game is being brought to you by
Bernie's Baby Browning Tanning Beds. Get your baby beach ready today.
Okay, let's hit it. First question. That is some handsome debt. Because it's closest to the card color associated with soccer penalties, which credit card might David Beckham give Victoria to pay for her many extravagant celebrations? Visa Black, American Express Green, Discover Platinum, or Gold MasterCard? The Gold MasterCard would be closest to a yellow card, a penalty card which FIFA rules state a player shall be given for displays of extravagant celebrations, such as removing one's shirt after a goal. And Victoria's shopping sprees are all being caught on film for an exciting new documentary, Spend It Like Beckham. Next up, baking a cake with his bare hands. How cool is Bear Grylls, that dude from Man vs. Wild? Surviving harsh elements with only a plastic comb? Awesome! Suppose Bear Grylls baked a layer cake to celebrate his return from the Amazon. If the 4 layers of the cake represented the 4 layers of the rainforest, which part would be the top layer? The fudgy forest floor layer, the fruity understory layer, the caramely emergent layer, or the chocolatey canopy layer? In a rainforest, there are 4 layers: the forest floor, the understory, the canopy, and the emergent layer. And the emergent layer consists of the tallest trees at the very top. I heard that Bear Grylls is actually a very good cook. You'd never know it from watching Man vs. Wild, but I guess he makes an amazing souffle made with banana custard and raw warthog balls. And now, emotions. Which letters from a Windows version name can also mean dead when used as an emoticon? N-E, M-E, S-E, or XP? XP in emoticon language can mean dead. The X is for the X'd out eyes of the dead person, and the P is the dead person's tongue sticking out. Which makes sense. I mean, most dead people, just before they die, go...
Everybody quattro! Everybody quattro! Hey!
Next. USA, the network's so great they named a country after it. USA Network's slogan, "Characters Welcome," really confuses me. Am I the character and I'm welcome to watch the network? In which case, thank you, USA. Or are there characters on their shows and I'm not the character, and does that mean I'm not welcome? I wonder if they could make it more confusing. Suppose the USA Network changed their slogan to "Characters based on other fictional characters welcome." Which of these shows would they air? Burn Notice, House, Monk, or Psych? Dr. Gregory House's character is based on Sherlock Holmes. You know, the detective. Also, little known fact, Jack Bauer from 24 is loosely based on Winnie the Pooh. Think about it.
Where's the vibe, girl? Rock my world, girl. Ooh, yeah.
May I introduce... I'm wearing Ouagadougou, and it's a highly fashionable dis or dat. I'm gonna read off 7 names, and for each one, tell me if it's a world capital city or a fashion designer. Where, if you will. If it's a world capital, press left on your plus control pad. If it's a fashion designer, press right on your plus control pad. Each one right gets you $300, enough to buy half a pair of Prada sunglasses. Each one wrong costs you $300. And don't forget to watch the clock. Okay, we're off. Pretoria, Burberry, Ungaro, Montevideo, Dakar, Hermes, and Mulameester. You were fabulous, absolutely fabulous! And most of those designers' clothes are, of course, made in the capital city of China. That's all we got for round 1. And you've got a decent score there. Don't screw it up. Don't forget, in round 2, all the cash is doubled. It's time. And on its way, turn your head to the left and Kaufman. For accuracy's sake, how should I change the lyrics to R.E.M's Man on the Moon? If you believe they put 5 men on the moon, if you believe they put 9 men on the moon, if you believe they put 12 men on the moon, or if you believe they put 18 men on the moon. 12 men have walked on the moon's surface, beginning with Neil Armstrong and ending with Harrison Schmitt in 1972. If you ask me, they didn't put anyone on the moon. It was all a Hollywood soundstage. I mean, if they were really there, how come they didn't bring back any cheese? I think I proved my point.
Question 7!
This one's known as, I just stepped in something ugly. Suppose you're wearing a stylish pair of UGG boots. If every time you take a step, the boots let out an UGG sound, what would that be an example of? A malapropism, an oxymoron, assonance, or onomatopoeia? Onomatopoeia is a word that imitates the sound it represents, like UGG. But if your Uggs really are making noise every time you step, you might want to double check and make sure you're not wearing actual lambs.
Lordin' chickens picking out a mate. Guess I'll marry 8.
Open wide for The Government is Such a Dreamboat. Which of these famous brothers would effectively be able to rule a tetrarchic government? The Baldwin brothers, the Blues brothers, the Bacon brothers, or the Jonas brothers? A tetrarchic government would be ruled by 4 people, and there are 4 Baldwin brothers. I'd hate to see them eventually usurped by an even more handsome group of brothers. Oh wait, there isn't one.
Scrolling through the park with the sarsaparilla. For me, I'm 99.
It's time for I Am Looking for Someone Who Accepts Who I Am. Suppose on their first date, Olive Oil revealed to Popeye that she had an acidic level between 1% and 2%. What would that have made her, olive oily speaking? An extra virgin, an extra virgin, a virgin, or a hoe? In order to be classified as virgin olive oil, the acidic level must be more than 1% and less than 2%. Olive oil's virginity may explain why Popeye's arms were so freakishly strong.
Hold me, never let me go. Am I dreaming? Question 10.
How about E-I-E-I-Ow? Which farm animal actually has the balls to rule the barnyard? A capon, a gelding, a ram, or a steer? The ram's the only farm animal here who's not castrated, so the ram's got it in the bag. Or got them in the bag. And if you think about it, rams do look kinda horny. Step right up to the jack attack. When you see two clues that match, press your A button. $4,000 if you're right, but you lose $4,000 if you're wrong. And of course,
remember the clue.
It's gotta be a match that fits this clue. CGI people, real voices. These characters are computer generated, but not their voices. Good luck. There you have it! Hey, you know your animated children's movies. Congratulations.
You don't know Jack!
Good job, everyone. Donnie, what are we doing?
And today's wrong answer of the game is brought to you by
Beautiful on the inside surgical artwork, because real art takes guts.
Okay then, why wait any longer? First, surely you joust. Imagine you're at the theme restaurant Medieval Times Dinner and Tournament, or similar medieval-themed restaurant/horse show, and you're asked to observe a moment of silence for a fallen jouster. In medieval terms, how long would you wait? Half a second, 1.5 minutes. A moment was a medieval unit of time equal to 1/40th of an hour, or 1.5 minutes. Coincidentally, that's also the time it takes to bludgeon the obnoxious kid sitting next to you with your giant broasted chicken leg. Why not try? You can tell I'm acting because I'm yelling! You ever notice there are just some actors who tend to play the title characters in all their movies? For example, Sylvester Stallone, Rocky, Rambo, Judge Dredd, Tango and Cash. Anyway, in which Al Pacino movie does Pacino not play the title character? Scarface, The Godfather Part 2, Donnie Brasco, or You Don't Know Jack? Al Pacino did not play Donnie Brasco in Donnie Brasco. Johnny Depp did. Which leads nicely into the question, will Johnny Depp ever play another character in a movie that doesn't involve him wearing makeup and a strange hat and standing in front of a green screen? Buck her up for. There once was a twin from Nantucket. If the Minnesota Twins were to sign a man from Nantucket, which of the following would not be true? There once was a man from Nantucket. He'd play on the same team as did Puckett. Twin Cities is home, they play in a dome, and we're champs in '91, so suck it. The Minnesota Twins moved from the Metrodome to Target Stadium in 2010. Now if the Chicago Cubs were to sign a fella from Venus...
Everybody quattro, hey!
Take a stab at, I'll sue you right to sleep, and it's a dis or dat. I'm gonna read a list of 7 names. For each one, tell me if it's one of the largest U.S. law firms or a musical duo. If it's a law firm, press left on your plus control pad. If it's a musical duo, press right on your plus control pad. Answer correctly and get $300 in royalties. Answer wrong and I sue your pants off. And those look like expensive pants. You got 30 seconds. And yes, those are billable. Okay, let's move. Sullivan and Cromwell. Ashford and Simpson. Covington and Burling. Hall and Oates. Seals and Croft. Kirkland and Ellis. Loggins and Messina. I find you guilty of kicking ass. And if you ask me, someone should sue the captain and Toenail for ever breaking up. I miss you, Captain. And Toenail.
Where's the vibe, girl? Rock my world, girl. Ooh, yeah.
This one's called Hot Girl on Girl Distraction. What would most likely be the next hit single from singer Katy Perry? I slapped a girl, I wrestled a girl, I fenced a girl, or I massaged a girl. A parry is a maneuver in fencing, so Katy Perry would fence a girl. Oh, and she'd like it. Which is fine as long as she's wearing protection. That'll wrap up round 1. And you've got a pretty nice score. It's a shame there's nobody here to share it with. Keep in mind, all the prizes are doubled in round 2. Let's get back to the action. Coming up, me, a game show host. You, an idiot. Which of the following missed connections ads on Craigslist would best describe the star-crossed Greek lovers Hero and Leander? You, babe in tower with lamp. Me, dude in ocean. You, lady on throne. Me, guy drinking poison. You, pillar of salt. Me, ghost. You, hot priestess in well. Me, Cylon. The Greek myth of Hero and Leander involves a lady who would light a lamp in her tower for a man who would swim to see her. And then one day a storm blew her lamp out and he was washed out to sea. Which just proves my point that long-distance relationships don't work. Did you hear me, Bryn Derry? Stop calling me. It's over between us.
Question 7.
Coming up next, edible underpants. If each pair of Fruit of the Loom underwear came filled with the actual fruit that's on the label, what would I not be able to whip out of my pants for a quick, healthy snack? A nice warm apple, some moist purple grapes, some odorific green grapes, or a banana. Believe it or not, there is no banana on the Fruit of the Loom underwear label. I'm not saying that if you were to reach around in there long enough, though, that you wouldn't find one.
Locking chickens picking out a mate. Guess I'll marry 8.
Here's one I like to call One Man's Trash is Another Man's Question. It's time for a Send In Your Trash question.
Looking through your trash bag, what's it say about you? Funky trash.
Okay, so I've got a pile of trash here, and I'm gonna go through the trash and, oh, gross. Okay, we've got a school expulsion form, a picture of a little kid with the name Phoebe written at the bottom, and a red hunting cap. Whose trash is this? Elmer Fudd's, Nate Archibald's, Holden Caulfield's, or Joey Tribbiani's? Expelled from school, little sister named Phoebe, iconic red hunting cap. Yep, this is the trash of Holden Caulfield, the main character of The Catcher in the Rye. And don't ask me how a fictional character sent in his trash. It's a game, okay? Deal with it. We're making half of this shit up.
Scrolling through the park with the sarsaparilla. For me, I'm not nice.
Here's a good one. Beef belly jelly bellies. Based on anatomy, if Potbelly's Sandwich Shop made a store that catered to cows, what would it be called? Pot 2 bellies, Pot 3 bellies, Pot 4 bellies, or Pot 5 bellies? A cow has a stomach system made up of 4 separate but connected compartments. The rumen, the reticulum, the omasum, and the abomasum. I hope cows don't start eating at Potbelly's. It'll make me feel really awkward when I order a steak sandwich.
Hold me, never let me go. Am I dreaming? Question time.
Here we have housing bubble, toil, and trouble. Suppose Home Shopping Network decided to get into actually selling home mortgages. Individually wrapped, of course. Which of the following hot picks would not be offered? A cubic zirconium arm, a Waterford crystal yam, a dark faux mahogany rim, or a stain-resistant plush ram? A yam is not a type of mortgage, it's a sweet potato. While we're on the subject, I know a great bank that refinances sweet potatoes. And when I say bank, I mean guy who lives in the apartment next to mine. And when I say lives, I mean squats. But he's the best. The best. Brace yourself for the attack. When you see 2 clues that match, press your A button. 4,000 if you're right, but say goodbye to 4,000 if you're wrong. And most importantly,
remember the clue.
It's gotta be a match that fits this clue. Help! Is there a doctor in this movie? I need these doctor's movie stats. Good luck. That's the game! Wow, you did pretty good. If they gave doctorates in trivial knowledge, you should have one. Oh yeah, I guess they do have one of those. Do you have a PhD in philosophy?
You don't know Jack!
And our wrong answer of the game is brought to you by
Potoman Toilet Ottomans. When pooping makes you pooped, relax with a Potoman.
All right, let's get this party started. To get things rolling, natural skin removal. Which composer is least decomposed? Mozart, Beethoven, Chopin, or Tchaikovsky? Tchaikovsky, who wrote The Nutcracker and Swan Lake, died in 1893. The rest of those guys were way dead by then. The timelessness of great music makes you think, you know? Everybody dies, but sometimes they leave something wonderful behind. I find that comforting. I also find it comforting to think that someday everyone in Hoobastank will be dead. Up next, all that in a bag of chips. Imagine a bunch of Merrill Lynch bankers snacking on bailout money while bilking their customers. Because it does not have ridges, which coin might break while scooping up some creamy French onion dip? A nickel, a dime, a quarter, or a $half? The edges of a nickel are as smooth as a baby's bottom. Oh, and that $3 ATM fee? I hope you choke on that too. Let's try. My middle name is Grammar. Whose first name cannot be used as a verb? The host of Wheel of Fortune, the winner of the Tour de France from 1999 to 2005, the science guy, or the lead singer of the Rolling Stones? Mick Jagger is the lead singer of the Rolling Stones, and Mick isn't a verb. You can't mix something. Verb first names are becoming more and more popular these days. Rob Lowe, Drew Barrymore, Murder Smith.
Everybody quattro, hey!
Here's one for you. Little Miss can't be wrong. And you guessed it, it's a dith or dat. I'm gonna read 7 names. For each one, I want you to tell me if it's a real person or a fictional person of myth. If they're real, press left on your plus control pad. If they're a myth, press right on your plus control pad. Each right answer gets you $300 for your very real score. Get one wrong and $300 becomes a myth. You've got 30 seconds. All right, let's get started. Robin Hood, Red Baron, Paul Bunyan, Uncle Sam, Geronimo, Pecos Bill, Johnny Apple. You will be remembered in plenty of myths, like the saga of meaningless trivia. But who's to say who's real and who isn't? Characters like Uncle Sam and Santa Claus have a real effect on the world, while people like Heidi Montag are made mostly of synthetics.
Where's the vibe, girl? Rock my world, girl. Ooh, yeah.
Try this on for size. Art imitates Netflix. Based on the subject matter she loved to paint, what DVD would not be in Georgia O'Keeffe's Netflix queue? The Rock, Bones, Season 1, Broken Flowers, or Snow Dogs? Known for her work she did in New Mexico, Georgia O'Keeffe had an affinity for painting rocks, animal bones, and flowers, but not snow. But I'm sure if she did have a chance to watch Snow Dogs, she would agree that it really is Cuba Gooding Jr. at his finest. Round 1 is complete. And you're sitting pretty for someone so ugly. Keep in mind, in round 2, everything is worth twice as much. And hint, hint, the wrong answer of the game is still out there waiting for you. Well, no time like the present. Say hello to Elves versus the Man. Suppose the Keebler Elves go on strike due to collective bargaining disagreements. What union jargon would they shout out to their replacement workers? Go fudge yourself, leeches. Fudge you, scabs. Fudge off, bottom feeders. Or fudge me, it's the card checkers. The derogatory term used to call people who replace striking workers is scab. And it's like my dad always said, you can pick your scabs and you can pick your friends, but you can't wipe your friends on the side of the couch.
Question 7!
Coming up next, I would walk 500 miles. I love fortune cookies. They give you little bits of wisdom and really dry out your mouth.
Cookie, fortune cookie, fortune twist. Cookie, fortune cookie, necessary.
Let's see what this one says. Distance makes the heart grow fonder. Well, according to this logic, which fondness is largest? Chicago's fondness for Detroit, Atlanta's fondness for Dallas, San Francisco's fondness for LA, or New York City's fondness for Toronto? Atlanta, Georgia is over 700 miles away from Dallas, Texas, making Atlanta's heart nearly twice as fond as any of these other cities. Same goes for restraining orders. The farther they're set, the more you want to be with that person. It's kind of romantic if you think about it.
Fucking chickens picking out a mate. Guess I'll marry 8.
Why not try the Incredible Who? What might the Incredible Hulk yell if he started referring to himself by his real name? Leave the Tony alone! The John will smash you! Don't laugh at the Peter! The Bruce is mad! The Incredible Hulk, when not green and angry, is known as mild-mannered Bruce Banner. There really are a ton of superheroes named Bruce. Bruce Banner, Bruce Wayne, Bruce Willis and Unbreakable. Bruce Lee is kind of a dead superhero. Bruce, Hornsby.
Strolling through the park with the sarsaparilla. For me, I'm not nice.
Coming up, Sudoku with you. What do you get if you add up all the digits on a traditional Sudoku board, besides a headache? 45, 145, 405, or 1450? Add up 1 through 9 and you get 45 times 9 rows gives you 405. Whenever I complete a game of Sudoku, I give it to a little kid and tell him it's a word search. Hilarious.
Hold me, never let me go. Am I dreaming? Question time.
Up next, I'm not bitter! What would our producers do if they wanted to sweeten an episode of You Don't Know Jack? Remove the curse words, add a laugh track, introduce female characters, or cut out unnecessary dialogue. In TV, the process of adding a laugh track is known as sweetening. They really don't need to, though, because I'm naturally funny. Okay, that's enough. Alright, I'm feeling a little insecure now. Just leave me alone and stop laughing! Welcome to the attack. When you see 2 clues that match, press your A button. $4,000 for a right answer. $4,000 gone if you're wrong. And one more thing.
Remember the clue.
It's gotta be a match that fits this clue. I've got total street cred. What kind of street cred do you have? Good luck. That's all she wrote! Let me plug all of this in my GPS.
Recalculating. 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 Recalculating.
You don't know Jack!
And the wrong answer of the game is brought to you by
Mr. Cow's Presidential Grilled Cheese Sandwiches. These sandwiches were elected by the people to serve your taste buds.
So why not get started? First on the docket, playing doctor with Snow White. If Disney's Doc were actually a practicing doc, and not some oddly harmonious diamond miner, which of the following dwarfs would he most likely diagnose with aphasia? Bashful, grumpy, dopey, or sneezy? Aphasia refers to the inability to speak, usually due to a disease or injury of the brain. The dwarf Dopey is the only one of the 7 who never utters a word. He needs one of those Stephen Hawking machines.
Hi-ho, hi-ho, it's off to work we go.
Next, Scooper Duper. You know, if there were a way I could get the latest scoop on Brangelina directly inserted into my veins through some sort of celebrity news IV, I'd do it. I would do it. Call me crazy, but I'd do it. If I decide to fashion a Big Dipper of star magazines in order to get the biggest celebrity scoop possible, get it? Big Dipper? Scoop? Okay, how many star magazines will I need to best approximate the real Big Dipper? 6-star magazines, 7-star magazines, 8-star magazines, or 9-star magazines? The Big Dipper constellation is made up of 7 stars, so I'd need 7-star magazines to create my celebrity news scooper. I could also spread all 7 magazines out on the floor for my cats. Maybe the bright colors of Kim Kardashian will attract them and give them a new place to poop other than my carpet. Here we have Dollhouse of Horror, and it's a dis or da! I'm gonna read off 7 names, and for each one, tell me if it's the name of an American Girl doll or one of Charles Manson's murderous Manson girls. If it's an American Girl, press left on your plus control pad. If it's a Manson girl, press right on your plus control pad. Get one right and you'll have a precious $300. Get one wrong and 300 big ones will be slashed away. And you've only got 30 seconds. Be safe. We good? Here we go. Felicity Merriman, Susan Atkins, Lainey Holland, Patricia Krenwink, Jake Kittredge, Addie Walker, Leslie Van Houten. You got so many right, you're like a serial winner. You know, if Charles Manson had ever had the opportunity to hold an American Girl doll, I'm pretty sure he would have turned out a lot different.
Everybody quattro, hey!
May I introduce... I have a complex about complexes. Suppose Stewie Griffin develops an Oedipus complex and acts it out on an episode of Family Guy. What would happen? Stewie would kill Lois and eat her. Stewie would sacrifice Brian to please Zeus. Stewie would kill Peter and marry Lois. Or Stewie would fly towards the sun wearing wax wings. Oedipus unknowingly killed his father and married his mother. Freud later used that story to talk about boys competing with their fathers for maternal attention. Oh man, then Chris would say something dumb, and then Meg would say something depressing, and that talking dog would talk and drink a martini. Yeah, that'd be a great episode.
Where's the vibe, girl? Rock my world, girl. Ooh, yeah.
Buck her up for. Better ungulate than never. Using their 2-letter abbreviations, which combination of states spells the name of a South American llama-like mammal? Alabama, Pennsylvania, California, California, Maine, Louisiana, Virginia, Georgia, New York, or Georgia, Massachusetts, Illinois. The abbreviations for these 3 states spell alpaca, which is an animal similar to a llama. And like alpacas, people from Alabama, Pennsylvania, and California spit, don't like being grabbed, and make a wark noise when they're excited. That about does it for round 1. And you should be very proud of that score, because I'm not. Remember, in round 2, every question is worth double. And don't forget, big cash prizes can be yours if you find the wrong answer of the game. Okay, let's do this. I call this one Antonio Banderas' sexy sauce-making machine. Suppose Zorro wants to make some orzo using his sword. Which TV infomercial product could help make the proper ingredients for Zorro's orzo? Jack LaLanne's Power Juicer, the Breadman bread machine, the Ronco automatic pasta maker, or the George Foreman grill? Orzo is a rice-shaped pasta, so he could make some pasta, then slice it into tiny bits of orzo with his sword. I don't know, though. Last time I let Zorro cook for me, I pulled out a giant curly Z from my paella.
Question 7!
This one's called Pandas Role-Playing on the Internet.
It's the put the choices into order, then buzz in and see if you are right.
Get your head in the game, because I'm going to add an extra $1,000 for a correct answer here. Place these things in chronological order of when they were first established. World Wildlife Fund, World of Warcraft, World Wide Web, Walt Disney World. WWF, WDW, WWW, WOW, WDW, WWF, WWW, WOW, WWF, WWW, WDW, WOW, or WWF, WDW, WOW, WWW. The World Wildlife Fund was founded in 1961, Walt Disney World opened in 1971, the World Wide Web started in 1991, and World of Warcraft came along in 2004. That earned you an extra $1,000. This answer would also be true if the WWF stood for World Wrestling Federation, because that started in 1952, just a few years after the aliens landed at Roswell. Coincidence? I don't think so.
Blood and chickens picking out a mate. Guess I'll marry 8.
Open wide for Mother Nature Got Back. Suppose Sir Mix-a-Lot attempts a comeback by writing a song for the Utah Tourism Board called I Like Big Buttes. Which lyric would be inaccurate? I like 'em firm and gradually growing, and I'm down to get the erosion on. I want 'em real steep with a flat top, or shake that healthy isolated butte. Buttes are steep hills with flat tops that are shaped by erosion, but they develop abruptly, not gradually. I'll never forget the day he got knighted and officially became Sir Mix-a-Lot, and he called the Queen of England her thickness.
Scrolling through the park with the sarsaparilla. For me, I'm 99.
How about, my Jedi is smarter than your Jedi? Suppose Albert Einstein had been in charge of teaching Luke Skywalker. Which of these quotes would not be based on one of the 4 fundamental forces of nature? May the quantum force be with you. Use the gravitational force, Luke. The electromagnetic force is strong with this one, or the strong nuclear force will be with you always. Quantum's a big fancy word, yes, but quantum force is not one of the 4 fundamental forces of nature. Those are gravity, electromagnetism, the strong nuclear force, and the weak nuclear force. And as we speak, physicists around the globe are still working hard to pinpoint exactly what George Lucas was on when he came up with Jar Jar Binks.
Hold me, never let me go. Am I dreaming?
Let's try bridging the language gap. Suppose New York bought the Brooklyn Bridge from an IKEA store. Based on how it was assembled, what would the product name most likely be? The Archflugen, the Suspension Stad, the Beamerid, or the Truss Clippin'? The Brooklyn Bridge is a suspension bridge. And we know that the bridge wasn't constructed from an IKEA set. There weren't any inexplicable rivets left over. Step right up to the Jack Attack. When you see 2 clues that match, press your A button. 4,000 big ones if you're right, but if you're wrong, you lose 4,000. But keep this in mind.
Remember the clue.
It's gotta be a match that fits this clue. That thing shouldn't be flying. Now, if you'll excuse me, my flying pig is waiting. Good luck. know, that performance really inspired me. To quote Bette Midler from her classic song, I can fly higher than an eagle, 'cause you are the wind beneath my wings. Fly high against the sky. So high, I almost touched the sky. Thank you, thank God for you, the wind beneath my wings.
You don't know Jack!
And our wrong answer of the game is sponsored by
Rocky's Rodent Rockets. There's no time like the present to shoot your hamster into space.
Hang on tight, we're in for a ride. Right off the top, the preheat of the moment. How would you blanch Kate Blanchett? Bread her, then deep fry her? Put her in a smoker all day? Boil her, then drop her in ice water? Or marinate her and grill her? The process of blanching involves a brief boil followed by a submersion in ice-cold water. And before Kate Blanchett's people start writing us letters, I just want to say I would never dream of blanching her. I've had other dreams, but none about blanching her. Take a stab at. TiVo didn't record the end of the, and it's a dissort. I'm gonna read off the titles of 7 TV shows. For each one, I want you to tell me if the title is a complete sentence or the title is just a sentence fragment. If it's a complete sentence, press left on your plus control pad. If it's just a sentence fragment, press right on your plus control pad. Right answers will get you 300, but answer wrong and you'll lose 300. Let's put a full 30 seconds up on the clock. Ready? Let's go. It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. The New Adventures of Old Christine. America's Got Talent. America's Next Top Model. How I Met Your Mother. Curb Your Enthusiasm. What Not to Wear. You nailed it. Are you the copy editor for TV Guide or something? Because if you are, that sounds like a sad job. Now, if I could only figure out if it was proper to call the show Doctor Who or Doctor Whom. Here's one I like to call, hell if I know. Who or what are Louisa, Letitia, Lucy, Lucretia, and Lou? 5 First Ladies of the United States, the Dream Girls and their manager, 5 Hurricanes of the 2000s, or actress Lucy Liu's 5 sports cars? Louisa Adams, Letitia Tyler, Lucy Hayes, Lucretia Garfield, and Lou, yes, Lou Hoover, 5 First Ladies. The good thing about marrying a girl named Lou is you can be pretty sure she's not a man pretending to be a woman. Otherwise, she would have come up with a better name in order to trick you. Like if someone says her name is Amber and you date her for 5 months and she always looks real nice, and then one day you're walking by the bathroom. I mean, hypothetically speaking, this could happen to somebody else. And on its way, that's my carcass, folks. Suppose Porky Pig were processed into lunch meat and eaten by Elmer Fudd. Based on the meat content, what would Elmer not be able to say while eating him? I love bologna. Salami is my favorite. This pastrami tastes great. Or chorizo is so delicious. Salami, bologna, and chorizo contain pork. Pastrami, however, is made from beef. All those meats are great, but they can't even compare to the deliciousness of Roadrunner meat. I can only get my hands on one. Maybe if I could get some roller skates and a rocket to tie to my back. Genius. I'm off to eBay.
Where's the vibe, girl? Rock my world, girl. Ooh, yeah.
And now, fashion for dummies.
Hey, all you blockheads. Hi, Dilly.
Hi, Billy. Everyone, it's Billy O'Brien, my ventriloquist dummy.
One's made of skin, one's made of wood, so who's the dummy?
Not me.
You're looking pretty snazzy in that tuxedo, Billy.
Thanks, I got a hot date and I'm trying to spruce myself up.
Spruce yourself up. I get it, 'cause you're made of wood.
Way to explain the joke, Donnie. You have the kinetic sensibility of a car door docks. I'm going to a black tie affair with this hot date. If I don't want to wear a vest under my tuxedo coat, what should I wear? Dolo tie, Cunnerdund, Doler cat, or Nanacle?
A cummerbund is traditionally worn under a tuxedo jacket when a vest or waistcoat is not. Billy, I wish you would have told me about this earlier. I'll have to rent a tux if we're going to a black tie event.
Come on, Cookie, give me some room to breathe. If you followed me any closer, you'd get my dot. Yeah, I guess you already are.
All right, back in the box.
No! Don't want to go to my hot date!
Let's say so long to round one. And you're sitting pretty for someone so ugly. Remember, I'm doubling the value of each question in round two. And keep in mind, our wrong answer of the game is still out there waiting to be picked. Okay, here it comes. Next up, my vitamins smell like chum. A lot of health nuts recommend taking fish oil every day. I'm a purist and like to get my fish oil straight from the source. That's why I blend up my own raw fish into these all-natural health fish shakes. Suppose I had 4 gills worth of liquefied fish gills. What kind of vessel would be most appropriate for it? A gallon jug, a pint glass, a shot glass, or a thimble? A gill is a liquid unit of measurement equal to a quarter pint. So you would need a pint glass to hold 4 gills of gills. And before any of you high and mighty do-gooders get pissed off because I'm blending some poor helpless fish, let me defend myself. These fish were already dead when I took them from the orphanage cafeteria.
Question 7!
Here's one for you. I cordially invite you to bring it on. Who dances in the most trashy way? The Rockettes, the Riverdance Company, Stomp, or New York City Ballet Company? Stomp is a dance group known for implementing everyday items into their dance routine, including brooms, bins, and trash cans. I sat there for 2 hours, and honestly, I thought those people were stagehands cleaning everything up so the show could start. I was confused, but only because I thought I was in the theater that was showing puppetry of the penis.
Fucking chickens picking out a mate. Guess I'll marry 8.
It's time for You Can Sleep When You Tragically Die. As we all know, Red Bull gives you wings. Well, which mythological character most likely drank some Red Bull in order to escape imprisonment? Ajax, Icarus, Pygmalion, or Sisyphus? To escape imprisonment, Icarus flies by means of artificial wings, just like Red Bull gives you wings. Of course, then he crashed into the sea and died, which means he really could have also used a 5-hour energy drink, because as we all know, if you drink 5-hour energy, you won't crash later.
Scrolling through the park with the sarsaparilla. For me, I'm not nice.
This one's known as I'm in the Monet. What do artist Claude Monet and comedian Frank Caliendo have in common? Both were born in Italy, both have a bridge named after them, both are impressionists, or both went mad. Claude Monet founded the French art movement Impressionism, while Frank Caliendo did impressions of Fat George W. Bush and John Madden for Mad TV and a variety of commercials. But who can really say which artist will ultimately have more influence on our society? Actually, I'm pretty sure I know which one.
Hold me, never let me go. Am I dreaming? Question 10.
Try this on for size. Foxholes. What could I do with a Glenn Beck? Eat it, warm my hands with it, wear it to a formal party, or dip my toes in it? A glen is a valley and a beck is a swiftly running stream, so I could definitely dip my toe in a glen beck. Just have to be careful where I stick my toe. Don't want to accidentally go up creek. Welcome to the attack. When you see two clues that match, press your A button. $4,000 if you're right, but say goodbye to 4,000 if you're wrong. And don't ever forget,
remember the clue.
It's gotta be a match that fits this clue. What's inside that box? Oh, I hope it's a present. Good luck. There you have it! Wow, you really demolished that box question. It's almost like you know too much about boxes. It almost seems to me, and correct me if I'm wrong here, but you are in fact a box yourself. Am I right? I knew it.
You don't know Jack!
And today's wrong answer of the game is being brought to you by
Bob's Knob Shop. The prices will have you slobbering over Bob's knobs.
Okay, let's light this sucker. Kicking things off, a snack of mythic proportions. Which mythological creature is more complex than a Flipsides brand half cracker, half pretzel? The Minotaur, a Satyr, the Chimera, or a Centaur? While the others are a combination of only two creatures, the Chimera is three things. Half lion, half goat, half snake. Wait, yeah, that sounds right. So Flipsides are totally beneath the Chimera. He pretty much just eats Neapolitan ice cream. Take a stab at... Well, Mr. Wonka, you have diabetes. What would it mean if Charlie from Charlie and the Chocolate Factory received a golden lion instead of a golden ticket? He's been elevated to the status of Tibetan royalty, an African prince wants his hand in marriage, Shogun warriors have sent him a death threat, or his film won Best Picture at the Venice Film Festival. At the Venice Film Fest, the award for Best Picture is a golden lion. Hopefully he made a documentary about the obesity epidemic amongst Oompa Loompas. May I introduce Scandals Resort, and it's a this or dat. I'm gonna list 7 public figures who got involved in sex scandals. For each one, tell me if the scandal was a gay affair or a straight affair. If the affair was with a man, press left on your plus control pad. If it was with a woman, press right on your plus control pad. For each one right, you get $300 to your next campaign. For every wrong answer, the $300 hooker is an undercover vice cop. And there's only 30 seconds on the clock. Alrighty then, here it comes. Pastor Ted Haggard. Governor Elliot Spitzer. Senator John Edwards. Congressman Mark Foley. President Bill Clinton, Senator Larry Craig, David Letterman. That was so good, I'm gonna have to have my blue dress dry cleaned. Man, speaking of affairs, I have nothing to share with anyone here. Isn't that right, Kimberly?
Wait, what? What are you talking about, Cookie?
Exactly. Wink, wink.
Everybody quattro, hey!
It's time for Love Gross or My Rosemary Gross. Which of these is a gross? 64 chunky boogers, 144 dirty adult diapers, 256 pus-filled maggots, or 500 champagne glasses of vomit? 144 of something is called a gross. But in my opinion, there is no such thing as a gross adult diaper. It's not gross, it's just a natural extension of the very natural process of aging and pooping in one's pants. And thus, to me, soiled adult diapers are not gross, they're beautiful. I'm actually kind of tearing up right now. You know, sometimes there's so much beauty in the world, I just can't take it.
Where's the vibe, girl? Rock my world, girl. Ooh, yeah.
This one's called Museum of Ein Farts. Okay, enough childish humor. I can be sophisticated too. Which of the following natural landmarks is closest to MoMA, the world-famous Museum of Modern Art, home to important works by Van Gogh, Gauguin, Matisse, Cezanne, and countless others? Lake Titicaca, Big Bone Lick State Park, Nob Hill, or the Finger Lakes? The MoMA is in New York City and the Finger Lakes are in upstate New York. Whew! If we get any more sophisticated, I'm gonna have to turn in my tuxedo t-shirt for a real-life t-shirt. That'll bring an end to our first round. And you're in pretty good shape for now. Keep in mind, all the prizes are doubled in round 2. Let's move on, shall we? Say hello to Engelbert Humperdinck. Okay, so Stephen Colbert of the Colbert Report changed the pronunciation of his name from Colbert to Colbert, and that's how he became rich and famous. So, which character could not follow Stephen Colbert's lead by changing the pronunciation of the Bert in his name? The lead character in Lolita, the lead character in Scott Adams' comic strip, the lead antagonist in Les Miserables, or the lead singer of the song Doin' the Pigeon? That would be Javert, which is Javert, and is already pronounced as air. You know, 2 former You Don't Know Jack writers went on to work for the Colbert Report, which just goes to show that that's a much better job than writing for You Don't Know Jack and this jackass of a host who never brings in donut. Okay, who wrote this? Who wrote it?
Question 7!
How about looking forward to a pulled hammy? I don't even like the taste of these fortune cookies anymore. I just have an insatiable appetite for my future. Well, it's been a few hours. Must find out what's in store for me.
Cookie, fortune sweat. Cookie, fortune, cookie messages.
Oh, okay. You won't make it to second base with your love this weekend. Hey, how'd they know I love baseball? Well, if I start at home, how far will I make it this weekend? 120 feet, 150 feet, 180 feet, or 200 feet? The distance between bases in baseball is 90 feet. Therefore, I'll have to run 180 feet in total. And remember what Coach always said, if you're gonna try to make it all the way to home plate, just be sure you're safe.
Lord and chickens picking out a mate. Guess I'll marry 8.
Here's one for you. Rogue trip. If Sarah Palin were to jump the fence in her backyard on a Monday and land in Russia, what's the most current thing she could do? Read the Sunday newspaper, read the Monday newspaper, read the Tuesday newspaper, or read the Wednesday newspaper. Because of the international dateline that separates Alaska from Russia, Sarah Palin would arrive in Russia on a Tuesday. Ironic that Russia is a day ahead of the US considering they're years behind fashion-wise. Fur hats? Come on, Russians!
Scrolling through the park with the sarsaparilla. For me, I'm 99.
Next, naming your meat. My bologna has a first name. It's Oscar. My bologna has an Italian name. It's Capicolla, Mortadella, Pancetta, or Bologna. Mortadella originated in the town of Bologna and is the Italian equivalent of bologna. It's just like American bologna, but with more hand gestures.
Hold me, never let me go. Am I dreaming? Question time.
Coming up, it's the esophagus of the tiger, it's the thrill of the fight. Because a Siberian tiger can eat up to 60 pounds of food in a day, how many 1-ounce bowls of Frosted Flakes would Tony the Tiger need to eat per day in order to feel full? 120 bowls, 240 bowls, 480 bowls, or 960 bowls? There are 16 ounces in a pound. 16 multiplied by 60 gives us a grand total of 960 bowls of frosted goodness. Also, tigers don't tend to wear red kerchiefs. They're actually partial to leopard print snuggies. Brace yourself for the attack. When you see 2 clues that match, press your A button. $4,000 for a right answer, but you lose $4,000 if you're wrong. And don't forget,
Remember the clue.
It's gotta be a match that fits this clue. Hey, it's not just for horses. Hey who? Hey me? Go hey yourself. Good luck. That's all she wrote! Hey, looks like someone's on fire! Wait, is something on fire? Oh god, it's the hay! The prop hay's on fire! And I had so much I wanted to do with that.
You don't know Jack!
And your wrong answer of the game is being sponsored by
Hawaii Hal's Lava Lamp Shades. We don't make your lava lamp, we make your lava lamp better.
Alright, we're taking off. Okay, to get things started, hockey porks. I hate Canadian bacon, partly because it's misleading, but mostly because it's just second-rate ham. Let's call a spade, Canada. Let's say I, for some strange reason, want to make a Canadian BLT. If I want to have a slice of Canadian ham for every Canadian province and territory, how many slices will I need? 13 slices of Canadian, it's ham! 16 slices of Canadian, it's definitely ham! 19 slices of Canadian, not even good ham! Or 22 slices of Canadian, ham not bacon! Canada is made up of 10 provinces and 3 territories. And 1 large island made entirely out of moose jerky. Here we have a seasonal crush. If I were to spend 500 days of summer with Zooey Deschanel, roughly how many consecutive summers would we have together? 4.2 consecutive summers, 5.4 consecutive summers, 6.1 consecutive summers, or 7.3 consecutive summers? With approximately 92 days of the summer season, Zoe would have about 5.4 consecutive summers with me. I just hope it goes better than the 7 days, 6 nights I had with Anne Heche. Here's one I like to call, Dude, it's not the Pleistocene anymore. Imagine a sequel to Ice Age called After the Ice Age, the 21st Century. Because his species had been around since the Ice Age and still exists, what new character could accurately be in the film? Saul the Snowshoe Hare, Gary the Ground Sloth, Morris the Woolly Mammoth, or Bruce the Giant Beaver? The snowshoe hare was around during the Ice Age and is still found in parts of Minnesota and Wisconsin. They're found there because Minnesota and Wisconsin are actually still in the Ice Age. Take a good look at Horton. Here's a cordon bleu, and this is a delicious dis or dat. I'm gonna read off 7 things, and for each one, I want you to tell me if it's the name of a Dr. Seuss character or a type of cheese. If it's Dr. Seuss, press left on your plus control pad. If it's a cheese, press right on your plus control pad. Get one right, and yes, $300, the cat and his hat are yours. Get one wrong, and your score will start to stink. Don't forget to keep your eye on the clock. Answer quickly and you'll be rewarded with mad cheddar. Cool, let's do it. Corleggy, Flustered, Munchers, Wensleydale, Cabine, Strudel, Chiricampo. You green eggs and hammer that one home, or something. Dr. Seuss, of course, was just a pen name. His real name was Dr. Limburger Seuss. True fact.
Where's the vibe, girl? Rock my world, girl. Ooh, yeah.
I call this one, Damn, I Wish I Wasn't Your Lover. Suppose Bill and Hillary Clinton are playing Name One of VH1's 100 Greatest Songs of the 90s, where they take turns yelling out a song from the list. What would they not yell at each other? Bitch, creep, idiot, or loser. On VH1's Top 100 Songs of the 90s list, there are the songs Bitch by Meredith Brooks, Creep by Radiohead, and Loser by Beck, but no idiot. Another acceptable answer, thanks to Fiona Apple, would have been criminal. We've finished round 1. And surprisingly, you're doing pretty well. Don't forget, in round 2, all the cash is doubled. And remember, the wrong answer of the game is still there for the taking. Enough small talk. And now, Calcutta her a break. I miss Mother Teresa. She was always healing the sickly, feeding the hungry, and I like how she looked exactly like Yogi Berra in drag. That woman was a saint. In fact, if the Catholic Church decides to make Mother Teresa a saint using her actual first name, what will she be known as? Saint Helen, Saint Teresa, Saint Agnes, or Saint Ides? Mother Teresa's real name was Agnes Gansha Bajaksu. Yeah, probably would have gone by Teresa myself. And the church really does think about marketability when they name saints. St. Francis of Assisi, one of the most popular Catholic saints, was actually born Frank Pudding Pop McDonkey Pants.
Question 7.
This one's known as, Hey guys, come on back. Which college mascot finds it physically impossible to slap his teammates a high five after a victory? Brown University's Bruno the Bear, University of Wisconsin's Bucky Badger, Bucknell University's Bucky the Bison, or Oregon State's Benny the Beaver. Bucky the Bison only has 2 toes per foot, so there will be no celebratory high-fiving for him. There will also be no celebratory high-fiving for him because he's the mascot for Bucknell University.
Fucking chickens picking out a mate. Guess I'll marry 8.
Bucker up for. I know trash when I see it. Well, an intern has just dumped another pile of trash in my Bruno Molly shoes. Must be time for another installment of Send In Your Trash.
Looking through your trash bag, what's it say about you? Funky trash.
Okay, let's see what we have here. A smoking jacket, a deed to a mansion built in 1927, and a framed copy of the First Amendment. Whose trash is it? Howard Stern's, Larry Flint's, Antonin Scalia's, or Hugh Hefner's? Yeah, Hugh Hefner is known for his trademark smoking jacket, various mansions, and his reliance on the First Amendment to make his big bucks. Man, look at all these little bits of rubber in his trash. Hugh must have had himself an epic water balloon fight.
Strolling through the park with the sarsaparilla. For me, if not nine.
Why not try? The TV is staring at me. CBS has been a television station for over 80 years now, which leads me to think, if the aging CBS eye logo starts to develop cataracts, what would it look like? It would be bloodshot, it would have small red bumps, it would have a milky shell, or it would look yellow. Cataracts are a condition where the proteins in your eyes start to clump together and form a cloudy surface over the lens. And CBS's core demographic should know all too well what that experience is like.
Hold me, never let me go. Am I dreaming?
Open wide for a t-shirt of mythical proportions. Suppose your Ed Hardy t-shirt with a Hydra monster on it fits too tight. According to Greek mythology, if a sleeve ripped and cut off one of the Hydra's heads, what would happen? 2 glittery heads would grow in its place, a new head would grow back with sparkly gold wings, the ripped off head would burst into shiny flames, or garish snakes would start growing in its place. In Greek mythology, the Hydra was a serpent-like 9-headed monster who grew 2 heads for every one that was chopped off. I heard that for every Ed Hardy t-shirt you burn, 3 more grow in its place, and they have even more stupid shit drawn all over them than the original. Welcome to the attack. When you see 2 clues that match, press your A button. 4,000 if you're right, 4,000 gone if you're wrong. And of course,
remember the clue.
It's gotta be a match that fits this clue. Spoiler alert, these all ended in a twist. Good luck. That's the game! Good score there, pal. But hey, spoiler alert, no matter how good you do, I won't actually be impressed.
You don't know Jack!
And today's wrong answer of the game is being brought to you by
Shaggy's Roof Carpet. You will never have to mop your roof again.
And so it begins. To get started, I Heart Attack New York. In which country is a pizza lover most likely to find a I Heart NY style t-shirt that reads I Heart ZA? New Zealand, South America, Zimbabwe, or South Africa? The official abbreviation for South Africa, whether sending a letter or using an internet domain, is ZA. It's also the symbol for zinc aluminum. If you really love zinc aluminum, you should wear one of these I Heart ZA shirts. I mean, who doesn't love zinc aluminum? I'm never gonna sell all these shirts. Coming up next, Snake It Off. Snake it all off. If wrestler Jake the Snake takes about as long to shed his skin-tight skivvies as it does his pet snake to shed its skin, how many consecutive Monday Night Raws will he miss while he's undressing? 2 Monday Night Raws, 8 Monday Night Raws, 24 Monday Night Raws, or 52 Monday Night Raws? A snake shedding process typically lasts up to 2 weeks, or 2 Mondays. However, it only takes 2 hours for Jake to digest an entire field mouse. Let's try apostrophe feels so good. And it's a this or dat. I'm going to read off the names of 7 companies. For each one, tell me if the company has an apostrophe in its logo or the company does not have an apostrophe in its logo. If there is an apostrophe, press left on your plus control pad. If there's no apostrophe, press right on your plus control pad. Each one right gets you $300. But get one wrong and lose more than just a punctuation mark. And you've only got 30 seconds. Okay, let's move. McDonald's, Walgreens, Wendy's, Harrods, Starbucks, Lowe's, Applebee's. Nerd! And if you're my mom, you just add an apostrophe S to the end of everything. Cookie, run down to the Walmarts, and if they don't have it, stop by Best Buys or Targets or Kmart's on the way back.
Everybody quattro, hey!
And on its way, a medical nightmare on Elm Street. Which of these frightening medical conditions would not cause Freddy Krueger to vigorously scratch himself with his finger knives? Psoriasis, shingles, eczema, halitosis. Unlike psoriasis, eczema, and shingles, which cause itching, halitosis causes bad breath. Although it's probably safe to say Freddy Krueger has also not brushed his teeth in a long time.
Where's the vibe, girl? Rock my world, girl. Ooh, yeah.
Next up, I can has cheeseburger in paradise. Ever been to a Jimmy Buffett concert? His fans call themselves parrot heads, but I kind of lean toward calling them middle-aged, haven't been out of the house in a while, and I'm tipsy from this frozen daiquiri heads. Anyway, since they insist on calling themselves parrot heads, which accessory would be most appropriate if parrot heads had the same physical features as real parrots? A Hawaiian shirt with 2 neck holes, coconut bras with room for 8 breasts, sunglasses with independently moving lenses, or sandals with toe room on both ends. Get this, parrots are zygodactyls. For those of you who are not veterinarians, that means they have 2 toes in front and 2 in back. Parrot heads, like parrots, also seem to just say the same thing over and over again. Woo, I'm drunk! Woo, I'm drunk! That's all we got for round 1. And you've got a decent score there. Don't screw it up. Keep in mind, in round 2, everything is worth twice as much. Alright, let's get back to it. Here's one for you. Pastry white thighs. It would most likely be the cake boss's favorite European queen. Queen Elizabeth I, Anne Boleyn, Marie Antoinette, or Queen Isabella II. Marie Antoinette, Queen of France, supposedly said let them eat cake when she was told her subjects had no bread to eat. That's something the cake boss would like to hear. Cake Boss is one suspenseful, nerve-wracking show. Is he going to use cream filling or fruit? I can't watch!
Question 7!
Say hello to the color of genius. You know, I think it's time we hired a big-time fashion designer to class up the You Don't Know Jack look. If Donna Karen New York creates a designer You Don't Know Jack game box that uses the 4-color printing process, what will we get? A DKNY, YDKJ, and KJNY, a DKNY, YDNJ, and CMYN, a DKNY, YDKJ, and DKMY, or a DKNY, YDKJ, and CMYK. Donna Karen New York, or DKNY, would make a You Don't Know Jack game, or YDKJ, using the color model known as Cyan, Magenta, Yellow, and Key, or CMYK. And then we'll get Calvin Klein to make us some 4-color CK, CMYK, YDKJ underwear.
Fucking chickens picking out a mate. Guess I'll marry 8.
Bucker up for pizza in the morning, pizza in the evening. It's true, when pizza's on a bagel, you can eat it anytime, even really late at night when you're watching a movie and falling asleep during the credits. Okay, I had this utterly bizarre dream where I was this really smart guy who used his intelligence to con people for a living. I even swindled my own mother, played in my dream by my real mom, into thinking I'm just your average son. And I vaguely remember making fake checks and having these difficult jobs, like a pilot. But here's the weirdest part. A couple of detectives are in pursuit, but they're not people, they're my cats, Mayonnaise and Poopsie. I forge a strong and complicated bond with Mayonnaise all the way until our cat and mouse game ends. What movie was I watching? Matchstick Men, Catch Me If You Can, The Sting, or Dirty Rotten Scoundrels? Yeah, that's it. I watched the 2002 film Catch Me If You Can. In a related note, regardless of the movie, I always end up dreaming that Christopher Walken is my father.
Strolling through the park with the sarsaparilla. For me, I'm not nice.
I call this one, you're that clever landmark, aren't you? Which of these statements about famous landmarks is true? The Leaning Tower of Pisa is actually leaning. The Spanish Steps are actually in Spain. Red Square is actually in the shape of a square. Or the Golden Gate Bridge is actually golden. Watch. The Leaning Tower of Pisa is in fact, in reality, in actuality, leaning. The only problem is if you send an email from inside the Leaning Tower of Pisa, the font comes out in italics.
Hold me, never let me go. Am I dreaming?
Try this on for size. A one-god band. If the Hindu deity Shiva became a rock god, what's the most epic feat it could accomplish while using two-handed instruments? Rocking 2 cowbells, shredding 3 rhythm guitars, melting faces with 4 bass guitars, or destroying 5 synthesizers? It takes 2 arms to play all these instruments properly, and Shiva has 8 arms in total. That's 4 bass guitars. So Shiva's gonna get 4 times as many chicks as a normal bass player, which still calculates to 0. Step right up to the Jack Attack. When you see 2 clues that match, press your A button. 4,000 big ones if you're right, but you lose 4,000 if you're wrong. And most importantly,
remember the clue.
It's gotta be a match that fits this clue. People animals, like Crocodile Dundee, but with real actual people. Good luck. That's all she wrote! You're an animal. Nobody can tame you. But to avoid any overpopulation, we're gonna go ahead and have you fixed.
You don't know Jack!
And today's wrong answer of the game is brought to you by
the Internet, the book. 723 trillion pages for just $79.95.
Okay, let's get this show on the road. To begin with, we like to rock. If Parisians hold a rock concert celebrating the construction of the Eiffel Tower, which band would be the most fitting headliner? Nickelback, Iron Maiden, Silverchair, or Queens of the Stone Age? The Eiffel Tower is constructed primarily out of wrought iron. It's the picturesque Parisian day. A morning bike ride, an idyllic picnic with a baguette and a bottle of wine, and closing out the night with an Iron Maiden concert. It's time for Enter Sandman. If Spider-Man shared the exact same physiology with a spider, what would he rely on to hear the Sandman coming from behind him? His leg hairs, his web, his front teeth, or his ears? Because they do not have ears, spiders rely on their leg hair to pick up vibrations around them. So with those blue tights, Spider-Man would pretty much be deaf.
Spider-Man, I've come to kill you.
What?
I said I've come to kill you.
Mildew? Open wide for... Oh, my Dragonflies and Butterflies calendar is here.
It's the put the choices into order, then buzz in and see if you are right. Question.
I'm adding $1,000 for a correct answer. So, put these C-list holidays in the order they occur each year. Sweetest Day, Cinco de Mayo, Flag Day. Sweetest Day, Cinco de Mayo, Flag Day, Cinco de Mayo, Flag Day, Sweetest Day, Flag Day, Cinco de Mayo, Sweetest Day, or Cinco de Mayo, Sweetest Day, Flag Day. Cinco de Mayo is May 5th, duh. Flag Day is June 14th, and Sweetest Day is the third Saturday in October. That just earned you an extra $1,000. And speaking of Cinco de Mayo, cue the question 4 segue.
Everybody quattro, everybody quattro, hey!
This one's called Math are Us. The formula 4 times pi times radius squared will help you find the surface area of which kid's toy? Juju Pets, Bakugan, Yu-Gi-Oh, or Mighty Morphin Power Rangers? 4 times pi times radius squared is the formula used to figure out the surface area of a robotic sphere that can expand into some weird mechanical robot toy thing and kill you. I preferred it when toys killed you the old-fashioned way, as choking hazards.
Where's the ball, girl? Rock my world, girl. Ooh, yeah.
And now, blaxploitation, and it's a dis or dat. I'm gonna read off 7 names, and for each one, tell me if it's the name of a classic 70s blaxploitation film or a brand of white bread. If it's blaxploitation, press left on your plus control pad. If it's a company that makes white bread, press right on your plus control pad. Each one right gets you 300 Benjamins. Each one wrong gets you the shaft. That's right, I already used up one of the blaxploitation titles you might have known. And don't forget about the timer. Answer quickly for more bonus bread. All right, let's get started. Velvet Smooth. Arnold. Mahogany. Arrowwheat. Wheat straw. Home fried. Dolomite. Wow, you really know your blaxploitation films from your brands of bread. Good for you. I think the Brownberry Bread Company ought to get Pam Grier to play Foxy Brown in a commercial. The script would be something like, "Hi, I'm Foxy Brown from Brownberry Bread. Now you eat this bread or I'll come over there and shove it down your throat with my boot." That about does it for round 1. And you're doing pretty well, probably because there's no competition. Don't forget, all the questions in round 2 are worth double. Okay then, here we go. And on its way, a coin star is born. A lot of people ask me, Cookie, what happens to all the money people don't win during the game? Well, I'll tell you, all that loose, unwon change goes into these buckets. Eventually, we put that change through this coin star machine to convert it all back. Now, this is the 6th question. Each question is now worth $4,000 per player. Using a little math, it wouldn't be too hard to figure out how much is in these buckets. But don't forget that Coinstar charges a 9.8 cent per dollar charge for their services, which leads me to the question, what color is a Coinstar machine? Green, red, blue, or black? Coinstars are green machines. After we run it through the Coinstar, all of that leftover money goes to charity.
Hey, Cookie Baby, is my money ready?
You'll have to wait until the end of the game, Charity.
Question 7!
Let's try Gods Will Be Gods. What video game would the Greek god Ares most likely play? Echo the Dolphin, Call of Duty, Rock Band, or Grand Theft Auto? Ares was the god of war, so he would be a fan of Call of Duty. I know. You probably think the first game he'd play is God of War. Don't be so literal.
Blood and chickens picking out a mate. Guess I'll marry 8.
May I introduce Dino Scores. If height were the only thing necessary to be good at basketball, which dinosaur would be the Toronto Raptors' #1 draft pick? T-Rex, Brachiosaurus, Stegosaurus, or Dromaeosaurus? The Brachiosaur stood at about 39 feet without shoes on, and that made it the tallest of the tallest dinosaurs. Dinosaurs are very similar to people's interest in the WNBA, extinct.
Scrolling through the park with the sarsaparilla. For me, I'm not nice.
Here's one I like to call Like a Boss. When Bruce Springsteen plays in Munich, what do his adoring fans most likely call him? Der Fuhrer, Der Chef, Fraulein Springsteen, or El Jefe? Bruce Springsteen is also known as the Boss, and in German that'd be Der Chef. Bruce! Spiel geboren in der USA! Ja!
Hold me, never let me go. Am I dreaming? Question 10.
Here's a good one. Internal organs of the stars. I love tabloids that have celebrities are just like us sections. It really humanizes celebs, you know? Seeing them walk their dog, shopping for groceries, inhaling oxygen and exhaling carbon dioxide. If celebrities are just like everybody else, which of these bodily rumors is true? Sandra Bullock's kidney stores bile, Jennifer Aniston's pancreas produces insulin, J-Lo's gallbladder regulates body temperature, or Jessica Alba's spleen produces cholesterol. The pancreas, for media darlings and ugly regular folk, produces insulin and glucogen to regulate the level of glucose in the body. As an A-list celebrity myself, I happen to know that most celebrities, myself included, produce an unusual amount of back sweat. Yeah, it's true. Just a little morsel for all you celebrity lovers out there. Welcome to the attack. When you see two clues that match, press your A button. $4,000 if you're right, but say goodbye to $4,000 if you're wrong. And one more thing.
Remember the clue.
It's gotta be a match that fits this clue. Milk. Mom, I'd like to know. This one could be a real mother. Good luck. There it is! Very nice. Let me see if I can give you some encouragement in the style of your mom. Good job. Who's Mommy's little Einstein? Who's Mommy's little Einstein? Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
You don't know Jack!